Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 23-26. The Power of Love. The data you have sent is quite illuminating. Master Willix slowly drawled as half of her concentration was probably focused on reviewing the footage and documents through her high-performance cranial implant. It is frustratingly incomplete. The footage of the most interesting parts of the battle are quite conspicuously absent. The interviews and written after-action reports of the mech pilots involved in the battle provide no actual clarity either. Ves innocently shrugged. I'm just a mech designer, and our task force is occupied entirely by mech pilots, ship crew, and other related personnel. What do you expect from us? Our chief engineers barely know how FTL drives. We can't even begin to decipher how pirates mess with strange higher-dimensional physics. We searched the pirate base extensively after it has fallen, and none of the pirate tech we've stumbled upon possesses the capability to warp the material dimensions to this extent. Master Willix did not look amused. Her white lab coat shifted as she tapped her forearm while staring at him as if she wanted to peer into his soul. It was too bad that Ves truly told her truth. Nothing he said was a lie. Can you explain in your own words your interpretation of the events that ensued after Ulamos Citadel became surrounded by this artificially induced anomaly? Well, we all felt really bad. Everyone could sense that there was something fundamentally wrong about it. The dark fog has a strong isolating effect, so none of us knew what was going on. It took a lot of trouble to beat it back. There is an interesting detail in your data. You and your Larkinson state that you have eventually beaten back these abnormal phenomena by relying on your expert candidates and newly gained expert pilot. While your Larkinson clan is blessed with the presence of exceptional mech pilots, I note that your ship, the Scarlet Rose, did not carry any of the sort when venturing into the anomaly. What gave you the confidence that your ship and the mechs you have brought with you would resist the anomaly? Oh damn. Master Willix wasn't willing to let this interesting detail pass without further comment. It seemed that Ves couldn't avoid putting on his crazy hat after all. Here goes another session of spewing nonsense. Faith. Pardon? Faith. Ves offered Willix's physical projection a mild but confident smile. As you are no doubt aware of, our clan has adopted many interesting people with remarkable abilities. James Ilvain, the living prophet, has been my guide and counselor in all matters regarding faith. As the founder of a faith and a reborn prophet, he is intimately more qualified to tackle the unknowable and unfathomable. He has been of remarkable assistance in advising us how to rely on our faith to shield us from the horrors of the Nixian Gap. Though we are small in comparison to the anomaly, we managed to hold it off for a time. That sounds remarkable. If you wish, I can request the living prophet to detail his own experiences. Ves Magnanimous offered. I highly advise you to hear him out via recording, though I'm sure he can write down his thoughts if you prefer that instead. If you would rather interview him directly, I can call him over to the Scarlet Rose immediately. It will probably take 30 minutes or so for him to arrive. That won't be necessary, Mr. Larkinson. We prefer to work with solid data rather than subjective interpretation. It is a pity that your ships aren't better equipped. We are in the process of obtaining some better ships, but even if we had some, it isn't a good idea to bring capital ships into the Nixian gaps. Navigating around the asteroids is hellish, and such a huge ship is too slow and cumbersome to get anywhere in a reasonable amount of time. The master lifted a finger, causing some projections of some very strange-looking ships to appear into view. Ves immediately noticed that many of these starships were medium-sized but boasted a lot of advanced sensor arrays across their hulls. I am aware that you are in the process of building up your fleet. She spoke. I highly advise you to invest in a serious science or exploration vessel. These types of ships are specialized in studying unknown phenomena and unknown satellites. If you had such a vessel in your fleet, you wouldn't have ended up with so little usable data. These ships don't seem to fit my budget, ma'am. We are looking to acquire other important vessels first. Buying a fleet carrier and an arc ship doesn't come cheap, especially if they have to be robust and durable enough to survive the Red Ocean. Aside from that, our clan must invest in the design and production of one or several expert mechs. The master mech designer shook her head at him in disappointment. A good science vessel can save your life in a way a fleet carrier can never achieve. Don't underestimate the importance of investing in good sensors and scanners and the hardware required to interpret their data. There are spatial anomalies and other natural or induced phenomena in space. Being able to peer through the fog and comprehend the truth of what is taking place will allow you to save your entire fleet one day. If that is not enough, the powerful scanners of a dedicated science ship are also extremely effective at detecting hostile stealth units. Ves perked up a bit when he heard that last sentence. Guarding against stealth vehicles and mechs had always been one of his persistent fears. He had suffered several times at the hands of undetectable enemies. Even so, that still didn't cause him to change his list of priorities. The chances of encountering stealth opponents and strange phenomena in space were fairly low, especially if his expeditionary fleet kept a low profile and solely traveled along normal trade routes. What happened during the previous battle was an exception because Ves wouldn't normally bring a fleet to a place as dangerous as the Nixian Gap. This was definitely going to be his last adventure for a while. He witnessed so much excitement and collected so many new insights that he was ready to return to a calmer, more regular life. The inspiration he gained was so much that he could spend years on applying it all on his upcoming mech designs. Our clan will consider acquiring such a ship when our more immediate necessities have been met, Ves vaguely promised. Be sure to obtain it before or shortly after you enter the Red Ocean, she advised him. You have not traveled to a lot of areas where there are high concentrations of energetic exotics. Some of what you have experienced in the Nixian Gap also applies to normal space. I can tell you that the Red Ocean is not entirely safe, especially when it comes to FTL travel. Phase water is a material that intrinsically affects FTL drives, so when a star system has a large quantity of deposits, you can encounter some very abnormal conditions. She had a good point. While it would doubtlessly take a lot of time to reach the Red Ocean, he did not want to be caught with his pants down later on. Ves knew that the Red Ocean not only contained a lot of phase water, but plenty of other high-grade exotics. The two continued their discussion on some other matters. Master Willix eventually mentioned the other topic that Ves was least willing to talk about. Venerable Ves Larkinson's breakthrough is by all accounts exceptional. As you are someone who has grown up in a military family, you are doubtlessly aware of what happens when expert candidates exceed their limits. Ves reluctantly nodded. Compared to how Venerable Ganso and Venerable Ark of my family has advanced to their current rank, Venerable Janzi's breakthrough was a lot more dramatic. Unity of man and machine. Master Willix sighed as her eyes softened up a little. Do you know how rare it is to witness such a grand spectacle related to mechs? I truly wished I would have been there with you when it happened. The footage and dreadful descriptions of your mech pilots do not do justice of the majesty of perfect resonance. In fact, it should have been incredibly unlikely for this to occur. Much better mech designers and mech pilots have tried to reach this legendary state, but failed. If Master Willix wanted to expose a flaw in his story, then sorry, Ves had already prepared his response. Those mech designers and mech pilots are different from us, he stated. My mechs are alive. They are not soulless machines that act as tools or extensions of their mech pilots. They are living partners to mech pilots, and they can make their own choices. From the moment Janzi first advanced to expert candidate, she has completely dedicated herself to piloting the shield of Samar. She has forged a bond with her personal mech, and her mech is completely tuned to her presence. Don't forget that the shield of Samar is still the same mech she piloted when she broke through the first time. By remaining loyal to her mech has progressed as well. Though Ves mainly spoke all of this in order to get Master Willix off his back, he truly believed what he said. The experiences that mech pilots shared with their mechs did not enrich just one of them. Instead, Ves boldly believed that mechs could advance as well. The Ouroboros piloted by General Axlar Strian already provided him with a hint of what Venerable Janzi might attain in the future. She followed the same path as the Terran Ace pilot. Master Willix asked some more questions, and Ves did his best to answer with his true views while at the same time coming across as obtuse as possible. Even though a master mech designer possessed a much greater understanding of mechs than Ves, there were areas where even she became stumped. By bringing up vague concepts such as emotional bonds, intangible progression, and mechs with life, Ves ensured that he conveyed the least amount of usable information. Ves grinned inwardly as he eagerly relegated his eclectic views on mech pilots and mechs. The definition of perfect resonance is when a mech pilot achieves total alignment with their mechs. Doesn't that mean it is a given that Janzi was able to achieve this state? Even if it was just a moment, her incredible accomplishment proves that my design philosophy has a compelling advantage in this area. Mechs are alive, and they have feelings. They are able to love and hate their mech pilots as well as any other life. Are you being literal? Of course. Ves spread his arms. Don't you realize it? Unity between man and machine isn't as mysterious as you think. As long as you consider the machine portion as alive, sentient, and capable of feeling emotions, then the relationship becomes much more simpler. The two of them are in love. Love is one of the strongest emotions in existence, and it is through the power of love that Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar has achieved the greatest possible resonance. The power of love, Master Willix flat repeated. This is not an action drama, Ves. We are talking about real events. You don't get it, Master. The power of love is real, and it is one of the greatest ways to empower mechs. How can mech designers possibly design the strongest mechs when they never impart the capacity to feel love to their work? It's a travesty. They are crippling their products, depriving both the mechs and their mech pilots the opportunity to develop a power that transcends what is possible. It was safe to say that Master Willix did not pursue this topic much further. Love was very subjective, and couldn't be quantified at all. Chapter 23-27, Happy Gains. Ves felt as if he was becoming more and more adept at misdirection. Each time he had to explain himself to Master Willix, he resorted to increasingly more foolproof methods of distorting the truth. Before, he might have resorted a lot more to outright lying. However, doing so always exposed some loopholes. Perhaps the known facts might contradict his statements. Perhaps other people claimed the opposite. Whatever the case, Ves gradually realized that lying about the truth was actually the worst form of misdirection. Ves was fairly confident that he could cheat most forms of lie detection by donning a mask. However, he always felt that Master Willix never quite bought his bold-faced lies. No matter how much he controlled his intonation, passion, and micro-expressions, he couldn't close all of the loopholes by adjusting his own behavior. Lying through omission was the next level of misdirection. By simply avoiding mention of what he didn't want to say, he conveniently escaped the need to say anything sensitive that he would rather keep under wraps. Of course, the challenge with this more effective method was that he had to distract his audience. In this, Ves discovered that emulating James was the best way to confound the likes of Master Willix. There was an art to saying the truth but avoiding anything relevant. Ves gradually realized that the key to pulling it off was by presenting certain statements that inevitably led to a dead end. No matter how much his audience wanted to follow through, the topic that Ves had steered towards ended straight into a wall. Ves shamelessly copied the living prophet's verbal methods. He hoped that Master Willix experienced the same kind of frustration and lack of clarity that he often felt when he talked to the clone. It worked. He laughed himself stupid inside his mind as he confounded the incredibly intelligent and experienced Master Mech Designer. The best part of it all was that Ves truly spoke from his heart. Though he deliberately exaggerated his views, he really did believe in the power of love. As a passionate mech designer, Ves deeply valued emotion. Philosophically, he believed that sentient life distinguished itself from non-sentient life by feeling emotions. Could AIs feel love? Everyone agreed that they did not, because no authority figure in this field believed that AIs could feel anything. Sure, they were able to simulate the behavior of someone who felt emotions. Yet no matter how closely these AIs passed themselves off as the genuine products, in the end they lacked the most essential quality that turned falsehood into reality. This was what made his design philosophy so perplexing and infuriating to rational mech designers such as Master Willix. Ves very much explicitly designed his mechs with the premise that they were alive. Not only that, they were also sentient. As a result, they could feel emotions. A few months ago, he actually possessed slightly different views on this topic. He emphasized his design spirits so much in his latter mech designs that he unconsciously began to equate them as the life of his mech designs. This was the wrong interpretation. What happened during the Battle of Ulamos Citadel opened his eyes to the factors he had gradually neglected. When the artificial anomaly dampened the presence of Kilangso, Janzi and the Shield of Samar were able to break through on their own. The former expert candidate did not rely on any external help other than her mech to undergo apotheosis. Her breakthrough revealed to him that the most important life in mechs was not their design spirit, but their intrinsic individuality. This was a quality that could not be taken from mechs unless they died. Though it wasn't as strong and flashy as a design spirit, the intrinsic life of mechs bonded to their mech pilots to a much more personal degree. Aside from a few noticeable exceptions, most of his design spirits were connected to many mech pilots. How could the solemn guardian ever develop an intimate personal relationship with any mech pilot when there were millions of desolate soldiers in use? Any design spirit that ended up in such a situation would inevitably adopt a more uniform approach. This was what made his design spirit-empowered mechs so potent. Their strong and identical auras were perfect for aligning the thoughts of many mech pilots. The glows effectively forced other mech pilots in their influence to become more aligned. Such an effect was of great value in large conflicts. In the Sand War, his desolate soldier encouraged many mech pilots and starfighter pilots to do their duty. He never put that much emphasis on developing the customers of his soldier product line, who cared about maximizing the potential of individual mech pilots when the Sandmen were slaughtering trillions of innocent people. In those dark and desperate days, many states already experienced a lot of trouble in keeping as many of their mech pilots involved as possible. Though his soldier product line robbed many mech pilots of their own thoughts, they at least persisted longer in battle. As for the Komodo War, the blessed squire already showed amazing potential at energizing the Hex army. One of the traits that most mech militaries emphasized was esprit de corps. The Hex army heavily emphasized uniformity in the mechs and gear its soldiers utilized. That same focus also extended to its martial culture. Therefore, the introduction of a mech that effectively strengthened the esprit de corps fell exactly in line with what the Hexers wanted. The greater their unity, the higher their morale in battle. Arguably, uniformity was also a boon to the Larkinson clan. The existence of the Golden Cat played a central role in uniting tens of thousands of adopted Larkinsons to a common cause. Brighters, Ilvanans, Reinaldans, Sentinel Commoners, and many more people all united under the influence of the Larkinson Network and the Bright Warriors. This was why he did not believe he had made a mistake in venturing too much in this direction. The innovations he realized and the applications he developed would remain relevant and useful throughout the remainder of his career. He just thought that the essence of his design philosophy lay in a different direction. It was never his intention to design a mech that forced everyone to think and feel the same way. That was a distortion of life, not a celebration of life. It did not entirely fall in line with his dreams and ambitions. Even though the bright warrior was superior to the shield of Samar in almost any way, Ves viewed the latter as a greater success. The shield of Samar caused him to move closer to accomplishing his goals. Recognizing this essential truth was the key to breaking his obsession with design spirits. No matter how much he tried to develop them, they did not actually bring more life to his mechs. This must also be the reason why the system never gave him any higher marks on the X factor of his mechs. In any case, Ves felt more and more impatient to return to his ongoing mech projects. He wanted to correct his mistake and reorient his ongoing mech designs as much as possible. He became increasingly more impatient to end his discussion with Master Willix. While many other mech designers in his shoes would have scolded him for disrespecting a great authority in mech design, Ves was a firm believer in himself. "Let's move to the reward that you are entitled to receive from us." Master Willix eventually spoke, immediately causing Ves to snap to full attention. "During this time, we have extensively analyzed and processed all of the evidence you have supplied about the prohibited weapons you have encountered at Yilamos Citadel. We have confirmed that all of it is authentic, though lacking in detail in many cases. You need to invest in better sensors, Mr. Larkinsons. It's on the list." Willix eyed him with a stern expression. "Regardless, we have already calculated the bounties for destroying these reprehensible weapons and applied a multiplier to the final figure as promised. Your final reward amounts to 9,431,564 MTA merits." 9,431,564 MTA merits. Not credits. Merits. Ves let out a deep breath. A huge amount of elation burst from his body. "Thank you, ma'am. It is a pleasure to be of service to the Great Mech Trade Association. Though we have made a painful sacrifice to remove a blight from existence, our mech pilots have not died in vain." His excitement only dropped a bit when he realized he still needed to subtract 2,250,000 MTA merits from his gains. He paid 2 million MTA merits to receive a temporary dispensation to make use of taboo weapons, and he also gave up 250,000 MTA merits to provide amnesty to the Zona stalkers. In ordinary times, giving away so much merits was unthinkable. If Ves wasn't so confident that he would be able to gain a lot more merits after paying this hefty price, he wouldn't have resorted to such extremes. Ves was very much aware that this was just a one-time deal. The latest developments in the Nixian Gap truly infuriated the MTA, and Ves just happened to be in a position to enact the association's will. There was no way that Ves would be able to gain permission to use superweapons in subsequent battles. Let alone 2 million MTA merits, not even 100 million MTA merits was worth it for the association to look the other way. This was because making such weapons in ordinary conflicts would definitely impact the stability of human space. In any case, now that the MTA finally lived up to its promise and awarded him a spectacular amount of merits, Ves let down all of his worries. "Is there anything else, ma'am?" he impatiently asked. "Before you go, I would like to address one more topic with you. Now that your Larkinson clan has welcomed its first expert pilot, you will have to obtain an expert mech. This is a machine that neither you nor Miss Woden can deliver by yourselves. Have you considered how to solve this problem? My partner should be in the process of soliciting others to collaborate on an expert mech design project," Ves perfunctorily answered. "I am aware of her efforts. It is not so easy to gain the cooperation of a master, especially with the conditions that she has raised. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Are you? Don't think about it. I am not at your beck and call, she immediately replied. That said, it may be possible to invite other masters to help the two of you design a proper expert mech. Your new gains can play a major role in attracting their attention. I'm not sure. The merits we've earned are very precious. Different masters demand different remuneration, she said. Their time and expertise are very precious. It is up to you and your partner to determine how much or how little assistance you require. I advise you not to cling too tightly to your merits. Their worth is great, and hardly any master mech designer will say no to an opportunity to earn them in exchange for being open for consultation. The best benefit is that you don't have to restrict yourself to hexers. Masters throughout the entire galaxy are willing to assist or mentor you as long as you pay the right price. Ves widened his eyes. She was right. He had forgotten the fact that while many lesser mech designers were limited to operating in a limited galactic region, masters did not suffer from this limitation. There was no real reason from stopping them getting involved in design projects on the other side of the galaxy, or in a different one entirely. While the number of masters in the Komodo Star sector was rather respectable, how many of them were compatible with the Shield of Samar? If he expanded his search to every master mech designer in the galaxy, he would surely be able to find someone with a fantastic complementary design philosophy that was willing to contribute to the next evolution of the Shield of Samar. Chapter 23-28 Growth or Legacy. MTA merits were incredibly valuable. Just because Ves earned around 7 million MTA merits after extracting his costs did not mean they were easy to earn. In fact, Ulamos Citadel possessed the power to wipe out much stronger fleets. The main reason why the Larkinson clan escaped calamity was because of two reasons. First, the Larkinsons that infiltrated Ulamos Citadel interrupted the ritual from within. Second, Janzi broke through to expert pilot to such a violent degree that she was able to punch vastly above her weight. How many other forces could replicate these exceptional circumstances? Almost none. Perhaps only a fleet presided over by an ace pilot might have a decent shot, but why would anyone venture into a forbidden place like the Nixian Gap? Therefore, even if the Big Two promised to double the merit rewards for certain actions in the Nixian Gap, anyone who thought they could replicate the Larkinson clan's feats would be in for a rude surprise. Well, it was none of his business what other people hungry for merits chose to do. Ves wouldn't go out of his way to publicize all of the dangers of these doom seekers might encounter. After ending his call with Master Willix, Ves returned to his office and thought about whether he should do as she suggested. It wasn't unusual for mech designers to request the assistance of someone more experienced or capable. Sometimes, they needed to design a mech but lacked the capabilities to do it on their own. There was nothing shameful about asking for help, and there were even ways to keep that a secret. Even so, either Ves nor Gloriana possessed sufficient good relations with any masters to get them to move out of friendship or generosity. Only cold, hard benefits would convince them to set aside a portion of their very busy schedules to assist some young and inexperienced juniors. How many merits does it cost? He wondered. He activated his desk terminal and performed some quick searches through the galactic net. It turned out that the price heavily depended on the extent of help and the reputation of the specific master. The old monsters who were born in the first centuries of the Age of Mechs rarely paid attention to this activity. It was usually the younger and fresher masters who engaged in this kind of trade. Apparently, when mech designers broke through to master, they needed to expand their scope and knowledge quickly. Acquiring all of this was very costly, especially when they wanted to learn from their fellow masters. Spending a portion of their time on helping some younger mech designers in their design projects was a very convenient way to earn a lot of merits. These masters hardly needed to spend much time and effort to line their pockets. What a great deal! Ves sighed with envy. A good master could easily earn millions of MTA merits in just a month by spending just 1 hour a week on consulting. The reason why they were able to command such ridiculous prices was because their depth of knowledge and design ability was truly precious. Even if they refused to invest their full attention on any project, their vision was so high that just a couple of casual remarks was enough to increase the quality of a mech design by as much as 10%. This was the first time that Ves realized that teaching or guiding other mech designers could actually be profitable. When will I reach the point where cute young mech designers are willing to throw 1,000,000 MTA merits at me for an hour of my time? Not soon, that was for sure. Even if he was the creator of Glows and the male half of the miracle couple, the benefits he provided weren't worth an extreme amount of merits. He set aside his unrealistic fantasies of earning his Beyonder ticket by offering his Glows to other mech designers. His quick searches gave him a general idea on what he could obtain for a given amount of merits. The biggest problem he encountered was that masters charged substantially higher prices when it came to any projects related to expert mechs. Damn it! It made sense. Expert mechs not only incorporated very advanced materials and tech, but also had to be molded to specific expert pilots. Making sure that the mech played to the expert pilot's strength demanded a bit more involvement. Consultants are all scammers. After insulting a group of people he deeply envied and wished to join, he turned his attention to other matters. For example, his listless cat. Usually, Lucky was filled with boundless energy and curiosity. He never remained in a single place for long. Many times, the cat wandered off to explore other locations. None of that was the case this time. How are you, Lucky? Meow. Lucky sprawled his dull, damaged body on his desk. He possessed so little energy that his tail didn't flick or curl. When will you get back to normal? Meow. Meow. Don't take too long. We're still in the Nixian Gap, so who knows whether you need to reprise your role as Commando Cat. Meow. Ves paid no more attention to Lucky. At his current state, the gem cat could only rely on himself to get back to normal. He spent some time on reading some reports and exercising some of his responsibilities. After almost a week at Ulamo, the Larkinson clan were already beginning to pack up their loot and leave. Due to all of the valuables his clan wanted to bring back, his clan planned to convert a couple of captured pirate vessels as cargo ships. There weren't as many ships as the Larkinsons would have liked. One of the most important requirements was the presence of FTL drives. How could Task Force Predator bring all of its plunder to the Sentinel Kingdom if a couple of cargo vessels stopped right outside the Nixian Gap? It was incredibly excruciating to bring so much riches away, only to abandon some of it halfway. Combined with the fact that pirates were rarely able to take good care of their starships, the amount of ships that were intact enough to be of use was limited. One of the complications was that the value of the loot wasn't exceptional. Sure, some of them were quite unique and difficult to obtain, but the market price for them wasn't so hot, especially for the bulkier exotics. What interested him more was some of the more unusual loot, such as the statue of the Unending One. So far, his people dumped the alien relic in the mech workshop of the Scarlet Rose. Ves didn't want to store it on another ship due to its extremely high value. Keeping it on his own ship meant that it was extremely unlikely that Ves would lose access to so much unending alloy. He wasn't close to making use of the unending alloy, and there wasn't much he could glean from it by studying it. Right now, he could only set the statue aside and allow it to take space in his mech workshop. What else can I do? He decided to explore one of his highest design priorities. I need to rediscover how to introduce individuality to my mech designs. Ves thought for a while before calling up his Chiron design from his desk terminal. He studied the incomplete design. On the surface, there was hardly any individuality to be seen. The mech frame was rather generic in that it didn't possess any pronounced strengths in any areas. Of course, that was just the Chiron in its neutral state. When configured for melee or ranged combat, the training mech was able to perform considerably more effectively. In fact, there was more to the Chiron than being able to switch to different mech types. Its limbs, torso, and finer structures were all adjustable. Gloriana had done a very fine job designing the mechanisms to make this possible. She had to include a wide range of variability, while at the same time keeping the Chiron design as robust as possible. This wasn't easy, and she had to make many compromises in order to maintain a high degree of reliability, while still offering plenty of changing. The transformability of the Chiron was key to its identity as a training mech. The premise of this exclusive Larkinson clan machine was that it could grow and adjust to the mech cadet over the years. The Chiron already expressed his growth ideals. This was what made the mech design so suitable to implement his new ideas. The Valkyrie Redeemer was a much more powerful mech design, but it was a mech that would likely be used en masse by the Hex army. Individuality had to make way for more important priorities such as attaining higher technical performance, and making sure that its offensive glow was able to act upon distant enemy mech pilots. Can uniformity be achieved at the same time as individuality? Ves wondered. In his perspective, it should have been possible to reach an optimal balance. Ideally, the glow of a mech put the mech pilot in question into the correct mindset. However, Ves wanted the mech to adapt to the growth of its mech cadet over time. This meant that he had to ask himself whether he needed to preserve the original glow of a design. I don't need to worry about this for the Chiron. The mech was made to alter its shape. Why not alter its character as well? While it was easy to change its physical proportions and configuration, Ves was a bit less clear about altering its spiritual aspects. The key to this is life. If I can draw out the life that is inherent in any mech, I can turn it into a machine that actively develops a relationship with its pilot. There was an important requirement to make this work. The mech cadet had to be assigned to the same Chiron mech for the duration of his academy days. Once the mech cadet graduated, the Chiron he paired up with essentially became irrelevant. While it was possible to assign the used Chiron mech to a fresh cadet, Ves wasn't sure whether this was a good idea. On one hand, the more cadets the mech grew up with, the greater its wisdom and ability to offer help. On the other hand, a mech that was molded to other mech cadets would never develop a close intimacy with a mech cadet. The first time was always special. This is a difficult choice. Both have their pros and cons. Ves furrowed his brows. One option emphasized maximum compatibility. The other option prioritized building a legacy. Which one would benefit the clan's future mech pilots the best? Maybe we can do both? Regardless of what he and his clan eventually chose, the Chiron needed to have the capability to grow with their mech cadets. He didn't have any solid ways to facilitate this phenomenon. Creating images and blending it with the spiritual foundation of his mech was only somewhat effective. He needed a more drastic way to accomplish these changes. Spiritual constructs weren't helpful in this case. They were most useful in effecting a broad change in the character of the spiritual foundation. They were also vehicles which Ves could use to impart triggered abilities to his mech designs. However, doing something as detailed and sophisticated as making the mech more alive, more proactive and more responsible to the mech designer was different. He needed to develop a different spiritual technique to effect such a huge change. How am I supposed to do this? Ves pressed his fingers against his brow. Wait. The Shield of Samar and probably some other Larkinson mechs had already developed a close bond with their mechs. Why not study them to figure out how they developed and became more aligned with their mech pilots? Chapter 23-29, Shiny Badge. Calabast overlooked a small mining operation. While most of the Larkinsons busied themselves with sweeping the settled parts of Yulamos Citadel, a team of black cats spent their time elsewhere. After inconspicuously taking away a mining vehicle, the black cats began to dig deep into the moon-sized asteroid. Yulamos Citadel was built on a very large asteroid that largely consisted of hardy rock material. The cylindrical mining vehicle slowly drilled through the hardy core until it finally emerged in a cavern. After inspecting the large, cold airless space for any threats, a handful of black cats in reinforced infiltrator suits and hazard suits emerged from the mining vehicle. Lights switched on from their suits, causing their immediate surroundings to light up and allowed the people to observe their surroundings in greater detail. This was no natural cavern. The smooth surfaces, straight angles, and other signs proved that someone clearly excavated this space. The black cats flew around. Due to the low gravity of the asteroid, their suits did not have to expend too much energy to keep them aloft. A couple of the personnel held large handheld scanners and meticulously searched the cavern's surface grid by grid. Calabast hovered in the center while waiting patiently for her mind to find something unusual. We have detected an unknown metal cube buried beneath these coordinates. Dig it out, Calabast ordered. Take it slow and be careful. Watch out for booby traps or other triggers. Nothing went wrong as the black cats slowly dug their way half a meter downwards. Once they encountered a black metal box, they carefully expanded the space around it. Some other black cats meticulously scanned and studied the box. It's a standard small container that was in popular use over 3.5 centuries ago. A tech concluded. It's not a product of the galactic rim. Is it made of first-class alloys? Yes. The man in a hazard suit replied. The alloy formula is outdated by modern standards, but it is still incredibly strong to us. The container should be locked and very secure against forceful breaches. We would have to employ a mech to crack it open, but applying so much force to a container of this size is ill-advised. The container can be unlocked via an electronic code, correct? Yes, ma'am. I do have to warn you that this model of container only allows for 3 attempts to input the code before it locks out forever. While it is unlikely for this box to contain a self-destruct module, we will have to resort to improper means to crack it open. That risked damaging the contents, which was exactly what Calabast didn't want to see. We don't have to go through so much trouble. Step back and secure the mining vehicle and keep an eye on the perimeter. Make sure that no one has planted any traps. Yes, ma'am. The other black cats knew that Calabast wanted them gone. They immediately moved out of the hole and began to fly further away. Calabast patiently waited for the rest to go. When she perceived that no one was in the vicinity, she activated a command on her infiltrator suit that caused it to deploy a powerful interference field. Not content with this measure, she activated another command that caused a compartment in her backpack module to open up. A small bot flew higher and deployed a large sensor-blocking canvas that covered everything below in a sensor-dampening tent. Once Calabast was satisfied with the security measures she deployed, she began to pull out another device belt pocket. This time, she retrieved a comm, one with a special nature. Unlike the comm she used in her daily life, this one looked a bit plainer but packed a lot more technology inside. This was one of the souvenirs she kept from the Starlight Megalodon. She smiled inside her helmet, and she inputted the command to hack the container's locking mechanism. Less than a millisecond later, a small light indicator on the box shone green, indicating that the box's security system disengaged the lock. This outcome had fallen within her expectation. The container may have been made out of very expensive materials, but it was merely used to store some general items at the time. A true lockbox would have included at least one non-electric locking mechanism to deter easy hacks like she had just performed. She carefully deactivated her CFA officer-grade comm and stowed it away before carefully opening the box. A shiny chrome-like badge rested on a soft velvet cushion. Its surface depicted a blazing battleship soaring through space like a comet. Calabast carefully studied the badge. Her eyes lit up in glee behind her helmet as she studied every unique marking and confirmed the badge was genuine. The depiction of a blazing battleship used to convey supreme honor in the past. It was only after the Age of Conquest that battleships turned from symbols of strength to symbols of terror. Badges like these weren't made anymore. The emblem it depicted had turned into a taboo. Even so, the value of this badge was inestimable. Of all the gains she made from the Battle of Ulamos Citadel, none of them exceeded the value of this relic. She was happy with absorbing the defectors of the Zona Stalkers. Acquiring their remarkable if unwieldy Zona communication crystals also pleased her a lot. Yet obtaining them both wasn't worth the threats that she and the rest of the clan faced in the previous battle. The pirates could have easily wiped out Task Force Predator if Venerable Janzi hadn't broken through. At the very least, the Larkinson clan would have suffered much heavier losses. Was it worth it to encourage Ves to attack Ulamos Citadel? She didn't know. Though the outcome of the battle ultimately meant she won her bet, she didn't think she would make such a gamble again. "I'm not Ves. I don't like to live by putting my life on the line," she muttered. The badge lustered from the light of her infiltrator suit. After picking it up and turning it around, she read the series of codes and letters engraved on the back. Her concerns faded once she interpreted the codes. This time, it was worth it. I still can't believe that someone took something so valuable all the way to the Nixian Gap. The early history of the Komodo Star Sector was filled with excitement and endless struggle. When the Big Two opened it up for colonization, a large number of refugees, outcasts, and exiles fled from the more populated parts of the galaxy. It wasn't easy for these people to travel all the way out here. They had to spend decades to travel this far, and various perils slowed or stalled their progress during their lengthy journey. In truth, not a lot of fleets sought to flee all the way out to the frontier. Many of them simply sought safe harbor and wanted to leave the troubles of their home star sector behind. As long as they flew far enough, they could settle down in any foreign state or star sector. There were generally two reasons why refugee and settler fleets traversed all the way to the outer border of human space. The first reason was because the colonizers wanted a new start. Many older star sectors were already dominated by old, established states that exerted a heavy influence to the rest of their star sectors. It wasn't easy for newcomers to develop and grow into a large and accomplished power. There simply wasn't enough room for development, and with their strength they were incapable of dislodging existing states. Therefore, even if the journey was long, settling a newly opened star sector conveyed many benefits. Though the competition was intense, those who succeeded were destined to form foundations that eventually led to the formation of powerful second-rate states such as the hexadric hegemony. Those that lost out had options as well. With so much unclaimed real estate, even the losers and weaklings were able to found states such as the Bright Republic and the Sentinel Kingdom. All of these colonizers voluntarily chose to take part in this game. While a frontier star sector was situated in the most remote parts of human space, the chance to make a new start and mold a state in their own image attracted many people such as the Hexers. There were also those who traveled to the edge of human civilization on a less than voluntary basis. This was the second reason why someone traveled all the way out here. Perhaps they made some very powerful enemies. Fleeing across a couple of star clusters didn't cut as long as the enemies were powerful enough. The only way to escape their extensive reach was to flee much further away, thereby making it impractical for anyone to take revenge. In the more central and developed parts of human space, punishment through exile actually happened quite a lot. Those who lost in power plays and those whose identities became awkward because they were rivals to a throne had to be removed from the picture. Killing these threatening individuals was the most convenient way to get rid of them. Yet slaughtering the losers of a political struggle was not always proper. Hence, exiling people was the next preferred people. Even if the galactic net allowed humans to communicate instantly across the galaxy, sheer geographic distance made it impossible to realize any substantial plots. Whenever a ruler or other powerful figure issued a decree to exile their enemies, they often specified that their victims had to be driven to the edge of the galaxy or the furthest reaches of human space. This was why the Komodo star sector used to be visited by some powerful figures. Of course, by the time they reached this place, most of their wealth, power, and influence had evaporated. That doesn't mean they lost everything. Some possessions still hold value after many centuries of neglect. Calabas grinned. This badge still held an immense amount of value. This wasn't due to its materials, or its subtle but exquisite craftsmanship. Instead, the badge was merely a proxy to something greater. Calabas carefully stowed in an inside pocket of her infiltrator suit. She resolved to store it more securely so that no one, not even a curious mechanical cat with a penchant for snooping, could discover what she gained. She eventually deactivated her security measures and flew out of the hole. She recalled all of her black cats and returned to the mining vehicle, which slowly reversed through the tunnel it had dug. 10 minutes later, a large explosion engulfed the cavern, destroying and collapsing much of the interior. The black cats hadn't noticed a thing. All of them sat silently in their assigned seats as they waited to return to the surface. Various plans flitted through Calabas's mind. Several new options opened up after she obtained the badge. While it was largely useless in the Komodo star sector, the relic could still play a very large role if she brought it to the issuer. Normally, she needed to travel all the way to the galactic center to reach one of the most powerful states in human space. However, times were changing and humanity had begun to conquer another galaxy, if only a satellite to their native galaxy. The Red Ocean was a melting pot of human cultures. People who emerged throughout the Milky Way all entered a dwarf galaxy that was just a fraction of the size. The representatives of every first-rate state had already entered the Red Ocean. Calabas just had to approach one of their new colonies and bring the badge to the right institution in order to change everything. However, as soon as she began to think certain thoughts, a faint pressure weighed on her mind. She grimaced. I'm a Larkinson now. This incident reminded her that she had already committed herself to the Larkinson clan. No matter how valuable the badge appeared, it couldn't beat partnering up with Ves. That said, the badge was still immensely useful in the right circumstances. I'll see what I can do with it once I reach the Red Ocean. Chapter 2330 Unique Identity. The Larkinson clan wrapped up its business at Yulamos Citadel. After pacifying it, executing their pirate captives, repairing some of their damaged mechs, and searching the entire place for loot, the Larkinsons no longer needed to linger. A week after the Battle of Yulamos Citadel, Ves commanded his task force to travel to the edge of the Nixian Gap. They were finally ready to end this excursion. A lot of cheers rang throughout the fleet as Ves made this announcement. Though everyone already expected this result, they fully put down most of their fears now that the clan patriarch made it official. No one wanted to fight pirates anymore. The smaller pirate gangs were so weak that the Larkinsons hardly gained any meaningful lessons from crushing them. The larger pirate groups, on the other hand, always employed forbidden or unusual means of retaliation which dealt a disproportionate amount of damage. The Larkinsons were tired of fighting against those that played dirty. The old war veterans within the clan already longed to return to civilized space. At least the enemies there fought with normal mechs armed with normal weapons. Joining the large fleet as it slowly left was the addition of 10 captured pirate ships. Each of them were still being swept by various crews, but that did not stop the Larkinsons from employing them as makeshift transport ships to bring home all of the loot from Ilimo. In addition to that, a lot of carriers boasted a lot of free space after the conclusion of the battle. Some of their spaces were occupied with broken mechs that could still be restored. Other spaces held broken parts or packed containers. During this quiet journey, Ves brought his students and assistant mech designers to the Red Feather. The crowd of mech designers attracted a lot of attention as they approached the Shield of Samar. The heavily customized Aurora Titan mech conveyed a powerful impression on everybody. Its gold-coated briar alloy exterior conveyed a sense of mass and density. The sheer thickness of its armor plating and tower shield made any human standing next to it feel small. Wow! Michael gasped. Even though we're surrounded by the glows of different bright warriors, this one still manages to retain its own presence. The shield of Samar's glow was stronger and more enduring than any other Aurora Titan. Ves sensed considerably more life from the mech. He eagerly studied its feel and carefully observed its spiritual foundation. Visiting Janzi's personal mech was the right choice. Now that he was looking for it, he observed several developments that already caused the mech to stand out from other LMC mechs. While Ves studied the mech in his own way, his assistants admired the mech from their own perspectives. Even if they knew little about the spiritual aspects of mech design, they still sensed something unique from the Shield of Samar. Just look at this mech, Rena Orion uttered with an uncharacteristically gentle tone of voice. This is more than a machine. There is a beating heart that is in tune with its mech pilot. What are you talking about? Someone else scratched her head. I admit the mech is fantastic, but it is a stretch to say it has a beating heart. You wouldn't understand. If Ves heard Rena's words, he would have paid a lot more attention to her. If the former citizen of the Common Federation managed to sense more from one of his works, then that meant she might be more compatible with his design philosophy than others. She already chose her own path, though. She was still committed to specializing in targeting systems. This mech should have been heavier, Catherine Evanson thoughtfully remarked. Its mobility is almost as bad as a heavy mech, while its defensive properties could have been significantly stronger. The super medium weight class is hardly ever used for good reason. Duke in French nodded in agreement. It's slow and unwieldy. It's a de facto heavy mech. It just lacks the mass and some distinctive elements. It's a bit of a pity that its attack capabilities are limited. There is still a lot of extra room for a rifle or a cannon module. The Shield of Samar may be the famed mech of an honorable expert pilot, but the people who approached the mech were mech designers. It was in their nature to study different mechs and decipher their distinctive strengths and weaknesses. Hardly any mechs were sacred in their eyes. Overall, the Braves did not have much good to say about the mech. Certainly, its defensive capabilities were formidable, especially after its latest overhaul replaced its older armor plating with briar alloy. However, this upgrade pretty much negated the utility of its weak polarizing module. The defense it offers was very paltry compared to the sheer resilience offered by its armor plating. The Aurora Titan design was one of V's more radical mech designs. It pursued extreme defense and sacrificed almost everything to achieve this goal. That didn't make it a popular seller. If not for the discovery that its glow was somewhat effective in shielding against other glows, it would have been relegated to the LMC's archives. The Aurora Titan's utility hardly increased even with this discovery. While more and more battlefields featured LMC mechs, they were still far from ubiquitous. The smaller outfits were especially leery of buying an oversized Space Knight with hardly any mobility or flexibility. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. The Aurora Titan design sorely needs an update. He wasn't in a hurry to do so, though. He already had a lot of projects on his plate. Right now, he didn't believe he could design a substantially better iteration of the Aurora Titan with the same budget and other constraints. The Shield of Samar was different. As a custom mech, its budget vastly exceeded that of its regular counterparts. Now that Janzi advanced to expert pilot, Ves had to raise the limits of the mech even further. The budget of an expert mech was huge. A typical second-class expert mech could cost between several billion hex credits to 100 billion hex credits. Since Ves wasn't short on money or resources these days, he wanted to aim a bit higher for the first expert mech iteration of the Shield of Samar. Even if he decided not to use unending alloy to strengthen its structure, he was still willing to spend up to 50 billion hex credits to supplement or replace its Briar alloy exterior. Briar alloy is good, but it's far from the most resilient second-class material out there. The best Friday Man and Hexer mechs actually enjoy considerably better protection. It was a bit premature for him now to consider these design choices. Gloriana and him hadn't even decided who they wanted to pull in to assist their expert mech design project. He focused on his primary goal for this visit, which was to figure out a means to instill more individuality in his future works. As Ves spent more time on observing the Shield of Samar with his spiritual senses, he finally realized how it expressed its individuality. His eyes widened as he realized that the Shield of Samar's spiritual foundation wasn't as bland as he was used to. It had actually changed as a whole. It was as if Janzi's extensive use of the Shield of Samar slowly altered its spiritual foundation. Compared to regular Aurora Titans, the Shield of Samar not only possessed a stronger spiritual foundation, but also showed greater signs of identity. What Ves previously likened to an empty plot of land on which he could build a house was actually more animated than he thought. It was the soul of a mech. While every properly fabricated mech derived its spiritual foundation from the design, once it took shape, it was able to develop further into a unique direction. This growth and development mainly affected the spiritual foundation. Therefore, the key to increasing the individual expression of a mech lay in facilitating this natural process. Why is the Shield of Samar so much further along this transformation than my other mechs? He frowned. There were many LMC mechs in his clan. Just this hangar alone was filled with bright warriors. Due to one of his policies, the avatars of myth tried to reassign as little mech pilots as possible. Ves hoped that every mech pilot developed a close and personal bond with their mech just like Janzi had accomplished with her Shield of Samar. Yet despite piloting their mechs for many months, Ves hardly observed any meaningful changes yet to the bright warriors around him. Their individual character remained largely uniform, which showcased how difficult it was for a mech pilot to truly grow their mechs. It will probably take years of dedicated use for anyone to notice a substantial difference. That was too long. Not every mech pilot was like Venerable Janzi or General Axlar Strion. Both of them possessed the willingness and means to stick to a single mech for the rest of their lives. That did not mean that his other customers were able to adopt this model. Developing a strong dependence on a single mech was good as long as the mech existed. Yet a lot could change over the years. It could end up destroyed in battle. It could turn into an obsolete mech design as its original designer no longer published any revisions. Another possible problem was that most mech pilots did not own the mechs they piloted. They could be reassigned or kicked out of their outfits at any time. Finally, it was very costly to customize and upgrade a mech. No ordinary outfit would waste money on such an expensive and inefficient endeavor. All of these reasons meant that VS shouldn't view Venerable Janzi's development trajectory as an example. What he truly needed to do was to come up with a different development trajectory that was much more suitable for the mass market. He felt like he was missing something. He turned his attention back to the shield of Samar. What makes you different? Out of all of his mechs, the shield of Samar was the only mech that had experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs of its pilot. This was probably the reason why it had advanced so much. VS knew that every breakthrough released a lot of spirituality in the form of force of will. The mech pilot in question burst through a bottleneck, causing their force of will to temporarily reach a very high level of strength. It couldn't last, though. Over time, the mech pilot in question lost control of the excess energy. What happened to this excess energy? Most of it should have dissipated and drifted off into the imaginary realm. But what if some of that stuck around? What if the mech, which possessed an intimate and active bond with the mech pilot through the man-machine connection, absorbed some of these byproducts? Does the shield of Samar possess Janzi's essence? A radical theory popped up in his mind. What if the shield of Samar advanced to a higher state by absorbing Janzi's spiritual emissions? Though it was just a guess, it made a lot of sense. Force of will was alive. If the shield of Samar absorbed some of it, then not only would it become more in tune with the source, but also gain the vigor to develop a more unique character. This was the key he sought to increase the individuality of his mechs. On its own, his mechs weren't able to grow on their own. They needed to be used for a long time by their mech pilots to diverge from their original molds. The main downside to this gradual process was that the change didn't happen fast enough. Mechs weren't humans, after all. The life they possessed was too deficient. If the mech is lacking something, why not take it from the mech pilot? As long as he was able to incorporate this process in his mech designs, then they would be able to acquire an individual character a lot faster than before. Still, such a process can be extremely dangerous. In order to increase the life of a mech, the mech pilot had to make a sacrifice. Nothing comes for free. Chapter 23:31, Finding a Direction. Visiting the Red Feather in order to observe the shield of Samar up close bore fruit. VS not only learned how it expressed its individuality, but also developed a strong guess how it came about. At the heart of it, the shield of Samar grew alongside its mech pilot. The mech experienced Janzi's every victory or loss, every boring patrol, and every live practice session. Each time they bonded together, Janzi gained something from her mech. At the same time, the shield of Samar gained something from its mech pilot. VS believed that this exchange was a slow and gradual process in ordinary cases. The spiritual foundation of his products started off weak. Giving too much of it away to the mech pilot risked damaging its root. Normal mech pilots also couldn't give too much of themselves away. The spirituality of the majority of mech pilots was so small that they were almost invisible in his spiritual vision. Only those with spiritual potential were able to donate more, but what they could contribute was very paltry compared to expert candidates and expert pilots. In fact, now that Janzi advanced to expert pilot, her force of will had grown by leaps and bounds. Not only that, but as long as she continued to grow, her resonance strength and other spiritual parameters would likely grow exponentially stronger. If she could only feed the shield of Samar with a single biscuit with every piloting session when she was an expert candidate, now she was capable of serving an entire meal. In the future, this would become even more exaggerated. Perhaps she was capable of feeding an entire container's worth of food when she reached the limit of an expert pilot. The problem is that her case is an exception. Most of my mech pilots don't have any hope of becoming expert candidates or expert pilots. Ves returned to his stateroom. He didn't look much better than Lucky, who was still splayed on his table while slowly waiting for his mechanical body to recover. Meow. Now that he thought about it, Lucky might have absorbed some life as well. According to Keddies, the gem cat bit the statue of the Unending One when it was actively releasing darkness. Perhaps one of the reasons why Lucky's spirituality felt so weak was because it was having trouble digesting the darkness he inadvertently absorbed. Ves sharpened his eyes as he observed his cat for signs of abnormality. However, aside from intensifying the definition of his black tiger stripes, Lucky hardly looked any different. There weren't any signs of contamination. Ves closely probed Lucky's spirituality, much to the cat's annoyance, and found no remnant influence or parasitic existence. Of course, Ves wasn't arrogant enough to believe he was able to detect any signs of impropriety, but he intuitively knew that Lucky remained pure. Lucky ate exotics all the time. His ability to phase wasn't his greatest strength. Aside from his ability to produce gems, Ves most admired his absorption ability. He became whatever he ate. Yet the downside of this was that it cost a lot of valuable resources to keep Lucky sated. Whatever entered his stomach disappeared from reality. It's a zero-sum game. Adding something meant removing something else. Ves couldn't cheat this process. Either he gave up some valuable exotics, or he kept Lucky deprived of his food. There was no way he could avoid both outcomes at the same time. The same should apply to growing mechs. Growth was a costly transformation. Babies needed care and nutrition in order to grow up into healthy adults. Seeds required soil and a source of energy to grow into vigorous plants. Ves had to expend a lot of materials to build a mech. In short, almost every process in reality consisted of some sort of exchange. The same should apply to life. To grow the life of a mech, a price needed to be paid. So far, Ves couldn't think of anything a mech pilot could pay except for his own presence, and the life he bore in his mind. The man-machine connection forged a convenient channel to facilitate this transaction. Yet the reason why most LMC mechs weren't able to grow that much was because most mech pilots were too weak. Certainly, it was not as if they were completely incapable. Ves sensed at least some progress in every LMC mech in the Larkinson clan. It was just that the rate of progress was too slow. Only Venerable Janzi and the expert candidates jumped out of this pattern. Their stronger force of wills provided much more nutrition to their mechs. If this is true, then individuality is basically a luxury. Only stronger mech pilots are able to develop their mechs. This was not what Ves wanted. Sure, it was definitely good if high-ranking mech pilots gained significantly more from his mechs. Ves did not object to the advantages they gained due to the merit of their strength. Yet Ves was not like Gloriana, who would likely be content with designing expert mechs for the rest of her life. While he hadn't explicitly thought about it, Ves wanted his products to be available to everyone. It was fine if expert pilots gained more out of his products. What Ves didn't enjoy was if the main benefit of piloting his mechs was largely deprived from his general audience. Some mech designers believed that they benefited the most if they designed the strongest mechs. These passionate people were readily willing to give up on providing mechs to the masses. Such an outcome did not sit well with Ves. While he didn't develop an obsession to push his mechs onto every mech pilot in existence, he still wanted to offer those who were willing an opportunity to grow alongside a living mech. VS could forget about progressing his mech designer if he didn't solve this problem. How can I facilitate the growth of a mech when their mech pilots don't have much to offer? He scratched his head. Maybe both of them have to work together. As long as they achieve greater synergy, perhaps a remarkable transformation can take place. He developed a few preliminary ideas how he could accomplish this. The problem was that he wasn't sure about any of them without testing them for real. This is risky, though. Unlike most of his spiritual experiments, his latest ideas involved both mechs and mech pilots in combination. How could he create a method to accelerate the individual growth of his mechs if he didn't test it out with actual mechs? Not just any mech would do. VS had to conduct his experiments with LMC mechs. This was very troublesome. Do I have any other choice than pairing up my test subjects with my products? The Battle of Yulamo's Citadel delivered a lot of fresh test subjects to his holding cells. At least several of them were surviving mech pilots. Each of them possessed spiritual potential, but due to their chaotic lifestyles they were no close to advancing to expert candidates. Regardless, their spiritual potential provided them with a greater degree of tolerance towards losses than other mech pilots. This was good. It meant the chance his experiments killed his mech pilots was low. Yet VS still had to test his experiments on mech pilots without spiritual potential as well. VS frowned a bit. Every pirate captive the Larkinsons picked up so far consisted entirely of people with spiritual potential. Those who didn't possess this quality were deemed useless. The Larkinsons outright executed the hardened pirates. Those who were innocents were spared from this fate. The clan merely left them behind at Yulamo and told them to do whatever they wanted. It didn't matter. In time, some other powerful pirate group would come to the half-broken pirate base and rebuild it anew. I should have grabbed some of them on the way out. Perhaps the Larkinson clan would be lucky enough to stumble on a weak pirate outfit along the way out. If that happened, VS could easily get his hands on some suitable test subjects. In the meantime, VS spent a few hours on theorizing. He wanted to flesh out every idea as much as possible before he resorted to actual experiments. I need to make some progress quickly. The Chiron and many of my other ongoing design projects can benefit from this innovation. Individuality, not uniformity, was the key to progressing his mech design. VS had already noticed that his design seed had become more active than ever during the last few hours. VS believed he was on the right track. As long as he discovered the right method and developed it further, he believed that he could make it all the way to senior. It might take a couple of decades, but once his mechs started to develop their own individual characters after days of use, then glows should no longer be the primary selling points of his mechs. Wait! I forgot about the third player in the game! Glows. Glows came from design spirits, which were very powerful spiritual entities. Their power was immense. They constantly grew stronger due to the sheer volume of spiritual feedback they derived from mech pilots. His most popular model, the Desolate Soldier, was being piloted by millions of mech pilots spread throughout the Komodo Star sector and beyond. However, not all of it was useful. When VS inspected the state of the Solemn Guardian, he already noted that the design spirit was already saturated with spiritual energy. Even if tens of millions of mech pilots were added to the equation, the Solemn Guardian didn't actually benefit. The spiritual feedback that all of those ordinary mech pilots provided was too low in quality. The Solemn Guardian was flooded with so much low-quality spiritual feedback that the design spirit was forced to discard most of it. It was like pouring water into a mug. At some point, pouring additional water merely caused the liquid to spill over. Where does all of that excess water go? Basically, all of it went away. This was a pretty egregious waste of spiritual energy. Even if it was very heterogeneous, it was still a resource that could be spent. What if Ves took this excess spiritual energy and instead fed it to the spiritual foundation of his mechs? It would have gone to waste otherwise. Though the spiritual feedback of a single mech pilot was minuscule, combining them all together resulted in a very considerable quantity. Of course, it wasn't easy to accomplish his desired outcome. All of that mixed spiritual energy was very diverse and mixed with a lot of junk. Recklessly feeding them into a mech would probably warp the mechs. This was where his design spirit came in. Directly feeding the spiritual junk from millions of mech pilots into a specific was wrong. It needed to be processed, and what better way to do so than through the design spirit? Ves glanced at Lucky. In a way, weren't design spirits similar to Lucky? They ate all kinds of junk and produced remarkably uniform output in return. What Ves had to do was to establish a spiritual mechanism where the output of his design spirit was being put back into mechs. He suddenly halted. There's a problem with this method. Feeding a mech with the spiritual energy of its own design spirit would only reinforce its uniformity. How could the mech pilot possibly develop a closer relation with his mech if it continued to align itself to its design spirit? Ves needed to add another process. He began to develop a headache as he tried to figure out a way to solve this new problem. He felt as if he needed to do more and more spiritual engineering to come up with increasingly more sophisticated solutions. Despite these difficulties, Ves began to grin. At least I have found my direction. This is better than getting lost. Chapter 2332 Legacy Mechs. New theories and ideas flowed into his mind. Ves faced a very challenging problem, and it took the utmost of his creativity and problem-solving skills to derive a viable solution. His goals sounded simple. He wanted to increase the individual expression of his mechs. Right now, it took either years of constant use or complete dedication for any mech pilot to mold a specific mech in a unique direction. Individuality in mechs was rather subtle in the first place. Unless someone could match Janzi's extreme devotion, the difference it could make in battle was rather marginal. His ambition didn't really sound that impressive, to be honest. Certainly, making a mech more responsive to the mech pilots sounded like a noble goal. However, a competing mech with 20% higher firepower could easily beat the inferior mech despite its excellent compatibility with its mech pilot. The advantage of a mech that maximized performance was that they delivered a predictable level of performance to every mech pilot. In other words, a well-maintained standard mech wouldn't exhibit remarkably better or remarkably worse performance. This was less so with his own products. Living mechs that possessed the capacity to love or hate their own mech pilots could influence its effective performance by adjusting their fit to their mech pilots. In other words, by unlocking the capacity for mechs to judge their own mech pilots, Ves introduced a new variable that his customers needed to take into account. This was not always good. As someone who presided over 1,000 mechs himself, he knew that leaders such as him wanted his mechs to be as uniform as possible. At this scale, mechs that performed unexpectedly worse or better threw off his calculations. Certainly, if a mech performed better than usual, Ves would welcome this outcome. However, the nature of his design philosophy meant that his mechs could accept as well as reject their mech pilots. If the latter occurred, then that was quite an unpleasant surprise. As long as the mech buyer bought the most suitable LMC mech for a mech pilot, then the chances of rejection should be low. However, would every mech buyer be as attentive? What if funding and opportunity constraints prevented a buyer to perform proper matching between mechs and mech pilots? There is also the imprinting issue. What happened when mechs that molded themselves to specific mech pilots received different users? Would the individuality of a mech prompt it to reject mech pilots they weren't accustomed to accommodating? That would be quite bad. A mech that had developed an individual character that effectively performed 20 or 30% worse was a disaster in an actual battle. The desirability, practicality, and longevity of his products would definitely drop if this became a reality. However, mechs didn't necessarily have to develop in this fashion. What if he designed the individuality of mechs with successive users in mind from the very start? As long as he configured the spiritual foundation of his mechs correctly, then they ought to be able to adjust to the next user. Perhaps this can even be touted as a benefit rather than a burden. The most fitting word that encapsulated this concept was legacy. Ves wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this concept. Inspired by natural spiritual entities such as Kalanxo, he designed all of his spiritual products with legacy in mind. In fact, it was even a core feature for his two ancestral spirits. Both the Golden Cat and the Superior Mother were explicitly designed to come into greater power as they grew older. The wisdom and strength they derived from generations of Larkinsons and Hexers constantly allowed them to develop across generations. Goldie would likely become a completely different spiritual entity a century from now. At that time, she might rival or exceed Kalanxo's current level of strength. If his mechs developed in a similar fashion, then as they grew older, they would actually be able to accrue value over time. This was different from many other consumer mechs. As technology advanced and tactics evolved, older mechs became increasingly more irrelevant. Their technological constraints caused their performance to lag more and more in relation to more modern mechs. What if this is not the case anymore? What if my mechs are able to develop a unique quality over time? What if this quality is so valuable and unable to be replicated in any other way that plenty of people would love to use them on an ongoing basis? Such a mech would transcend the definition of commodity. A living, growing mech like this would cease to become interchangeable with comparable mechs. Even if two living mechs were derived from the same design, fabricated from the same manufacturing complex, and worked on by the same crew in the same week, they could become completely different beasts after several years of active use on the battlefield. His passion for this new category of mechs flared up as his imagination went wild with this idea. His design seed loved the concept of legacy mechs. It's not enough to design living mechs. I have to make them desirable to their users in order to ensure they are properly cared for. Older mechs shouldn't be discarded like trash. Ves fully embraced this new concept. If possible, he wanted to turn this into one of the main characteristics of most of his mech designs from this point onwards. Aside from mechs which demanded a high degree of uniformity, or temporary mechs such as those designed for single duels, adding the possibility for mechs to grow richer in character would definitely bring him closer to bringing his ambition into fruition. The whole point about designing living mechs was to make them more valued. Certainly, he hadn't forgotten that they were meant to be used in battle. They would always remain at least somewhat expendable. That did not mean that his mechs should be treated as trash. Just like how he treated his own clansmen, those who were alive needed to be nurtured and properly taken care of. How else would he be able to send them off to fight a difficult opponent when it truly mattered? Though there was an inherent contradiction between these two desires, but Ves was used to holding conflicting thoughts. Ves did not seek an absolute with regards to his products. It was fine if their owners valued them as much as their children, but he wouldn't shed a tear if their owners subsequently lost a bunch of LMC mechs in a difficult battle. Every mech was built for combat. The nature of combat always entailed the prospect of suffering undesirable losses. Any mech designer who couldn't bear the thought of their products suffering ignoble ends weren't suitable for the profession. His hands twitched. He ached to put his ideas in reality. Now that Task Force Predator had left Yulamo's citadel, and was slowly making its way out of the periphery of the Nixian Gap, there should be plenty of time for him to develop a means to turn this fantastic concept into reality. He returned to one of his earlier ideas. To develop the character of a mech, it needed to grow. To do so, the mech needed to be fed with a sufficient amount of spiritual nutrients. A newly produced LMC mech and an ordinary mech pilot did not possess much spiritual strength. Neither of the two were able to supply the spirituality needed to develop the character of the mech. At best, an ordinary mech pilot was just able to keep his mech alive on a starvation diet. Therefore, the only chance to feed the mech with the spiritual energy required to grow at a rate comparable to the evolution of the Shield of Sama was to tap another source. This was where his design spirits came in. Most of them possessed too much spiritual energy, and weren't able to make effective use of their excess. Instead of throwing their junk away, why not channel it to the hungry little mechs they watched over? One spirit's trash was another mech's treasure. Ves called up the Chiron design on his desk terminal and studied it for a time. As a minor design project, his assistants contributed the most to the training mech design. Due to its technical complexity, Gloriana still made sure to solve every difficult problem, or give the assistants enough direction for them to come up with solutions themselves. The entire mech design had already reached a fairly advanced stage. It only needed a month of refinement before it reached the prototype testing phase. The entire mech is infused with the essence of adaptability and development, he remarked as he studied the mech from a spiritual angle. Though much of it was due to his deliberate manipulation, the efforts of Gloriana and the design teams assigned to develop the Chiron all added up as well. Each of them constantly thought about increasing the Chiron's fit to the young Larkinson mech cadets who were destined to pilot it in the future. As he studied the Chiron design further, he suddenly realized a big issue. Its current designated design spirit was the Golden Cat. Since the Chiron was exclusive to the Larkinsons, this was a fitting choice. Ves hoped that every young mech cadet who piloted the Chiron would grow up into a skilled mech pilot that completely dedicated his or her life to the Larkinson clan. It helped that the Larkinsons explicitly specialized in piloting mechs. Goldie may not be able to match the likes of the Solemn Guardian in terms of quantity of bonds, but every mech pilot connected to her was much more skilled than average. Over time, the mech pilots connected to Goldie should also develop a distinctive piloting style unique to the Larkinson clan. All of this meant that the Chiron under Goldie taught mech cadets how to pilot a mech the Larkinson way instead of the standard way. The problem that Ves faced at the moment was that Goldie hadn't reached saturation yet. She was only connected to a modest amount of people compared to his other design spirits. She also had plenty of room to grow. Taking away her spiritual energy at this stage would only slow down her growth. Is that true, though? Ves didn't necessarily assume that compelling Goldie to expend her energy would affect her growth. It might be that such an exertion might exercise her instead. Right now, he lacked too much information. The only way to see what would happen was to implement it in reality, and to do that he needed to conduct some tests with some expendable mech pilots. Knowing that time was of the essence, Ves began to draw up a quick experiment in his mind to test his ideas. I should use an existing mech instead of an incomplete one, he muttered. The Chiron may have developed to an advanced stage, but it was far from ready to be fielded, especially outside of lab conditions. He needed to perform his experiments on a different mech. It should be a mature design and one that wasn't too strong. The desolate soldier fits. His fleet had plenty of them lying around. Even if they were fairly weak, their glows were still useful in motivating the mech forces that didn't possess the bright warrior. The living sentinels were especially fans of the classic. VS ordered the living sentinels to transfer a spare desolate soldier mech to the Scarlet Rose's hangar bay. He wasn't ready to implement his experiments on the entire mech design. That would have been reckless to the extreme. I only need to try it out on a single mech first, just to see if my direction is viable. His current goal was to try and find a way to transform a cheap and fairly disposable desolate soldier mech into something greater. As long as he could do it with a cheap mech, he could do it with a more expensive mech. VS raised his fist. In the future, all of my mechs will turn into legacy mechs. Chapter 2333, Vacation Planning. When VS entered the design lab, he immediately sensed a subdued mood among his mech designers. After asking a few questions, he quickly found out why his braves weren't so cheerful at the moment. The design lab sat adjacent to the mech workshop. Normally, that wasn't much of a problem, but this time was different. VS recalled that he ordered the statue of the Unending One to be moved in the workshop. Even though the statue was completely inert, every assistant had taken a look at it and regretted their decision. The frightfully lifelike depiction of the tentacled whale caused everyone to recall the terror they felt at the appearance of the giant avatar of the Dark God. Though the Black Cats made sure that none of the footage of the Battle of Yulamos Citadel at that stage survived, the memories still lived on. Glimpsing the unnerving black alloy statue was enough to trigger people's trauma. As VS stepped inside the mech workshop, he didn't really see what the fuss was all about. Certainly, the supposed Dark God did look very intimidating, but to VS it was merely a very powerful spirit that somehow managed to survive the death of its own species and the passage of time. He walked up to its base and kicked the metal surface. No divine punishment rained down on his head. He sneered. You're nothing but a broken statue. Whatever magic you possessed is gone. If my braves are so afraid of you, then I'll just keep you here until my subordinates finally get over their fears. If there was one benefit to the Battle of Yulamos Citadel, it was that VS learned that more spiritual threats existed than he anticipated. The Five Scrolls Compact definitely loomed the largest, but the existence of these supposed dark gods opened his eyes from threats that originated outside humanity. The galaxy was more complicated than he thought. In the distant past and long before humans evolved to create fire, many sentient alien races already roamed the stars. The ubiquity of communication crystals among several alien races hinted that these aliens were all acquainted with each other. Perhaps the Luminar race possessed the same tech base as whatever forsaken alien race the Unending One belonged to. They just used the same base technologies and designed them according to their individual needs. For example, the Tsianti crystals that VS once used in the frontier should have been created by a normally sized alien race. The new Zona crystals that the Larkinson clan looted from Yulamos Citadel ought to be the inventions of bigger alien races. The Luminar race definitely should have developed their own communication crystals as well. Theirs were probably small in order to accommodate the diminutive sizes of their users. Since VS lacked the equipment to process unending alloy, he left the statue alone. There was no point in trying to melt it down or reshape the metal into something else such as a personal suit of armor. While he deeply wanted to increase his personal protection, he really couldn't do anything if the only way to break the statue was by resorting to Lucky's special teeth. A few days passed as VS handled various design responsibilities at the time. Though he made sure to spend at least some hours on tinkering the desolate soldier mech that had been brought to the Scarlet Rose, he also had to work on his other design projects as well. VS grimaced a bit. The Battle of Yulamos Citadel and its aftermath distracted him for an entire week. During this time, he simply wasn't able to spend a sufficient amount of time on progressing his design projects, and it showed. It didn't take much to see that Gloriana was quite annoyed with his absence. Without his help, their major design projects hadn't progressed as much as she wished. Both projects were running behind schedule. During a joint design session, Ves sat together with Gloriana's physical projection as they observed the Valkyrie Redeemer design. Though the mech still needed plenty of refinement, the overall direction of the mech had already been set. Ves was pleased with how the mech was geared towards channeling a suppressive glow to a target that was kilometers away. With his expanded spiritual understanding, he became even more confident that the Hexer mech would soon become known as a fearsome raider in the Komodo War. While Ves wanted to implement the legacy mech concept to the Valkyrie Redeemer, this Hexer mech was arguably the one that least needed it out of all of his current projects. In a high-intensity war where both sides sought immediate results, it didn't make that much sense to deliver mechs that still needed at least a year of regular use to come into power. Additionally, the military reassigned its mech pilots to different machines fairly frequently, especially in wartime. Mechs fell all the time, and his blessed squires doubtlessly got destroyed by the thousands at this time. In such a grueling conflict, the allure of legacy mechs paled in comparison to the strong and distinctive glows that imposed unmatched uniformity among many mech pilots. Mechs used in wars also evolved frequently. The enemy constantly tried to counter successful mech models. In some cases, it made sense to drop ineffective mech models in favor of newer ones that weren't countered yet. Forcing soldiers to pilot outdated or easily exploitable mechs was not a good way to win a massive war, especially when both sides were still flush with money and resources. Ves knew that it wouldn't be good for his Hexer mech designs if the Komodo War dragged on for more than 5 years. This was a very long period of time that would doubtlessly evoke rapid evolution of all of the mechs used in the fighting. Instead of spending time on designing new mechs, Ves and Gloriana would instead be compelled to spend at least some of their design time on updating the Blessed Squire, Valkyrie Redeemer, and other existing mech models. Even if he could pass at least some of this work to his assistants, it was still an unwanted burden. The Komodo War had to end quickly. The best way for Ves to help the Hexers crush the Fridaymen was to make sure to supply mechs with strong glows to the Hex army. For this reason, Ves and Gloriana decided to allocate most of their available design time to completing the Valkyrie Redeemer. Both decided to pause the Cat's Paw project. While the heavy artillery mech was still important, its priority wasn't as high. Their factory ship wasn't ready to be delivered in around half a year. The clan's existing space-borne mechs already offered sufficient protection. "I'm so happy!" Gloriana sighed contentedly as her physical projection leaned against his shoulder. "I miss this so much. Designing mechs isn't the same without you. When will you return?" "Less than 2 months if there aren't any pirates in our task force's way. We're not looking for any confrontations anymore, so we shouldn't be pulled in too many fights. We still have plenty of mechs to deter almost every pirate group in Maynard Fields and Wreckage Paradise." Ves took a deep breath, smelling his fiancée's flowery scent. He had become used to the wonders of physical projection technology. The simulation of reality was so realistic that Ves was easily able to ignore the fact that Gloriana wasn't physically present at the moment. "Ves?" "Yes, honey?" "Do you really intend to travel to Majestic Teal Star Sector once we are ready to leave the Komodo Star Sector?" He nodded. "We need to make our way to the nearest Beyonder Gate. That will take a few years of travel. Along the way, we have to keep earning merits. There is plenty of work available in Vicious Mountain." "That's true, but I have additional reasons to travel to Majestic Teal. Visiting the Life Research Association allows us to fulfill 3 objectives. First, many scientists in the LRA are obsessed with the study of life. Debating and exchanging knowledge with them will definitely allow me to progress my design philosophy. This is what I need, Gloriana." "I understand," she replied. "I would pursue this opportunity as well if I were in your shoes. Aside from that, we need to hire a lot of excellent doctors, geneticists, implant surgeons, exobiologists, and other biotech experts. We have already adopted plenty of talents in our clan. I haven't remained idle back on Synax 6. Ves shook his head. That's different. All of them are third-class professionals. That won't cut it, especially since I've promised to provide every participant of this excursion a free set of implants and gene mod templates. Delivering this promise was a huge burden. Third-class professionals weren't qualified to work with second-class augments. Aside from spending a lot of time and effort in raising their competences, it was much more convenient to hire professionals who were ready to work with advanced solutions right away. In other words, he needed more people like Rania Woden. Okay, I'll give you that. She spoke. It's not easy to acquire these skilled professionals. Now that the Komodo War has entered full swing, most of the people that I could have hired for you are preoccupied with assisting in the war effort. That was a good thing in his eyes. The less hexers in the clan, the better. As far as he was concerned, Gloriana had quietly given up her attempts to push her fellow hexers into the clan. The culture and ideals of the Larkinsons explicitly emphasized equality, which was something that hexer ideology fundamentally opposed. What's the third reason for traveling to the LRA? I already told you that. The pirates that helped us conquer Ulamos Citadel want to be reunited with their families. I've graciously cleared their names, so they shouldn't be wanted by the authorities anymore. I don't think this reunion will go as smoothly as you think. She pressed her finger against his chest. You only managed to convince the MTA to stop treating them as outlaws. That doesn't mean that they are welcome to return to the Life Research Association. What if their domestic enemies still remember them? What if certain high-ranked officials of the LRA begin to push our clan away due to this reason? Have you thought of these possibilities? Ves frowned. I know. God damn it, Gloriana, I'm not a politician. That doesn't mean you should overlook these basic but very impactful consequences. Bringing the wrong people might be taken as a provocation to certain factions. While the LRA isn't as powerful as the Friday Coalition or the Hexadric Hegemony, it is still capable of crushing our entire fleet with its military. The need to hire a diplomat, or someone adept at managing both politics and external relations, became greater. Though Calabast already somewhat fulfilled this role, she mainly engaged in intrigue. Though diplomacy and intrigue had much in common, they ultimately demanded different approaches and different competences. Ves didn't have any immediate candidates, sadly. None of his Larkinsons were particularly adept at this job, and hiring a third-rater was not the best idea. Only someone who grew up in a second-rate state possessed the innate bearing and ability to command respect from the powers that Ves would likely engage with in the future. The two began to discuss other destinations that they wished to visit. Ves suggested they should visit the Heaven's Word Association as well. While I don't have an urgent need to visit this state, Keddies and the Sword Maidens would probably love it if we make a stop here. The people of the Heaven's Word Association are all obsessed with swords. I can see how that would benefit them, but we can't divert our entire schedule just to satisfy a small majority of our clansmen. We'll just find additional reasons to visit the Heaven's Word Association. There's bound to be opportunities to earn merits in this state as well. Majestic Teal offered many more interesting destinations. Though neither Ves nor Gloriana were willing to stay too long, it shouldn't be a problem to see some of the local sites. Chapter 2334 Cracking the Secret. Joshua hesitantly pulled Janzi into a hug. While she didn't push him away, her lack of reaction showed that she didn't care too much about his gesture. Secretly, he felt quite frustrated. Just as he had made a bit of progress in earning her favor, she suddenly broke through to expert pilot. Ever since she returned from that amazing battle, it was as if she went back to being aloof again. Janzi was still the same person for the most part. Compared to the past, Joshua noticed that she had become a lot more decisive. She never changed her mind either. Once she made a decision, she rarely doubted her choice. He knew what expert pilots were supposed to be like. Many Trueblood Larkinsons spent a lot of time with other expert pilots. In fact, most Larkinson expert pilots were fairly approachable. They still possessed plenty of warmth and emotions towards their own families. The problem was that Janzi acted more distant towards him after she underwent apotheosis. Though he could still sense her love towards the Larkinson clan, it became more and more difficult for Joshua to connect to her on an individual level. Maybe their relationship was not to be. Maybe he wasn't the right boyfriend for her. The main reason he hadn't given up yet was because he still possessed a chance to turn this situation around. He just had to advance to expert pilot as well. Once he became her equal, he should be able to worm himself inside her heart again. I need to return to my duties, Joshua. She spoke as she finally shrugged off his arms and rose to her feet. I have promised to tutor a large number of mech pilots. I can't stay away for long. You just tutored a batch of mech pilots earlier. There are many mech pilots in our clan. You don't have to spend so much time on guiding them, Janzi. I disagree. We are still in dangerous territory. Our task force's battle prowess has suffered quite a lot. Though my breakthrough allows me to exert greater strength, my Shield of Samar is still a standard mech. The amount of help I can provide in battle is limited. Since I can't exert my strength in piloting mechs, I can damn well make sure to help our other colleagues perform better. She didn't accept any further arguments. She left the compartment without another word. Joshua watched her go with a difficult expression on his face. He gritted his teeth. Just you wait, Janzi. I'll catch up with you. I'll earn your acknowledgement. I did it before. I can do it again. My potential isn't any less than yours. The sooner he broke through, the better. Elsewhere on the Red Feather, Commander Melker processed the mech pilots who perished in the earlier battle. It was always hard for him to accept the avatars who died under his command. Sometimes, the responsibility was too much for him. How could he possibly return to the families of the fallen and tell them that their relatives died for a good cause? The Larkinsons botched their attack on Yulamo's citadel. There was no doubt about that. Even if they won in the end and gained an expert pilot out of it, Melker would have rather avoided the battle entirely. He momentarily removed his visor on his face to rub his exhausted eyes. He personally knew some of the avatars who died. Some of them were even Trueblood Larkinsons. Their deaths hurt him even more. While the clan could easily replenish the losses of adopted Larkinsons, the amount of Trueblood relatives in his clan only grew less and less. Until the next generation of Larkinsons grew up, repeated battles only accelerated their fading presence in the clan. It was not as if Melker looked down on the adopted. It was just a pity to see the original Larkinsons who initially followed Ves become increasingly less relevant. It was as if Ves had hoodwinked the Trueblood Larkinsons. In the future, the clan would likely be led by Larkinsons who weren't part of the original family. While their bloodline would always persist, their say in matters wouldn't be as significant as before. It was hard for them to lead the entire clan when more than 90% of the clan consisted of adopted Larkinsons and their descendants. His desk terminal chimed. Melker quickly put his visor back on his face before accepting the call. A projection of Commander Magdalena appeared in front of him. Hello, Melker. Hard day? He nodded. It's not easy. It must be even harder for you. Out of all of our commands, yours suffered the most. So far, the living Sentinels have lost almost 300 mech pilots from the time they entered the Nixian Gap. Considering that the Sentinels actually started off with 500 mech pilots, this was a devastating loss. Much of their carriers had grown much quiet as a result. Though the Sentinels endured the greatest tragedy, Commander Magdalena kept her composure. This is not the time to mourn. Not truly. It is fine to spare some thought to the fallen, but don't let it consume your attention. There are many dangers in the Nixian Gap that can still waylay us as we try to make it out of this region. Even if my sentinels have difficulty processing the losses, I cannot allow them to wallow in pity. I admire your resilience. You get used to it, she replied. I have witnessed worse in the Mech Corps during the height of the Bright Visual War. Mech pilots must live with death if they want to retain the courage to step onto the battlefield. This is even more important for Mech officers like us. We don't just have to take care of ourselves. We also have to do our best to keep our men and women alive. This is the burden of responsibility. While the commanders of the avatars of myth and the living sentinels discussed how to cope with the responsibilities they bore, elsewhere in the fleet, Kedis sat behind a terminal in the design lab of the Scarlet Rose. Ever since she fought to end the ritual that threatened the task force, she was filled with multiple great ideas. She felt as if her understanding of mechs and swordsmanship had evolved. Coming up with the Monster Slayer concept was just one of her benefits. 3 different incomplete mech designs projected in front of her. Each of them weren't that good, as Ves already made clear, but they were hers. Just because they possessed faults didn't mean she should throw them away. She had spent the last days refining them until she was happy with her changes. The mechs became a bit more responsive and a bit more capable of swinging their swords. Still, it was the 4th projected design that attracted most of her attention. It was just a sketch for now. Kitty stretched out a finger and added a new line to the collection of contours. The preliminary draft of her Monster Slayer design became a bit more visible. Though Kitty's opted to design a medium mech, the tight proportions of the draft design made it clear that it was oriented around mobility. Her Monster Slayer was designed to fight against stronger and larger opponents. The design needed to possess a lot of skill expression, and the best way to do that was to increase their mobility. The price for that was less armor. For a 3rd-class mech, this was a very painful trade-off. It was not as bad with 2nd-class designs. Thin and light armor systems still provided at least some effective defense, especially if the Monster Slayer enjoyed a generous budget. She was sure that Ves would agree to give her the room to design an expensive mech. The Monster Slayer was targeted towards the Sword Maidens. Kedis wanted to provide her fellow sisters with a mech that best matched their swordsmanship style. She originally intended to make her Monster Slayer a 3rd-class mech design. However, she changed her mind when she realized that her fellow sisters urgently needed stronger mechs in order to face the enemies of the future. The problem was that despite her frantic study efforts, she was still too far off from becoming a qualified 2nd-class mech designer. It helps that I don't have to study so many different subjects. She didn't intend to study a lot of subjects related to ranged mechs and other mechs. If she ever needed to add ranged weapons to her mech, she could just ask for help from Ves or other colleagues. There was no need for her to spread her time too much. That said, even if she studied the bare minimum of topics, it would still take years for her to get anywhere close to designing a 2nd-class mech. Maybe I should get an implant just like Ves, she muttered. She was a bit reluctant to do so. While she didn't share V's paranoia, right now she wasn't satisfied with her current options. Ves managed to obtain a CFA implant. If Kedis wanted to keep up with him and not be left in the dust, she needed something that was just as good. How difficult can it be to obtain a 1st-class implant? The difficulty was immense. Decent 1st-class implants likely cost more than the entire net worth of the Larkinson clan. This was a huge gap that Kedis could never catch up in the short term. The only way for her to buy such an implant was to make a lot of money by designing commercially successful mech designs. Right now, she wasn't confident in her ability to earn so much money. Her mech designs simply weren't as compelling as the mechs designed by Ves. Unlike the designs projected in front of her face, every work from her mentor possessed a touch of life. Though Ketty's primarily obsessed about swords, she also appreciated what Ves was able to do. There were plenty of times where she felt envious at how much he could add to his mech designs despite not adding any special components. Somehow, he's adding something invisible to his mech designs. What is it? How does he do it? Can I do the same? She stared at her mech designs. She focused on her defensive dual-wielding swordsman mech. Its two thick swords looked ready to slice apart a mech, or hold its thick swords in a defensive posture to block incoming attacks. She concentrated really hard and tried to emulate Ves. Nothing happened. What am I missing? She puzzled over the problem before her eyes lit up. She suddenly had a good idea. Ves has his gods, but I have my swords. She grabbed her CFA great sword and pulled it out of its sheath. She stood up from her desk and pointed its lengthy tip at her dual-wielding swordsman mech design. Sharp it! Bless this mech design with your sword energy. Sharpen its blades and help it cut through its enemies. Go! Much to her delight, Sharpa seemed to react to her request. The Grand Cutter grew more active, and Ketty's felt as if her mind sword drained a part of her concentration. She suddenly blanked out for a moment, as her mind sword released all of its energy. When she recovered from her momentary blackout, she almost collapsed back onto her seat. She hastily placed her sword back onto her desk before she accidentally cut something. What was that? It took half a minute for her to recover from her unexpected mental exertion. She still felt lethargic. She turned her attention to her mech design and stared at it for a while. Had Sharpa blessed its swords? Why does it look the same? Maybe once was not enough. Can you do that trick again, Sharpa? Her sword intent reacted negatively. Oh, maybe tomorrow? A part of her was disappointed at the lack of results. Another part of her believed she accomplished something. I definitely did something. Maybe I've cracked the secret to how Ves makes his mechs alive. Chapter 2335, Hexer Influence. Colonel Calandra Woden stood in her office. She gazed outside a heavily reinforced window. A large sprawl of buildings stretched out before her sight. Ever since thousands of Woden warriors arrived at Sinach 6, they all needed somewhere to stay and provide security to the nearby Larkinson clan. The Woden dynasty erected a heavily fortified hexagram-sided base next to the compound rented by the Larkinsons. The sheer breadth and depth of the new Hexer base significantly exceeded anything the Larkinsons witnessed. The Wodens spared no effort in fortifying it. Each base section gleamed with superior alloys. Powerful turrets and missile banks covered a very large envelope. Some of the weapons were so powerful in fact that they even threatened targets in orbit. Best of all was that the construction elements were all modular. Once the Hexers no longer needed to stay in the Sinach system, the Woden warriors only needed days to pack up all of the building blocks and depart from this rustic star system. She sneered. After staying in Sinach for several weeks, she was more than ready to return to the hegemony. Every Sentinel citizen or official she met always cowered in front of her presence. The misguided foreigners all behaved as if she and her fellow Hexers were aberrations. Fools! The Hexers were the only people who accepted the truth. Women were superior. The main reason why the rest of the galaxy rejected this truth was because the boys in charge perpetuated it for selfish reasons. Still, as much as she wanted to malign every boy who had risen far above their station, she knew she needed to be patient. As long as the Komodo War followed the current trend, it was only a matter of time before the Hexadric hegemony conquered the Friday coalition. Taking over the Komodo Star sector was just the beginning. Still, she wasn't entirely blind to the competence of the Friday men. The resistance they put up so far showed that the boys in charge of their state were willing to commit everything to drag out the war. The more death and destruction that ensued, the more the Friday men reveled in the chaos. Typical boys. Speaking of that, Calandra's mind was on another boy. As far as my observations tell me, Ves Larkinson is a typical example of a boy who has gained too much power. Melody Raft dutifully reported to the powerful Woden. He is greedy. He embraces violence. He has a penchant for taking risks, only to let his subordinates suffer the consequences of his bad decisions. He is very much a boy that poses the greatest threat to society. Calandra sneered. Why hasn't Gloriana reined him in yet? She has been taught to corral boys as well as any other female hexer. I do not exactly know, Colonel. Give me your best guess. She loves him. The current him. What I mean by that is that Miss Gloriana would much rather work with and live alongside Mr. VS when he is at his most unrestrained. As creative professionals, Gloriana values passion and dedication, and Mr. VS has those in spades. In our perspective, he may be a threat to society, but your sister doesn't really care about that. Even if Mr. VS burns the entire galaxy, she won't mind if it helps them design better mechs. She might even participate in the arson if that helps her obtain better results. A tense silence followed as Calandra digested those remarks. She did not doubt Melody's words at all. The Woden dynasty thoroughly trained the personal assistant before assigning her to her current charge. Her loyalty was impeccable, and she was trained to study all manner of human interaction. What Calandra just heard made her disappointed in her sister. Had they pampered Gloriana too much? Perhaps allowing her to travel to Centerpoint was a mistake. Can this be remedied? No, ma'am. Melody immediately replied. She will reject any attempts that she believes will harm her ambition. She harbors some very lofty goals. While I am not a mech designer, she has frequently described the immense difficulty of reaching them. She is willing to do almost anything to reach the rank of master mech designer. Consorting with a boy and allowing him to retain his worst impulses is more than acceptable to Miss Gloriana. In fact, she sees it as a benefit. How so? Calandra raised an eyebrow. Just like other boys, Mr. VS possesses a limited imagination. He can't design a good mech without gaining inspiration, and the way he gains it is through violence. He is addicted to danger because he can gain some very potent ideas for his next mech design. Take his current excursion to the Nixian Gap, for example. He has literally driven hundreds of clansmen and exiled hexers to their deaths by ordering them to storm a heavily fortified pirate base. To make it worse, the pirates have deployed hundreds of weapons of mass destruction. How have the Larkinsons managed to achieve victory? The details of the battle are rather murky to us, ma'am, Melody said with regret. All I can tell for now is that the Larkinsons hijacked some of the prohibited superweapons and turned them against their former owner. Mr. VS personally had to request dispensation from the MTA to allow his people to do so without repercussion. Neither of the two women thought well of this course of action. What a beast! Calandra snarled. The more I learn about Gloriana's boy, the more I see the worst of humanity in him. His affinity for death and destruction is among the worst that I have seen in some time. The plan went well for a time until a deviation occurred. The pirates deployed some sort of emergency measure that had threatened to annihilate every Larkinson mech involved in the attack. Only a last-minute breakthrough by a Larkinson expert candidate caused them to turn the situation around. Word of the Larkinson clan's first expert pilot had already spread throughout their local base. The Wodens hadn't missed the news. A woman had to save the Larkinsons from defeat. Calandra ironically smiled. In the end, the superior gender always has to bail out boys whenever they overreach themselves. When will they ever learn? The Larkinson clan enjoys a high proportion of expert candidates for an organization of its size. This is partially due to its heritage and partially due to the ability of Mr. Ves to attract them. We have also received word from your brother Brutus that his charge has advanced to expert pilot as well. It is very possible that the clan will soon be blessed with multiple expert pilots. All women, I suppose? All but one, Colonel. Good. Calandra nodded in satisfaction. Those women will help rein in my sister's lover. No one can ignore the will of an expert pilot. We should try and reach out to these women. Have we done so already? Melody looked reluctant. We tried. Sadly, every Larkinson expert candidate has rejected our entreaties. Our mere status and perceived reputation as hexers has made it difficult to befriend them, let alone hold a cordial conversation with them. It is difficult to get through their unenlightened minds. Continue the effort. Don't give up. It will be too late to enlighten them to the truth when they reach the rank of expert pilot. We shall continue to try. Our best option is to approach an expert candidate of the so-called Sword Maidens. It is very clear that this mech troop has some very strong hexer roots. Calandra perked up at that. Then why haven't we managed to turn them to our side? They are stubborn. Their history is also very murky. Many of our fellow hexers look down on them as degenerates. They're not even as good as third-raters, as most of them have emerged from the frontier. The Sword Maidens are former pirates. Even if they have scrubbed their names, they still can't hide the savagery that lies within their bones. That is no reason to look down on them, Melody. If every other expert candidate in the Larkinson clan is unapproachable, then we need to exploit the only opening that we have left. It's too late, ma'am. Commander Dice and her Sword Maidens doesn't have the best impression of us when she first met the Glory Battalion. Their animosity towards us has solidified as they have slowly become more integrated in the Larkinson clan. Calandra frowned. Traitors. They are women, are they not? Why are these Sword Maidens embracing the Larkinsons when their values are more aligned with ours? Much of it has to do with the characteristic glows emanated by their mechs. After spending an extensive amount of time alongside Gloriana, I have gradually realized that there are more to these glows than is apparent. The superior mother that has benefited the Hex army so much is but one of multiple gods that Mr. Ves is able to channel in his works. There are other gods, including one that the Larkinsons call the Golden Cat. I thought the Larkinsons adopted their cat symbolism because Mr. Ves adores felines. That is true, but there is more to it than you think. The Golden Cat is real. She is a similar existence to the superior mother. Of course, our Supreme is much stronger and more majestic, but the Larkinsons have each developed an invisible connection to their own god. Gloriana has mentioned that something of a network exists between every Larkinson. It causes them to recognize each other and makes it easier to recognize each other as kin. It's actually quite distressing to witness the influence the Golden Cat has on everyone who becomes a Larkinson. She is also the primary reason why all of our hexers have failed to join the clan. Their god does not allow our entry. Calandra grew grave when she heard that. The Golden Cat changes those who join the clan? Including my sister? Yes. The changes are already somewhat apparent on Miss Gloriana. It is as if she is affected by a permanent glow. Even if she still recognizes herself as a hexer, she is becoming more open to misguided ideas. This sounds dangerous. Why are we allowing the Larkinsons to brainwash my sister? Please calm down, Colonel. I have constantly kept Minister Constance in the loop. Her vision is broader than ours. She loves her daughter as much as you. She is aware of the risks, but believes the current trajectory will benefit her daughter, herself, the Woden dynasty, and our great state the most. Why? First, the brainwashing you describe is not too strong. Gloriana is a woman raised in the right way. She has never given up her identity as a hexer. While her changes are not desirable in our eyes, they will help her interact with the people she will be dealing with in the future once the Larkinson clan embarks on its expedition. That doesn't give me much comfort. Second, the moniker of miracle couple is not an exaggeration. Melody continued. Gloriana's design potential has truly lifted off once she has started to collaborate with Mr. Ves. There is an even greater mech than the Blessed Squire in development. Once the Hex Army receives this new model, some of our female military mech pilots will be able to gain a powerful new offensive option. Minister Constance believes that keeping her daughter in the Larkinson clan may significantly benefit our war effort. As much as she disliked it, Calandra agreed with this argument. The hegemony was in a tough battle. While the hegemony would surely be able to vanquish the coalition, she wouldn't reject an opportunity to end the war sooner and spare the lives of millions of valiant hexers. If my mother has made this choice, then so be it. The mech colonel sighed. Please tell me about the reorganization of the Glory Seekers. How can we ensure that they will remain loyal hexers and loyal to the Woden dynasty even as they accompany the Larkinsons in their upcoming journey? We have implemented multiple ways to. Chapter 2336 Longevity Contradiction. Ves withdrew from the desolate soldier that he had moved to the workshop. In order to open up enough space to work on the mech, he had to move the statue of the Unending One to the Scarlet Rose's hangar bay. The mech technicians stationed there did not appreciate their close proximity to the unnerving black statue. The objections only died down after someone draped a huge curtain over the monstrous-looking ornament. In any case, ever since the desolate soldier mech arrived, Ves had been tinkering with it without much aim or direction. He studied the mech. He inspected its systems. He familiarized himself with its spiritual foundation. The mech was in use for a while, but due to its relatively low performance, it was mostly used as either a backup mech or a training mech. It hadn't been used in battle since the Larkinson clan left the Ilvain Protectorate. The machine basically took up space, and that was why the living sentinels were glad to pass it over to Ves. Its silver coating looked almost as good as new, which further reinforced the notion that it was a neglected mech. Ves didn't like to see that, but this was an inevitable outcome of the growing prosperity of the Larkinson clan. The desolate soldier was solely designed to offer a cheap but effective option to resist the Sandman invasion. Its relevance against powerful human opponents was not that great. If not for its glow, the LMC would have retired the model already. Even then, the Larkinson clan had better options. Many customers throughout the Komodo Star sector still appreciated the desolate soldier's duty-based glow, but the Larkinson mech pilots had come to prefer the warmth of the bright warriors. The desolate soldier encouraged mech pilots to fight for a noble cause. The bright warrior encouraged Larkinsons to fight for their family. Of course, it also helped that the bright warrior was a bridge mech that exceeded any third-class mech in the clan's lineup. Many mech pilots were jealous at the few lucky avatars who were privileged to pilot these powerful machines. Just their awesome defensive capabilities was enough to drool over. In the previous battle, hardly any bright warrior had succumbed. The survival rate of their mech pilots evoked a lot of jealousy, and requests to supply these mechs to the Sentinels and every other mech troop. It's not that easy. He shook his head. The supply of Briar alloy is limited. I already have some better mechs in store for our clan. In time, all of our mech pilots will be paired with proper second-class mechs. He had different plans in store, but they had to wait until he returned to civilized space. He turned his attention back to the mech he had just finished servicing. Though the mech technicians assigned to perform maintenance on the mech had done a decent job in keeping it in good condition, their lack of care was apparent. Who wanted to invest a disproportionate effort to fix a tiny problem buried deep in the mech's internals? While most mechs were designed with robustness and sudden failures in mind, Ves couldn't stand the neglect. He spent multiple days fixing every little problem he managed to detect and restore the mech to its peak condition. It was an extremely wasteful use of his time. As a mech designer, just an hour's worth of his time was potentially worth billions of hex credits. This was because he could have spent his time on completing his mech design projects faster. Once some of them entered the market, Ves was sure to earn a lot of money. I don't feel I have wasted my time, though. He enjoyed tinkering with the desolate soldier. The mech might not be flashy, but it was derived from his work. It felt good to revisit one of his soldier works and contemplate what he had accomplished, how much he had progressed since he completed its design, and what he still lacked. When he compared his desolate soldier to his current work, he recognized that not a lot had changed. The Doom Guard was his latest commercial design project. Though it featured a rather innovative terror glow, its main innovation merely consisted of forcing two antagonistic two-designed spirits together. The model held value to the market. Even now, its sales continued to increase despite its inherent weaknesses. The ability to intimidate mech pilots could truly save a lot of lives and prevent more losses when utilized correctly. The problem was that his design philosophy was not as enthusiastic. Working with design spirits may be a possible way to realize his ambitions, but it wouldn't conform to his original vision. Making mechs alive in a way that caused people to mistake them as gods was certainly a grand achievement. However, a part of him disliked the thought of making powerful living mechs, only for them to be carbon copies of each other. The only individuality that the vast majority of his existing exhibited was the faint traces their users left on the mechs. To mechs such as the Desolate, Doom Guard, and the Blessed Guard, these deviations weren't intentional. They were accidents. It was similar to how someone used a tool. Long use caused the tool to acquire scratches, wear marks, and other imperfections. In many cases, tools had to be precise in order to provide the most value to their users. Any damage or deviation from the norm degraded the value of the mech. This was not what Ves wanted in his products. Life should not be an accident, nor should its value diminish as it grew. Life was something to be cherished. A mech like the desolate soldier mech in front of him deserved a better fate than being left in the dust. He even felt tempted to upgrade its armament so that it would become relevant in battle again. I can't. He shook his head. I'm better off selling this mech on the second-hand market. There are plenty of people looking for bargains. This should be the most proper way to dispose of a working mech. Just because users such as the Larkinson clan had outgrown the desolate soldier did not mean the rest of the mech market disdained these good machines. He knew that many mercenary corps and other private outfits often had difficulty keeping their heads above the water. Buying discounted second-hand goods that delivered almost just as much performance as a brand new product was a good way for them to stay in business. Of course, buying second-hand mechs was not really proper due to their reduced longevity. Even the desolate soldier that Ves had just finished servicing still showed signs of age that weren't so easily to remedy. I haven't really designed this mech with extreme longevity and durability in mind, Ves murmured. The mech was only supposed to work long enough to last the Sand War. He had made many compromises that allowed him to increase performance at the cost of longevity. His future works didn't make so many trade-offs. They were far more expensive than the desolate soldier and meant to last at least 10 years of regular use. Gloriana also disliked this trade-off. Mechs that were pushed to their limits were significantly more likely to malfunction over the course of their lifetime. Legacy mechs need to be able to live for a long time. he concluded after contemplating the fate of the desolate soldier mech in front of him. My living mechs deserve to live longer than a couple of years. It would be quite sad if most of them are discarded or recycled after 5 years of battle. That's way too short for my liking. This kind of treatment is reserved for cattle. The reason why he preferred to design premium and more expensive mechs was because it fit best with his aim of making his mechs withstand the test of time. A good mech model could last for 2 whole mech generations before becoming obsolete. That was 40 years at minimum, which ought to be plenty of time for living mechs to enjoy a fruitful life. Is that enough? Ves didn't know. He wanted his mechs to last even longer than that, but that was difficult to accomplish. There is a contradiction. The spiritual components of his mechs always developed and grew stronger over time. In contrast, the physical components of his mechs definitely weakened over time. Either they wore out or the progression of newer and better technologies turned them obsolete. If Ves truly wanted to turn his products into legacy mechs that increased in value over time, then he had to reconcile these two opposing developments. One solution is to actively upgrade my products. This was a costly and wasteful solution to many mech owners. Who wanted to waste at least half the price of an old mech to upgrade its parts, only to obtain a stronger that was still constrained by its original design? The burden was too great. Existing owners had to hire mech designers or other specialists to upgrade an existing mech without crippling it. The other solution was for Ves and Gloriana to revise the design with upgradability in mind. This was the most ideal solution to his customers. By designing a Mark II of the Desolate Soldier in a way that allowed owners of the Mark I edition to easily update their mechs with an LMC-supplied upgrade kit was the most practical solution to keep his older products relevant. Yet the burden on Ves was massive. He would have to constrain his design choices with upgradability in mind. This sounds like a nightmare. For now, Ves wasn't able to come up with an easy solution. Everyone he thought about were either prohibitively expensive or imposed too much of a burden on his design work. It would have been great if he could design more mechs like the Devil Tiger. Out of all of his current, only his first masterwork embodied his aims to the greatest degree. He found it rather funny that he only made this realization a short time ago. Before then, Ves always thought of the Devil Tiger to be an aberration. He originally regarded it as an experiment to explore some usual ideas. I was wrong. He shook his head. The Desolate Soldier might be his greatest commercial success, but the Devil Tiger represented the peak of his current work. This was because the Tiger mech was one of his few products that inherently solved the contradiction. Over time, both its spiritual character and its physical makeup grew stronger. The powerful asthmas allowed the Devil Tiger to constantly strengthen its structure and many of its parts. In hindsight, Ves realized that the Devil Tiger was the first he designed with physical growth in mind. By adding this core feature to his bestial mech, he ensured that the mech had the potential to remain relevant beyond 2 mech generations. With proper care, the Devil Tiger might even live thousands of years, turning it into a true god in the form of a machine. Though Ves felt immensely pleased at what he had accomplished with this design, his smile quickly dropped as he recalled the hefty price to enable such a mech. Legacy mechs are unaffordable to the bulk of my market. Asthmas and other nanomachine-based systems were powerful and adaptable, but they were far too costly. Ves could forget about using them on any third-class mech designs. Even most of his second-class mech designs wouldn't be economical if they incorporated these kinds of solutions. He hummed a bit. Was it impossible for him to design legacy mechs such as the Devil Tiger? Maybe the technology in the future will drive down the cost of nanomachine systems, he guessed. It happened to many other technologies. As long as the demand was there, plenty of scientists and developers worked hard to increase the practicality of a given solution. Another way to solve or mitigate the problems related to nanomachine systems was to partner up with a mech designer who specialized them. What would it be like if Ves, who specialized in the spiritual development of a mech, joined forces with a mech designer who specialized in the physical development of a mech? Chapter 2337, Not Again. Ugh, I can't forget about my future wife. Though it would be nice to partner with a mech designer who specialized in nanomachine systems, Gloriana might not be okay with this solution. She already hogged most of the physical development of their collaborative mech designs. Adding a third partner in the mix who encroached on her territory might not end well for everyone involved. He shook his head. Even without partnering up with a specialist, Ves still believed that solutions such as asthmas would eventually become accessible to him over time. Right now, the Larkinson clan had already grown to the point where it was ready to make use of second-class ships, second-class mechs, and other second-class tech. Options that he previously considered unattainable, such as positron beam weapons or mech-grade shield generators, suddenly came within reach now that the LMC sold more and more mechs. Ves felt proud for achieving this level of commercial success. Even if he didn't consider his bestsellers such as The Desolate Soldier and The Doom Guard in the best light these days, they at least provided the Larkinson clan with the resources to transcend its third-class origin. The same evolution should also apply to nanomachine systems. As his clan grew more prosperous and his proficiency in second-class mech design increased, it should be viable for him to design nanotech-based mechs. It might take years. It might take decades. In fact, if I want to start right away, I don't have to beg Gloriana to obtain a batch of pure asthmas. While asthmas was prohibitively expensive, Ves could easily obtain another batch with the LMC's current level of earnings. He could even obtain enough asthmas to build another self-growing mech by selling some of the loot that Task Force Predator had plundered. If Ves ever reached a time where he was able to design a first-class mech, then that would be even better. At the highest level of mech design, nanomachine systems became a lot more affordable. Ves already experienced the power of a mech that was able to adjust its shape spontaneously in battle during one of his mastery experiences. Though gimmicky, the first-class nanomachine mech he witnessed truly made a strong impression in his mind. Should I convert to designing nanomachine mechs exclusively in the future? This was a difficult question. Though he felt that designing more mechs such as the Devil Tiger fit well with his design philosophy, there were still a lot of inherent weaknesses to this tech. Though he had implemented some countermeasures such as binding the pure asthmas to the design spirit, Ves always feared the possibility that one of his father's enemies might succeed in hacking the nanomachines. The inherent vulnerability to hacking and tampering was the main reason why nanomachine systems failed to become mainstream. Just because Ves could apply some metaphysical tricks to make it more difficult for someone to tamper with them did not mean that this weakness was gone. I guess I'm stuck with making my mechs out of old-fashioned solid components. The classic mech was the most reliable mech. Though many people attempted to evolve the concept of mechs by developing unconventional products such as biomechs and lithic mechs, the market mostly preferred solid metal mechs since the beginning of the Age of Mechs. Just earlier, he contemplated whether he should design his first nanotech-based mech after the Devil Tiger for his own clan. The Bright Warrior was a pretty good candidate for revision because it was already designed to change aspects of itself. Instead of mounting different add-ons on it to alter its configuration, the mech could instead rely on its nanomachine-based frame to alter itself on demand. It sounds like a pretty good idea, and cost shouldn't be much of a concern if it remains exclusive to the Larkinson clan. The thought of entrusting the lives of most of his Larkinson mech pilots to fallible nanomachines did not sit well with Ves. At the very least, he did not believe he possessed a sufficient understanding of this branch of technology to rule out any shenanigans. This is what a mech designer who specializes in nanotech is for. It would be great to partner up with someone who is on top of this game, he muttered. After a while, Ves stopped his idle musings and focused back to his main priority. He did not waste so much time on tinkering on this desolate soldier mech to dream about designing more nanomechs. Solving the physical aging problem of his mechs was a long-term issue that he wouldn't be able to solve for a very long time. In the meantime, it wasn't as if his mechs were suffering. No one lives forever. If humans aren't immortal, then mechs shouldn't be much different. He turned to its spiritual foundation and tried to find a way to mold it in a way that made it more adaptable to its user. How could he turn the mech into a machine that slowly developed a distinct personality that complemented its mech pilot? The key was to feed it with an abundant amount of spiritual energy. The mech pilot might not be able to satisfy the mech's hunger, but the solemn guardian was a different story. Aside from Kilankso and Nixie, the solemn guardian had the least to worry about lacking spiritual energy. So many mech pilots used the desolate soldier and its variants every day that the spiritual product had long reached its current level of saturation. All of this meant that inducing the solemn guardian to donate a portion of its spiritual energy shouldn't cause any harm. I guess now is as good a time as any to try and see what happens. The desolate soldier mech he serviced had already reached its best possible condition. To Ves, it was more than ready to be experimented upon. Ves approached the mech and placed his hand on its surface. He closed his eyes and tried to connect with both the mech and the solemn guardian. It wasn't difficult. Every desolate soldier was connected to the duty-oriented spiritual product. The solemn guardian immediately sensed the presence of Ves. The two communicated on a spiritual level. Neither of them resorted to words or other human means of communication. Instead, they conveyed their meaning to each other on a more abstract level. It was very difficult for Ves to describe what he was doing, but it was very effective in making the solemn guardian understand what he wanted. As one of his personal creations, the solemn guardian was an obedient design spirit. Since its existence centered around duty, it was very committed to loyalty. The solemn guardian was one of the design spirits that Ves was least worried about rebelling or leaving. Once the solemn guardian understood his intentions, Ves moved on to his next step. He began to extend his influence to the individual spiritual foundation of the desolate soldier mech he was touching. He carefully attempted to alter it in order to make it more responsible for the changes to come. After several minutes, the bond between the mech and its design spirit became active. A relatively hefty amount of spiritual energy poured into the mech's spiritual foundation. Too fast! Slow down! Ves alarmingly shouted. The desolate soldier mech couldn't take so much energy at once. Once the solemn guardian reduced the flow, Ves noticed that the spiritual foundation no longer looked like it was about to crack. The mech absorbed all of the energy without spilling it. This was good. The bad news was that Ves failed to discern any changes. Though the spiritual foundation of the mech grew deeper, he didn't feel as if its life was blooming from a sapling into a tree. It feels like I'm cultivating a clone. No matter how healthy it becomes, it's still deficient when it comes to personality. This experiment at least proved that he couldn't artificially age his mechs just by pumping them with an excess of spiritual energy. Even if the desolate soldier mech was able to accept the input from the solemn guardian due to their close connection, the former did not actually undergo any evolution. It looks like life has to develop naturally, he concluded. This was not entirely out of his expectations. Eventually, the solemn guardian seemed to hit some sort of limits, and stopped pumping the mech with spiritual energy. Compared to before, Ves sensed a degree of solidity and energy he hadn't sensed before. Even if the mech's character hadn't developed at all, its overall strength had grown somehow. Before, this mech was a mosquito. Now it's a cockroach. Aside from getting bigger, it hasn't gotten any smarter. They're both stupid bugs. Ves was curious at the result. All of that spiritual energy pumped into the spiritual foundation of this particular mech had to result in something, right? The only way to find out was to stuff a mech pilot inside and turn it on to see what happened. He activated his comm and ordered his security officers to bring a prisoner from the brig. He had already transferred some captured pirate mech pilots to the Scarlet Rose for just this occasion. While the guards brought his next test subject, Ves prepared the mech for his upcoming experiment. I can't very well allow my test subject to take control of his mech and destroy my ship from the inside. He began to open up some parts of the mechs again to physically remove or deactivate some of the control mechanisms. He also entered the cockpit to modify the programming of the mech. As an added precaution, he activated the workshop's heavy-duty clamps to forcefully keep the mech in place. Once he was done, he retreated from the machine and greeted his next test subject. MMFPHFMMFFM. A muffled pirate raged at Ves. MMFMMFM. The former dry snake-turned captive did not exactly consent to participating in this experiment. No matter. Pirates weren't entitled to human rights. Put him in the cockpit and make sure to restrain him to the piloting chair. You can leave after that, he commanded. Yes, sir. The two security officers dragged the prisoner to a lifter platform which elevated them to the opening of the cockpit. After slipping inside, the two guards re-emerged without the prisoner. Ves approached a workstation connected to the desolate soldier mech and confirmed the prisoner was held firmly in place. All right, let's see how our test subject fares. Ves grinned. Ves activated the mech from remote. As the machine slowly booted up, the captive restrained to the piloting seat began to tug and hurl his entire body for some reason. There is no reason to worry, Ves transmitted to the cockpit. Calm down and don't resist. Just interface the mech and everything will be over soon. MMHMMHPHMM. The mech pilot did not do as he said. Instead, the pirate captive thrashed more and more. Ves began to check the telemetry and noticed that the pilot's stress levels and other physiological signs kept rising without stop. Not only that, but the spiritual activity inside the mech seemed to grow more volatile as well. Ever since the pirate mech pilot started interfacing with the altered desolate soldier, something very weird was happening. Wait a minute. This is heading into dangerous territory. Before Ves could interrupt the startup procedure, the pirate let out an agonizing muffled cry. Mfmfumfumwo. Through his spiritual senses, Ves sensed the spiritual activity inside the mech had spiked. Bang! At the same time, the projection of the interior of the mech turned bloody as the head of the captive mech pilot exploded. The mech abruptly interrupted its startup procedure on its own. Without a mech pilot, here was no meaning for the mech to come online. Its mech pilot was dead. Ves stared at the bloody chunks of bone and brain matter splattered all over the consoles and interior of the cockpit. God damn it! Not again! Chapter 2338, Lethal Threshold. It took longer for Ves to figure out why the experiment failed than to clean the interior of the cockpit. As Ves became more accustomed to the explosive results of some of his failures, his cleaning bots evolved as well. They had cleaned up so many bodies and sticky bodily remains that their AIs developed even better and better methods to get rid of all of the messes he made. Quite handy. Ves nodded as he witnessed the army of bots exiting the cockpit. The interior had been thoroughly cleaned and sterilized until not a single speck of blood or dust was left. In fact, Ves could lick his tongue all over the piloting chair and consoles without any worry. Not that he would do it. He loved mechs, but not in that way. He coughed. Enough thinking about irrelevant stuff. Let's get back to business. Why did his test subject's head explode? From his experience, spiritual energy was wondrous and potent. Ves and many other people could literally warp reality by utilizing it in specific ways. While Ves followed the path of a creator and chose to specialize in channeling this energy into empowering his mechs, others accomplished more direct outcomes. Expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi and ancient dark gods like the Unending One directly channeled their powers to affect their enemies and allies. That was something Ves couldn't do with his limited applications. He was largely limited to setting up his forces for success. In any case, only a small number of people were capable of harnessing and manipulating spiritual energy. Those without spiritual potential possessed the least sensitivity towards it. This protected them somewhat against spiritual attacks, but obviously this wasn't foolproof. The artificial anomaly the Grey Watcher had summoned warped the fabric of reality around people. People with spiritual potential were a bit more special. They possessed greater sensitivity towards spiritual energy but also possessed a bit more strength to resist its negative influence. The problem was that unless they tapped their potential, it was largely undeveloped. Potential did not necessarily equal strength. It merely paved the way for the future. The individual in question still had to make something out of this gift. When Ves ran through his spiritual observations, he roughly guessed why the experiment went wrong. The mech has become too strong. Ves overlooked something. Even though the empowered Desolate Soldier mech hadn't developed an individual personality, it still retained the character inherent in its design. Desolate Soldiers stood for duty. They also represented both honor and sacrifice. The entire mech's purpose revolved around serving a greater cause because it was the right thing to do. Any mech pilot that was reasonably good in character easily gained the mech's acceptance. It was the opposite towards ruffians. During the Sand War, Ves developed a variant that was more acceptable to underground organizations. This was necessary because the base model was seen as too upright and proper by the more selfish, ferocious, and immoral mech pilots. Once the LMC released the Prideful Soldier, irregular mech pilots such as Ves Larkinson were finally able to pilot a soldier mech without fighting against their own machines. What Ves just noticed from this experiment was that the Desolate Soldier in front of him exhibited the same rejection reaction towards his test subject. The Desolate Soldier abhorred the depravity and selfishness of typical pirates. Sticking one of them in its cockpit was a recipe for disaster. The difference here is that the disaster is at least an order of magnitude greater than usual. The answer was that simple. The intense rejection exhibited by the mech would have taken place even if Ves hadn't commanded the Solemn Guardian to saturate it with spiritual energy. What usually happened in these situations was that the mech pilot would just barely be able to pilot his machine. The mech and design spirit actively disliked the mech pilot and tried their best to put up difficulties. These hindrances usually weren't too threatening, because what could the spirituality of a mech actually do? Its strength was very limited, especially when they hardly had any time to develop. I changed that, Ves realized. It's as if I enlarged a tiny ant into a formidable monster who towers over me. The creature is still the same, but the scale is on another level. Simple actions such as biting his skin turned from a minor annoyance into a life-threatening scenario. Since Ves attempted to pair up his empowered mech with a highly incompatible mech pilot, the life within the Desolate Soldier did not hold back in attempting to repel the unwanted visitor. Mechs weren't human. They weren't raised as one and did not undergo the decades-long nurturing and indoctrination that taught them how to behave in certain situations. They were killing machines. The most they could do was to assist any friendlies, disregard any neutrals, and kill any enemies. Nothing else. Though VS genuinely made a mistake in overlooking the likelihood of provoking a rejection reaction, he could not be blamed for missing the fact it would produce a result as extreme as head explosions. Lately, that only happened when he went too far in performing spiritual surgery on his test subjects. He should have recalled the times when he experimented on the indigenous folk of Aeon Corona 7. Back then, he hadn't developed an elaborate repertoire of spiritual techniques. He mainly messed around with neural interfaces to achieve results. This is kind of similar, VS hummed. The mech had become too strong. The man-machine connection may be able to protect its own mech pilots from getting attacked by excessive neural input, but it wasn't programmed to modulate the spiritual input from the mech. Without any safety limits, the mech was able to leverage its full strength against the mech pilot it hated without any reserve. VS grimaced and scratched his head. This isn't something I can restrain. He did not specialize in neural interface technology. While he learned a few scattered bits of knowledge about them, he didn't really know how to set up a gate that limited the maximum spiritual input of a mech to a range that was tolerable to humans. Even if he did possess the capability, he wouldn't do it anyway. The MTA didn't give him the approval to tinker with neural interfaces. If he was caught doing so, his career would probably be over. Not even Master Willix can bail me out if that happens. Rules were rules. As much as Master Willix showed obvious interest in his work, she still held strong opinions against anyone who broke the MTA's taboos. VS looked at his mech and figured that it was too strong for its own good. Let alone sticking another test subject in its cockpit, VS didn't even want to subject his own clansmen to such a dangerous mech. Even if the empowered Desolate Soldier cooperated well with a Larkinson mech pilot, VS didn't want to take the risk. He needed to reverse what he had done. He needed to weaken the Desolate Soldier so that it wasn't able to kill its own mech pilot whenever it liked. Can you give back some of what you absorbed? He mentally asked the mech. It didn't respond. Figures. VS contacted the Solemn Guardian and asked the Design Spirit to forcefully take back half of the spiritual energy it donated to the mech. To his surprise, the Solemn Guardian was able to do this, though the process wasn't smooth. Its connection to the Desolate Soldier mechs were very close. Even if the machine in question was unwilling, it couldn't cut off the connection or prevent its energy from being taken away. The Design Spirit was too strong compared to the mech. This is rather useful, he grinned. The interaction showed that his Design Spirits could harvest the spiritual energy of any mech it chose, though VS noticed it became harder over time. It seemed that the spiritual energy that the Solemn Guardian recently donated was still under its control. The rest, which included the mech's original spiritual foundation, remained largely untouched. Were his Design Spirits able to strip the spiritual foundations of his mechs? VS wasn't sure. Due to the direct connection between the Design Spirit and mech, there weren't any barriers in the way. The only troublesome aspect was that it was harder to affect spiritual energy that didn't belong to the entity in question. While it sounded unlikely for this to happen, VS still needed to take the possibility into account. What if his Design Spirits betrayed him one day? What if they wanted to stab him in the back? Killing the life within every active mech in use was a dastardly way to harm his reputation. He shook his head. This isn't something that is likely to happen. I'll probably figure something out in the future. Once the Solemn Guardian took away half of the energy it originally passed over, the presence of the Desolate Soldier mech had weakened by a huge margin. It didn't appear as filled with life as before. Bring in our next captive, he commanded his guards. He repeated the initial experiment. Every condition remained the same. When VS stepped in front of his workstation and activated the command to boot up the mech, he paid close attention to the interior of the cockpit and the life signs of the mech pilot. Just like the previous prisoner, the guard stuffed his mouth with a gag. MMWMFWMMFM. VS frowned. The increased anxiety, rising heart rate, increased brain activity, rising body temperature, and violent physical moments were very familiar. Was the mech still too strong? Wow. Even when it looked as if the test subject's head was approaching its limits, VS did not interrupt the experiment. He wanted to let the situation play out in order to record the complete result. I still have a couple of test subjects to spare, he muttered. After a couple of minutes, the test subject abruptly collapsed in his piloting chair. The pirate no longer fought against his restraints. VS frowned. He studied the telemetry and noticed that while the mech pilot's physiological indicators remained active, much of his brain activity had dropped. This conformed with what he had seen with his spiritual senses. The mech hammered the man's spiritual potential. While the force of the mech's spiritual resistance wasn't as overwhelming, it was still sufficient to break the spirit of its current mech pilot. The final result was that his second test subject had died in spirit, if not in body. Sure, the man's body was still intact. Sure, his head hadn't exploded. Yet the loss of his spirit made him indistinguishable from a clone. The test subject wasn't strictly a human anymore. Instead, the body had devolved into a collection of flesh, bone, and other body tissues. The structure was there, but the body no longer held the spark of life that granted it sentience. Some bots entered the cockpit and removed the inanimate body. VS had no interest in keeping a useless bag of flesh and bone, so he commanded the bots to chuck it out of the airlock. Space was one of the biggest garbage dumps in reality. No matter how much junk people ejected into space, there was no way it would ever fill up to capacity. Let's try again, shall we? This time, I'll see what happens if the mech only has a quarter of its strength left. The third attempt proceeded much better than the previous 2 times. The severely weakened desolate soldier mech still resisted its pirate mech pilot, but its attempts at lashing out only induced severe headaches and mental torture to its mech pilot. Memphmum! Memphmwem! Memphmum! The muffled screams of the third test subject sounded like music to his ears. As long as the mech pilot was still thrashing and capable of expressing his discomfort, he was still alive. Finally, a success! He established a general impression of the lethal threshold of a mech towards mech pilots with spiritual potential. This was not enough, though. If he wanted to understand this phenomenon to the fullest, then he had to obtain hostile mech pilots who lacked this potential. The problem was that he didn't have any test subjects who met this criteria. He regretted his decision to allow the clan to execute them before leaving Ulamos Citadel. Since Task Force Predator hadn't met any pirate groups lately, VS would have to wait for a very long time until he gained the test subjects he required. Was there a way to remedy this problem? Wait a minute. What if I make them myself? Was it possible for him to destroy or strip someone's spiritual potential? That sounded rather difficult without killing them. Still, it was worth a try. Chapter 2339, Spiritual Tolerance. Directly affecting others through spiritual manipulation wasn't as easy as it sounded. From his earlier experiments, he learned that people with spiritual potential possessed a defense mechanism that caused their spirituality to turtle up and become almost untouchable. While this largely cut the mech pilot off his own spirit, any external threat would have a very hard time abusing it any further. What VS sought this time was not to find a way to alter it. He wasn't trying to figure out how to create expert candidates and expert pilots on demand. He wanted to achieve the opposite result. He wanted to downgrade a mech pilot with spiritual potential to someone who was still alive but spiritually dull. This will be a delicate operation. Ves had moved to an enclosed test chamber elsewhere on his ship. He ordered his guards to bring in another captive pirate and strap the fellow down to an operation table. Once the guards left, Ves approached the scared and thrashing pirate and contemplated his options. What he wanted to do was very cruel. People who were lucky enough to develop spiritual potential possessed more chances at achieving greatness. Becoming an expert pilot or journeyman was a dream to many people, but the strength of their spirit determined whether they could even open these doors. To Ves, depriving someone of most of their spiritual potential was almost as bad as killing them. He felt as if there was something profoundly wrong and abhorrent about what he was about to do. Why do I feel this way? He frowned. In a way, the act went against everything he wanted to accomplish. As a creator and a service provider, he oriented his life around improving the lives of those who used his products. The thought of millions of mech pilots happily using and entrusting their lives to their LMC mechs gave Ves an immense amount of satisfaction. His success fueled his motivation to continue with his work and develop even better ways to meet the demands of his customers. According to this outlook, it was wrong for him to induce actual harm to his people. Developing ways to actively harm people sounded more like something the Five Scrolls Compact would do. What he wanted to do was exactly what the MTA least wanted to occur. Well, it's for a good reason. Ves shrugged and excused himself. As long as I succeed in figuring out how to design a legacy mech, then everything will be fine. After solving his moral conundrum, he faced his frightened test subject without any measure of guilt. Scientific progression couldn't be stopped. If he wanted to make a few omelets, then he had to break some eggs. Ves grinned at the thought of what he was about to do. I've never done anything like this before. How exciting! Let's see how I can cripple you. Don't worry. You probably won't die. The test subject in question only fought harder against his restraints. Memph. Calm down, man. Don't you know how hard it is to perform a surgical operation on you when you are lashing out all the time? Despite his advice, the man did not follow his advice despite the fact it was in his best interests to do so. Why were pirates so stupid? Oh well, don't blame me if anything goes wrong. In order to affect someone's spiritual potential, he had to worm inside the person's mind. The key was to perform his operation quickly. If more than a second passed, his test subject's spirit would probably realize it was under attack and bury itself in a hole. By then, it was too late for Ves to do anything meaningful for a long time. For this reason, he wasn't in a hurry to do something. He carefully accumulated his energy and formed a strong and stable spiritual knife in his mind. Though the pirate was unwilling to subject himself to a dangerous experiment, he could only thrash against his restraints for so long. The fellow slowly tired himself out. When the pirate gradually grew tense but less afraid, Ves finally struck. He held his palm over the test subject's face to gain access and thrust his spiritual knife forward. Cut! With a single attack, Ves attempted to cut off around 70% of the pirate's spiritual potential. Yet as soon as his knife touched its target, he barely had any time to cut off a chunk of spirit before his attack became invalid. The man's spirit had rapidly engaged its self-defense mechanism. Mphmia! The pirate's stress levels abruptly spiked as the man experienced unimaginable pain. Even so, the vast majority of his spiritual potential remained intact, if temporarily bottled up in order to protect it against external influence. Versus frowned at this outcome. His test subject's spiritual potential was a lot more reactive towards active threats than against other forms of manipulation. Its reaction time was pretty insane. No matter how much he thrust his spiritual knife, the man's spiritual potential had already entered a different phase. There was no way for Ves to proceed with his experiment. Damn it! Off you go, then. Bring in the next test subject! He thought about why he failed. Now that he looked back on what he had done, he realized that his test subject was still on guard against him when he performed his cutting procedure. I knew it wouldn't be so easy, he sighed. Ves believed he might achieve better results if he lowered his test subject's guard. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to do so through persuasion. He could only resort to other means. Once the next test subjects arrived, Ves took out a sedative and injected it into the body of the next pirate to endure his experiment. Go to sleep. Once the pirate fell unconscious, Ves inspected his latest test subject and saw that the spirit was still somewhat active, but not as bad as before. Just to be sure, Ves waited for an entire hour in order to calm the spirit even further. In the meantime, he spent his time supervising the work of his design teams and made some small tweaks to his ongoing mech designs. After an hour had passed, his patience wore thin. He returned to the testing chamber and quietly approached his current test subject. The man had calmed a lot, whether in body, mind, or spirit. Though Ves could wait a couple more hours, he didn't think it would make that much of a difference. He formed his knife and performed a cut without hesitation. This time, he succeeded. Mumwef! The muffled man's body suddenly woke despite the sedatives trying to keep him under. Ves didn't care as he recognized he succeeded in cutting away at least 80% of the pirate's spiritual potential. The test subject's self-defense mechanism hadn't been on guard. It activated too late. Unfortunately, this was not enough to achieve the result. While the test subject's remaining spiritual potential had lost a huge amount of strength, it still remained intact. Damn! I should have cut off more! Perhaps it might be interesting to study what happened to people who heavily damaged their spiritual potential. Ves wasn't interested, though. He commanded the spiritually injured test subject to be moved back to the brig while calling up yet another test subject. I'm running out of captives to experiment upon, he muttered. I don't have that many of them in the first place. It took 2 more cutting attempts before Ves successfully managed to cripple a test subject's spiritual potential. Ves estimated that he had cut off 95% of his latest test subject's spiritual potential. What remained no longer possessed the strength to retain its distinctive characteristics. What remained retracted into a seed that was so weak and tiny that Ves could hardly sense it in the first place. His eyes lit up as the poor pirate moaned in pain. Ha ha! Ves laughed. This is it! This is what I wanted to see! While he hadn't managed to develop a method to imbue spiritual potential into someone who lacked it, he at least came up with a means to do the reverse. The actual application of this technique was a little dubious, though. He couldn't perform this cruel technique at a distance. He needed to touch his target's head or find some other way to gain direct access without tripping any alarms. Then he needed to estimate how much he could cut without mind-killing his patient. The limitations effectively meant that there was little chance for him to employ it effectively in battle. That's fine. I'm not asking for much. Now that he transformed an unsuitable test subject into one that fulfilled all of his original criteria, he moved quickly. Ves commanded some bots to bring the crippled test subject out of the testing chamber and into the mech workshop. Even though the test subject was still suffering a lot of soul-searing pain, Ves couldn't wait. Once the pirate was locked onto the piloting chair, Ves commanded the desolate soldier to boot up and interface with its unwilling mech pilot. The outcome surprised him. Minutes passed as the mech successfully interfaced with its mech pilot. Mumwef! Mfemfemf. The current test subject still exhibited a lot of signs of pain, but the mech wasn't actually inducing that much stress against its own user. The test subject's lack of sensitivity towards further spiritual attacks limited what the mech could do against the pirate. Interesting. This meant that those without spiritual potential were actually a bit more capable of resisting dangerous spiritual pressure. Ves found it rather ironic that the weakest mortals possessed an advantage in this aspect. The lucky ones who developed spiritual potential had to guard their spirits well. He began to perform a follow-up experiment. As the mech was still in use, Ves requested the solemn guardian to feed back a portion of its energy to the desolate soldier mech. He wanted to find out the spiritual tolerance of someone without spiritual potential. How much pressure could his current test subject withstand before reaching his limit? Quite high, it turned out. As the mech continued to inflate with spiritual energy, the tortured test subject still managed to hold on to his life, though there were various signs that he would suffer permanent brain damage if this process proceeded for more than an hour. Ves did not halt the process, but continued to monitor the situation in multiple ways as the desolate soldier mech grew stronger. Mfmia. The mech pilot finally succumbed when the mech had almost reached saturation. Ves looked closely at both the telemetry and spiritual activity, and concluded that the test subject's small and crippled spirit finally succumbed. The man suffered a mind death, the same as the second test subject. At least there isn't a mess this time. As the bots began to remove the mentally dead pirate from the cockpit, Ves began to wrap up this round of experiments. He didn't want to waste his remaining test subjects without going over his current results. This was a fruitful day to Ves. He developed several new concepts such as lethal threshold and spiritual tolerance. He also came up with 3 more spiritual techniques that he could add to his expanding toolbox. Spiritual foundation enhancement was a method of empowering the spiritual foundation of individual mechs. It was also reversible if not too much time had passed. As the experiments had already shown, spiritual foundation enhancement was very potent but dangerous. Most mech pilots couldn't withstand the consequences of interfacing with excessively powerful mechs if there was any hostility between the two. Mech pilots with spiritual potential had to be extra careful against threats from this direction. So far, Ves had only seen the downsides of spiritual foundation enhancement. Yet he wasn't quite sure what happened if an empowered mech couldn't kill its own mech pilot. Would such a mech truly be able to grow faster than if it hadn't been fed with a large amount of spiritual energy? It was difficult to know for sure, especially if he kept pairing pirate mech pilots with an upright mech like the desolate soldier. Do I really need to turn one of my own Larkinsons into my test subjects? Chapter 2340, Drooping Tree. Subjecting his own clansmen to his experiments was a step too far to Ves. He struggled with his desire to extend his current study to his own clansmen. Even if he weakened the spiritual foundation of his test mech to a large degree, he still couldn't rule out the possibility that something detrimental might take place. The last thing he wanted to do was to cripple a valuable Larkinson mech pilot. Every single member of the clan was family to him. He was unwilling to expose any of his Larkinsons to this kind of danger so soon after leading hundreds of them to their deaths. The Battle of Yulamos Citadel had already killed enough brave mech pilots. As Ves stared at the empowered desolate soldier, he began to develop some misgivings about the machine. A sense of bloodiness emanated from the machine. The mech had killed its own mech pilots not just once, but thrice. With this bloody track record, Ves was afraid the mech had acquired a taste for blood. 2 mech pilots with spiritual potential, and 1 without had already fallen victim to this deadly machine. Sure, much of the reason why the mech resisted its own mech pilots was because the two were incompatible. According to his current theories, it should be safe for any Larkinson to pilot this machine. The desolate soldier mech may have returned to its peak, but it was unlikely to exhibit any hostility towards compatible mech pilots. Yet even if VS weakened the mech, he wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to send it back to the Sentinels. The more he looked at the mech, the more he felt he created a monster. His intuition didn't sense much good in keeping it around. Though he wanted every mech of his to live a good life, some would only spread misery if kept in use. As much as he wanted to keep the mech around, VS didn't want any of his mech pilots to inadvertently hop into its cockpit during an emergency. "Sorry, mech, but I can't keep you around anymore. You're a menace to society." VS reluctantly commanded the mech be brought away to one of the logistics ships of his fleet. The mech had to be scrapped. Once a crew came to take the pilot-killing mech away, VS contemplated his subsequent steps. He still hadn't achieved his original goal. The entire point of these experiments was to figure out a way to accelerate the growth of his mechs. While he believed that performing a limited degree of spiritual foundation enhancement had great potential, he was troubled by the fact that he was unable to test it without potentially harming someone. Considering the current circumstances, it was not appropriate to stuff his captive pirates into mechs and hope that something happened. Wait a minute. Do I have to enact this change to someone within my reach? Not necessarily. The most important step was inducing a design spirit to perform spiritual foundation enhancement. If he wanted to do so, he could ask the Solemn Guardian to donate some of its spiritual energy to a couple of the many millions of desolate soldiers in active use. No one would know the affected mechs had changed. Their mech pilots would probably utilize the machine the same as before. VS would only have to wait a month or so before checking back on the results. The only difficulty he had with this course of action was that it was rather difficult to keep track of an empowered mech by remote. In order to obtain the most comprehensive results, VS needed to access both the mechs and mech pilots in person to gather as much data as possible. He couldn't resort to any other option if he wanted to study the spiritual changes of the affected mechs and people. Therefore, affecting random people throughout the star sector didn't happen. He needed to perform his experiment on someone closer to home. How could he do so without attracting any suspicion? VS didn't have a habit of personally approaching the existing customers of his own works. He didn't really need to hear their praise when he could already obtain it from the galactic net. Wait a minute! There is at least one member of the clan who I don't care about. How could he forget about Vincent Ricklin? VS never wanted him to join the clan in the first place. If not for Riella persuading the recruiters to make an exception, this former rebel and enemy would have never become a Larkinson. VS contacted Bravo and easily persuaded him to donate some of his spiritual energy to the Adonis Colossus. With Vincent's vanity, he was sure to pilot his personal mech on a regular basis. The only issue was that Bravo was one of his weakest design spirits. Ever since VS created him, Bravo only bonded with a single mech pilot. VS hadn't seen fit to reuse him in his other mech designs. Even so, the strength of a design spirit was still greater than that of a mech. They were inherently different existences and couldn't be compared at the start. Performing this experiment on Vincent and the Adonis Colossus was a good idea for multiple reasons. First, the Adonis Colossus was tailor-made for Vincent. The chances of rejection were some of the lowest possible out of all of the possible pairings between his products and his customers. There was a high chance that VS would see fantastic results once he returned to civilized space and observed Vincent and the Adonis Colossus in person. In the meantime, he could access the Larkinson clan's own monitoring system at Synax 6 to observe Vincent and his mech without interruption. If he wanted to, VS could probably watch a feed of Vincent showering or washing his body. He coughed. Not that I want to. I am not curious at all. Nope. Of course, Ves couldn't rule out that empowering the Adonis Colossus might produce an unexpected accident, but he wouldn't shed a tear if Vincent somehow ended up brain damaged or something. Second, Vincent did not possess spiritual potential as far as Ves knew. This meant that his tolerance against any dangerous spiritual attacks should be fairly high. For this reason, Ves commanded Bravo to bleed a significant amount of spiritual strength into the Adonis Colossus. He wanted the mech to reach 50% saturation, which was slightly dangerous to people with spiritual potential but still very tolerable to those who were weaker. A spiritual dull mech pilot like Vincent would only experience some pressure, and that should only happen if he somehow pissed off his own mech. It was these mech pilots that Ves wanted to empower with his mechs the most. Those who were spiritually gifted already possessed their own opportunities to grow stronger. It was the lowest and most abundant type of mech pilots that Ves wanted to give a leg up with his legacy mechs. As long as even the stupidest and most incompetent mech pilot was able to grow the mech he piloted into a complementary life, then the power of these weak mech pilots might surprise the galaxy one day. After Ves documented his actions and observations into his implant, he ended the long session and returned to his stateroom. There, Lucky was moping about as always. This time, he moved to sofa, only to fall asleep while splayed over the armrest. Ves approached his injured cat and carefully studied the wounds. They had grown a bit smaller before. "Rest well, Lucky," he whispered. At this time, the design lab had already emptied. His experiments took so long that it was already evening in standard time. Aside from the low humming that ran throughout his ship, his personal space was completely quiet. Just as he thought about taking a bite of one of the new Ulimo nutrient packs that Kedis had gifted to him, he suddenly paused. This. Ves stood up from his desk chair and approached the display that held some of his sentimental possessions. He briefly grinned at the mug that depicted him in his devil-tongue visage before turning towards a very small tree. To be honest, Ves hadn't studied the little tree at all. For a very long time, the tree largely remained the same. If not for noticing how it grew a couple of millimeters by comparing its length against how it looked in the past, he would have thought his grandfather scammed him somehow. According to Grandpa, it's supposed to be a prosperity tree that grows according to how much luck or success its owner enjoys. He received it a very long time ago during his 30th birthday celebration at Cloudy Curtain. Back then, Ves was just a recently advanced journeyman. The Larkinson clan didn't exist at that time. Ever since then, Ves and his newly founded clan went on to grow meteorically. At this time, Ves and his fellow clansmen wouldn't be able to recognize themselves a year ago. So much had changed for the better that the prosperity tree should have grown more drastically if it really did as advertised. "Is my tree defective?" Ves tapped his finger against the tree's gnarly surface. It looked a lot more droopier than it should. In fact, if he didn't know any better, the tree looked like it was about to die. "What the hell? Has it reached the end of its lifespan? That shouldn't be possible. This is supposed to be a young tree." While he couldn't be bothered with watering the prosperity tree and refreshing its soil, he had already obtained a gardener bot to perform this chore a lot better than he could have accomplished. Yesterday, this stupid tree looked the same as always. Ves keenly remembered that the plant featured vigorously green leaves and strong branches. Now, those leaves had darkened and grayed a bit while its branches became as feeble as the arms of an old granny. He scratched his head. He tried to inspect it through his spiritual vision, but the plant didn't really possess any. This was also one of the other reasons why Ves thought his grandfather had scammed him. How was the tree supposed to grow according to his level of prosperity if not through the most obvious means? Regardless, the fact that his tree suddenly looked like it was about to croak gave Ves a very bad feeling. This. As much as he wanted to dismiss the tree's strange behavior as a product defect, he couldn't help but fear that it might be an indicator of something more. While Ves puzzled over what was actually going on, a chime sounded in the compartment. He had a visitor. As soon as Ves commanded the hatch to open, Calebasse stormed in with an alarmed expression on his face. She did not look calm and poised as usual. "I have some very bad news, Ves." "Tell me. What is?" "The Alidus Alliance are hunting us down." "What?" "As far as I know, their main elements are all supposed to be in the core regions. Even if they set off to hunt us down right away, the chance they'll be able to catch up with us is low. Our task force isn't slow." "You're wrong, Ves. The Alidus Alliance isn't chasing after us from the core regions. One of their punitive fleets took some sort of secret space channel that instantly transported it to Wreckage Paradise. Don't you realize what this means? As long as the pirates can track our coordinations, the Alidus Alliance can preemptively cut off our escape route. The enemy pirate fleet can block every possible exit we want to take." This time, Ves did not dismiss the threat anymore. While he wasn't sure whether the Prosperity Tree's abrupt drooping was related to this development, this wasn't good. "Is there anything else, Calebasse?" "The Alidus Alliance has also called upon its local pirate allies to harass or hinder us while keeping us under observation," she said. "While I doubt that any local pirate group is willing to sacrifice themselves against us, some of them might be stupid enough to try something. Expect plenty of traps to hinder our path forward." This was truly bad news. Chapter 2341, Prideful Pirates. The news shook the periphery of the Nyxian Gap. For several months, the Larkinson clan's fleet rampaged through Wreckage Paradise and Maynard Fields as if the pirates were just moles to be whacked. Several pirate bases and many individual pirate groups all succumbed against the might of this domineering new power from civilized space. All of the pirates became both angry and afraid of the Larkinson clan. The local scum hated the clan for treating them as easy targets. Aside from the Battle of Ulamos Citadel, every other battle ended up with the Larkinsons wiping out their opposition with ease. This kind of bullying went too far even for pirates. "The amount of resentment that we have accrued is not something to be taken lightly." Calebasse calmed down a bit after she announced the initial news. She chose to sit down on the side of V's bed this time. "The Nyxian pirates are normally selfish and prone to infighting. Even when the peacekeeper outfits come in to threaten them, they usually celebrate any misfortune visited upon their fellow pirates." "That is my understanding." Ves nodded. "Has that changed?" Calebasse let out a rueful smile. "The Nyxian pirates never unite under normal circumstances. There are few common interests among them, and no one wants to risk their lives and freedom to do someone else's dirty work. There are no greater authorities or states that can unite the pirates either. Even the Alidus Alliance and the other core powers don't quite have the clout to unite every pirate group in the Nyxian Gap. Pirates mainly fight for themselves. Some are loyal to their organization or their leader, but that's probably brainwashing at work. While that's true, don't underestimate the mindset of these degenerates. They have their own pride. Despite fending off peacekeepers' outfits, adventuring fleets like ours and even the war fleets of the Big Two, the Nyxian pirates have always managed to survive everything that civilized space has thrown at them. This has inflated their confidence and caused them to develop a reputation for impunity." "What has changed then?" "We cracked this reputation," she told him. "It has been going on for a while, but the pirates were barely able to hold themselves in because we've only been bullying the weak mostly. That has changed after toppling Ulamos Citadel. Unlike the other pirate bases we have overrun, Ulamo is one of the central and most iconic bases of Maynard Fields." "What happened next?" The pirates believe their reputation has taken a hit. If they allow us to leave unchallenged, they fear that other fleets like ours will replicate our rampage. In fact, word in certain circles has already spread of other powerful mech forces assembling at the border of the Sentinel Kingdom and other nearby states. Now that the Big Two have quietly announced that they are willing to pay double the merits to destroy the arsenal of superweapons in the possession of pirates, a fair amount of big players want to join in on the action. Most of them will probably have a bad time if they think they can replicate our success. The danger of facing nuclear missiles, warship-grade cannons, and other dangerous superweapons in battle was not trivial. Task Force Predator only managed to come out on top against the stronger pirate groups by taking advantage of Lucky and the Penitent Sisters. You're not wrong, VS. The power players who are aiming to harvest a lot of merits are already aware of the risks. That's why they won't take a single step into the Nixian gap. Do you think every leader is like you? The real style of a leader is to dispatch others to do your dirty work while you stay safe and comfortable in the comfort of your heavily guarded mansion. Those kinds of people are better at scheming than doing something that will actually allow them to rise above their station. VS scoffed. Our clan doesn't have the heritage or connections of these old powers, but we have already accomplished more in a year than the Tovar family has accomplished in a century. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, but VS really did look down on the old fogies that were typically in charge. At least VS put his money where his mouth was and shared in the fortune and misfortune of his own soldiers. Calabas did not agree. I really don't know what goes on in your head sometimes. You're a mech designer. A journeyman. You are most valuable in the rear where you can work on your designs in peace. That's not the Larkinson way. I know I'm a bit odd about this, but I believe that mech designers like my braves and I are best suited to experience the vagaries of mech combat in person. Only when we put your life on the line will we be pushed into designing our best possible mechs. The spymaster looked at VS as if he was crazy. You already know my thoughts on this matter, so let's not talk about that right now. She moved on. Tensions in and around the Nixian Gap had already risen before we began our excursion. Skirmishes between pirates and state-backed forces have become more and more frequent. There is a war going on, VS. It's unannounced and not well known, but the struggle is very real at the highest level of both societies. What does that have to do with our situation? We are seen as a group of hired thugs from civilized space. To be more precise, people seem to believe that your good relations with Master Willick's hint that you have become her person. Why else would the Larkinson clan take so many risks and attack so many heavily defended pirate bases? Everyone suspects that you have turned into an unofficial agent of the MTA. VS blinked at that statement. This couldn't be further from the truth. Sure, he was on speaking terms with a prestigious MTA master mech designer. Sure, he made some special deals with Master Willicks that enabled him to exchange special benefits with the MTA. Sure, he gleefully attacked powerful pirate bases that had been accumulating more and more taboo weapons such as Zifford Base and Yilamo Citadel, earning an immense amount of merits in just a quarter of a year. That did not mean that he had turned into a poster boy for the MTA. He had broken so many rules and violated so many taboos that he would have put the Skull Architect to shame. Even now, he constantly lied and withheld information from Master Willicks. Partially, he wanted to protect his trade secrets, but mostly he just wanted to avoid exposing his numerous misdeeds. VS did not want to get too close to the MTA. That sounded as stupid as a career criminal moving into a house next to a police station. The two simply didn't get along. What are the consequences of being seen as agents of the MTA? He asked with concern. Well, it's useful when we return to civilized space. Even if the MTA can't be bothered to confirm this rumor, it is very helpful to be associated with one of the big two in this way. Enemies will become even more reluctant to do anything against us. This will be especially helpful once we start to leave the Komodo star sector. We'll be strangers and foreigners in other star sectors. If there are rumors swirling around us that we are favored by the MTA, hardly anyone with malicious intent will want to take the chance. It's fake, though, Ves stated. From what I understand, the MTA, their sights are set so high that they don't care about individual people and organizations. That's true, but there are still benefits to keeping up the illusion. Perception can be as effective as truth under the right circumstances. It would help if you keep being seen as performing actions on behalf of the MTA. I already plan to do that to an extent. Any mech designer can earn a couple of thousand merits. It's a different story if we're talking about earning millions of merits. What could he do when the Big Two controlled every Beyonder gate through the Gate Consortium? Just like how no one could avoid using the galactic net, Ves was forced to play by the rules of the Big Two in order to obtain passage to the Red Ocean. If not for this ambition, Ves would have never gone out of his way to bootlick the MTA in order to earn a huge amount of merits. Calabast went back to the current crisis at hand. While gaining this reputation is beneficial to us in civilized space, it's the opposite in the Nixian Gap. The pirates here don't fear the Big Two. As long as it comes to their own turf, they are confident that they can defeat entire battleships. Normally, those who made this claim would be seen as absolutely mad. Yet the pirates of the Nixian Gap were one of the few people in the galaxy who could make this boast without being ridiculed. Now, it appeared that the pirates have all turned their ire on the Larkinson clan. Since they didn't even fear the Big Two, why should they shake in their boots whenever the Larkinsons came up? Letting the clan go scot-free after cracking open a pirate stronghold as important as Ulamos Citadel was a great shame. The result is that a few pirate alliances that are normally neutral or slightly hostile have all agreed that we need to be wiped out. The Alidus Alliance is the biggest driver of this initiative, but I have found some mention that there are other powers that are pushing for our downfall. Let me guess. The Hallowed Abyss Temple is one of them, right? Yes. Calabast sighed. It seems that our actions at Ulamos Citadel have riled them all up. The White Watchers and Grey Watchers that preside over the shrines that are spread across the Nixian Gap have all begun to move. They're hiring dark mercenaries and making deals with local pirate groups to hinder or advance. They don't need to defeat us. They just need to slow us down. The less progress we make, the greater the chance the Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet will intercept our task force. This was terrible news. Perhaps the Alidus Alliance wouldn't have been able to mobilize every pirate outfit by themselves, but it was a different matter if others joined the fray. Now that it had become a matter of pride, the pirates really didn't want to see the Larkinsons swagger back into civilized space. Calabast briefly spent some time on explaining the various ways the pirates in their way could slow them down. From planting mines deep into random asteroids to poking at them from multiple directions at long range, many of these measures were very difficult to deal with, especially in a complex space environment where there were lots of asteroids for pirates to obscure their presence. We can't sit still and do nothing. We need to convene and develop some plans and countermeasures. Ves concluded. I'll call a meeting to discuss everyone's proposals. Defending ourselves against guerrilla attacks is important, but we also have to make plans to overcome the Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet. Do you know whether the pirate fleet? It's as you have feared. The pirates have brought out several homemade warships. Among them is a heavy cruiser that may or may not be the Gravata Narlax. Ves almost had a heart attack when he heard this name. This was the infamous warship that allowed the Alidus Alliance to rise into power. The pirate warship was so powerful that her bounty reached as high as 4,500,000 merits. In fact, her current bounty should be double now that the MTA awarded twice as much merits. Even though Ves drooled at the prospect of earning 9 million MTA merits at once, he wasn't stupid. A ship that carried so much bounty would never be taken down so easily. What was worse was that the Alliance Alliance dispatched additional warships as escorts. Chapter 2342 Pirate Warships. The news soon spread to the rest of Task Force Predator. Neither Ves nor Calabas thought it was best to hide the news. Morale dropped immediately after everyone found out that the entire Nixian Gap was out to get them. Not even Major Verl or Venerable Janzi could do much to restore everyone's confidence. "It's better this way, sir," Major Verl told Ves. "While we need to be careful not to exaggerate the threat of the pirates, we need to give each of our people some time to process the threat. Eventually, they'll conclude that the only way to overcome this challenge is to do their absolute best. I expect a lot of good results in a week." Though the possible enthusiasm sounded great, many battles weren't solely won by that. When Ves thought of the possibility of facing the notorious Gravata Narlax and her massive cruiser-grade cannons in battle, his heart almost stopped. A warship, even a third-rate, bootleg pirate version of the genuine article, could easily demolish his entire task force under the right circumstances. While the exact specifications of the Gravata Narlax is not publicly known, she has revealed various properties the few times she engaged in battle. Major Verl explained while he activated a projection that depicted a wireframe model of the ship. Compared to actual design schematics, the wireframe model of the Narlax only exposed her exterior layout. Only the Alliance Alliance knew what lay beneath, and every pirate who served on the heavy cruiser never leaked any details. What is known about the Narlax is that she is 800 meters long. She's a subcapital ship, but don't underestimate her for this reason. She was built several decades ago when the Alliance Alliance wasn't as formidable as now. This means that much of her internal structure should be relatively weak. They're thick and heavy in order to prevent the ship from rattling herself to pieces. As a consequence, she should be very slow and quite vulnerable if any attacks make it through her exterior. "I guess that punching through her hull plating is easier said than done," Ves remarked. Verl poked his finger at the projection, highlighting the thick belt of armor wrapped around the ship. "It's a lot easier for relatively low-skilled shipbuilders to upgrade the armor plating and exterior modules. What we know is that over the years, the Alliance Alliance has continued to invest in upgrading the armor plating of its flagship. This allows them to exert more power, thereby increasing the Alliance's power. With greater power, the Lord Hyvex is able to channel more resources into strengthening the heavy cruiser once again." It was a virtuous cycle. In the Nixian Gap, the ones with the biggest fist had the most say. The Alliance Alliance knew that growing wealthier without increasing their ability to defend their gains was counterproductive. Ves would have upgraded the Narlax too in order to boost her deterrence factor. "What about the other warships?" "The Alliance Alliance don't want to put all of their eggs in one basket, sir. While it is very difficult to build another heavy cruiser like the Gravata Narlax, the pirates have instead opted to build numerous smaller ships. From what we have heard, at least half a dozen armored destroyers and frigates are accompanying the Narlax. Any one of them are already capable of destroying entire mech companies." "I'm aware." The scale of their weapons and armor simply couldn't be compared to the loadout of mechs. Size mattered. Even if the tech base of those pirate warships were low, their sheer size was enough for them to prove deadly against second-class mechs. Major Verl spent some time outlining the different weapons on the Narlax. The secondary armament of the Narlax consists of over 100 smaller gun batteries. In this case, the word small is relative. Since the pirates aren't constrained by any taboos, they have been able to fit much more secondary guns onto the heavy cruiser's hull. Each of her gun batteries are centrally fed from the ship. The cumbersome requirements of the MTA imposed a lot of inefficiencies in normal starship design. For example, his own upcoming factory ship came with numerous empty bunkers to accommodate powerful heavy artillery mechs as a form of defense. No matter how strong or impressive heavy mechs may be, forcing them to play the role as gun batteries on ships was incredibly inefficient. Heavy mechs massed so much and took up so much space that they brought much less firepower than if the space was taken up by dedicated gun turrets. It was for this reason that the Gravata Narlax, despite being less than half as long as the Larkinson clan's upcoming factory ship, already possessed substantially greater firepower by virtue of her secondary armaments alone. While the secondary guns are already enough to chew an entire mech regiment to pieces, it's the primary guns we need to watch out for. The Gravata Narlax has 9 main cannons in total. Major Vril tapped the turrets. The main cannons are grouped up in 3 turrets, which are placed in a triangular scheme around her hull. 2 of them are placed close to the bow while the remaining one is located at the stern. While this turret layout means that the Narlax is only capable of bringing all of her guns to bear against a single target positioned forward or to rear, any enemies approaching from the side will only have to risk getting hit by 2 out of 3 of the triple-barreled turrets. That was not much of a consolation. Just one of the cannons on those turrets already possessed enough power to hammer the Scarlet Rose into pieces. Do the main guns consist of laser or ballistic cannons? The latter, sir. The Gravata Narlax is designed to be a brawler. While she is rumored to possess numerous missile batteries to attack longer-range targets, her guns make her very suitable to advance forward with unstoppable might. The closer she gets to her target, the easier it is for her guns to hit their targets. With decades worth of upgrades to her hull plating, not even a nuclear missile can punch through her armor belt. Obviously, the heavy cruiser was easily avoidable under the right circumstances. Her acceleration was abysmal, so it was not that difficult for mobile fleets to bypass the sluggish pirate warship. To VS, the Gravata Narlax was the warship equivalent of a doomed crawler. Both were slow, but stuffed with armor and weapons. They were mostly used as the centerpiece of a dedicated assault. Their indomitable advance couldn't be stopped. Any enemies who were cornered by them were surely doomed. Before, VS never really worried about the Gravata Narlax coming after Task Force Predator because the mobility of the two weren't even on the same level. It was different now that the Alliance Alliance somehow managed to shift the Narlax and the rest of the pirate fleet to wreckage paradise all at once. VS had heard about the secret space lanes that were spread across the Nixian Gap. These lanes effectively served as shortcuts that allowed anyone to instantly emerge at a completely different part of the gap. They were supposedly rare and rarely used. How could VS ever anticipate that the Alliance Alliance would go crazy and send so many warships through one in order to take revenge against the Larkinson clan? This was absolute madness. What about the escorts? Those destroyers and frigates? VS asked. Their main armaments are likely armed with laser cannons, sir. They aren't as massive or tough as the Narlax, but they make up for it in speed and agility. The Alliance Alliance designed them to complement the Narlax. These warships are ideal ship killers, VS concluded. The Narlax can be deadly to mechs up close, but strictly speaking the warships don't need to go through all of that trouble. As long as their guns destroy all of our carriers and other ships, our mechs won't be able to last forever. How were the mechs supposed to get back to civilized space without FTL drives? How were mechs supposed to last in space by themselves when they no longer had any opportunity to resupply? Hardly any of the mechs in the task force were designed to operate longer than a day. Don't forget about conventional carriers and mechs, sir. You can expect the punitive fleet to be accompanied by at least a couple of thousand mechs. Of course. These pirates don't want to give us any opportunity to overpower their warships if our mechs ever manage to get close. The cost of doing so was too ruinous for VS to even think about it. The secondary armaments of the Narlax and her escorts were already enough to repel any frontal assault. The strength of the pirates was depressingly overwhelming. Neither VS nor Major Vril could think of any way to defeat them in any sort of open battle. It wasn't as if the warships were invincible. No matter how tough they were built, enough concentrated firepower or getting any melee mechs up close ought to be sufficient in taking them down. The problem was that none of those warships were alone or content to let themselves get beat up without retaliating. While Ves was a child of the Age of Mechs, he learned enough about the Age of Conquest that the might of any fleet that consisted of genuine warships simply couldn't be overcome by lighter forces. The difference in scale was too oppressive. Unless the Larkinson clan could whip out some warships of its own, there was no chance of victory. Ves doubted that even sneaking lucky inside the Narlax would accomplish anything. The Alidus alliance would surely be on guard against infiltration after the fall of Yulamo's citadel. In addition, Ves knew that his clan had pissed off the formidable Hallowed Abyss Temple, so performing any spiritual tricks against the pirates probably wouldn't work either. The entire situation pushed him close to despair. If not for the fact that it would take at least a month for his task force to clash against the punitive fleet, he would have considered bailing out. There was one obvious way to save at least some of his people. If Ves commanded every ship to separate from each other and flee from the Nixian Gap by themselves, then at least some ships would be able to make it back. Sadly, individual carriers and mech companies were highly vulnerable to even the weakest pirate gangs. Hardly any pirate could resist such juicy prey, especially when the major pirate factions offered a lot of incentives to take down the Larkinsons. "How will we solve this predicament?" Ves hopelessly asked. "Do you have any ideas?" "I'm still working on them, sir. I will share some of them during the upcoming emergency meeting. We need to be creative in order to survive this crisis. Don't hold back. Grasp at any opportunity we can get. I'll be happy as long as we can get out alive." "That's easier said than done," Ves sighed. "Wait, since the punitive fleet has emerged in Wreckage Paradise, doesn't that mean that we can ask the Woden warriors to destroy the pirate fleet?" Verl shook his head. "The Alidus alliance isn't that stupid. They emerged deep in Wreckage Paradise. It will take too long for the Woden warriors to venture inside the Nixian Gap and chase after the pirate fleet. We don't know what countermeasures the pirates have prepared against third-party interference. I doubt the Wodens want to risk so much of their main combat forces on such a risky venture. The conditions they would demand would also be prohibitive, and it might not even work. The pirates had a long track record of defeating stronger opponents. The Nixian Gap wasn't regarded as a bottomless abyss for nothing. I hope to hear some very good ideas then, because we need them. I won't let the Alidus alliance crush my forces." Chapter 2343 No Good Solutions. A cloud hung over the task force as it flew past the endless asteroids. Already, the outlying patrols detected the presence of pirate scouts. Though these weak and paltry mechs posed no threat to the Larkinsons, they were consistently stalking and keeping tabs on the task force. The patrolling Larkinson mechs did their best to shoot at them in order to deter their actions, but so far that has accomplished little more than pushing the pirate scouts back. More pirate outfits were on their way. With the major pirate powers of the core regions directing the smaller pirate groups, everyone knew what to do. With the Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet serving as the main means of taking down the task force, the other pirate outfits didn't have to take too many risks. This doubtlessly increased their enthusiasm. Who didn't want to earn some easy rewards? The Alidus Alliance paid very generously this time. Meow. "Come on, Lucky! Heal faster!" Ves begged his cat. "I need you to get back into tip-top shape as soon as possible. While I don't have much confidence in your ability to sabotage the Gravata Narlax, at least we have a chance to make it out alive if you can reprise your role as a commando cat. I'm already prepared to build a new and improved misfortune harness for you. The pirates won't be able to harm you so easily next time." His tired and lethargic cat continued to lie on the surface of the bed without any movement. Meow. There was nothing Ves could do. Repairing a gem cat as complex as Lucky was out of the question. Will it help if I feed you with something? We've looted quite a variety of high and medium grade exotics from Yulamos Citadel. Would you like to pay a visit to the vault? Lucky faintly shook his head. Muh. Ves looked glum. Of all the times to suffer a stomach ache, this was the worst. With his cat unable to eat any exotics, there wasn't any way to speed up the regeneration process. Ves estimated that it might take at least a month for Lucky to repair his exterior wounds, but that did not address his digestion problems. Ves truly didn't know how long it would take for the gem cat to handle all of the unending alloy he had eaten. While Ves didn't know much about how Lucky digested minerals, something as resilient and difficult to work with as unending alloy couldn't be broken down in a single day. What was even more concerning was that Lucky had eaten the unending alloy as it was actively pumping out darkness. His cat may have inadvertently eaten the negative spiritual energy contained in the metal, thereby potentially causing all sorts of issues. Well, I hope you don't turn into a dark god or something, Lucky. He petted his tired cat's back. I'll do my best to find other solutions. Ves turned away and moved back to his desk. With the losses the Larkinsons and penitent sisters suffered in the Battle of Yulamos Citadel, his fleet was not in a good shape to fight. Even if the mech technicians finished repairing as many damaged mechs as possible, they still lacked the numbers to fight the Gravada Narlax alone by herself, let alone the rest of the pirate fleet. When the disparity in strength had become so big, conventional solutions no longer worked. The Larkinsons could never win a fair fight against the pirates. The only viable means of overcoming this difficulty was if the Larkinsons played dirty. Just like the pirates who inhabited the Nixian Gap, Task Force Predator had no choice but to take after the locals. This happened to be the first suggestion that Major Vo proposed. Sir, is the special dispensation you received from the MTA still valid? Ves rapidly recalled the exact wording of the deal he made with the MTA. Yes. It is valid until we leave the Nixian Gap or until my wedding is about to take place. There was no way that Ves would stay longer in the Nixian Gap than the date of his wedding, so he didn't argue for any further extensions. Even now, when the entire Nixian Gap was ganging up on the Larkinson clan, Ves still believed it was possible to make it back in time and avoid Gloriana's wrath. Everyone looked around. None of the mech commanders looked comfortable with this suggestion, but they declined to speak against it. Against warships and superweapons, it made sense to hit back as hard as possible. While the suggestion sounds reasonable, we don't have any superweapons in stock, Commander Melker reminded everyone. Unless one of us here has secretly squirreled some of them away, we shouldn't be in the possession of any weapons of mass destruction. He was right. The Larkinson clan explicitly catalogued and destroyed any prohibited weapon. This was needed in order to give the MTA confirmation that the dangerous weapons were truly gone. Now, it seemed that the Larkinsons had been acting too hasty. Ves really could have used some of those potent armaments in order to give his task force more teeth against the Alidus Alliance. Ves activated a small projection at his side of the conference table and began to look through the abundant resource stockpile his fleet had accumulated. We can build new superweapons, he announced to everyone. We have collected plenty of fissionable materials and energetic exotics to produce powerful explosives. Whether they are strong enough to crack through the hull plating of the Gravada Narlax is questionable, but they should at least pose a greater threat against her escort ships. Can we build something else with the resources we have at hand? Commander Magdalena asked. I'm not sure. We have collected a lot of materials, but I'm not familiar with much of them and none of them immediately stand out. We'll have to look into them further in order to figure out our options, but don't expect too much. Soon enough, they moved on to entertaining other suggestions. Calabas proposed something very original. It may be possible to approach a pirate faction and collude with them to frustrate this attack. That shouldn't be possible. Major Vo frowned. Stopping us has become a matter of pride to the local pirates. The interests involved are greater than any single pirate faction. Any group of pirates who dare go against the will of the majority will not be able to live long. While I agree with you that the collective interests of the Nixian pirates are best served by cooperating with the Alidus Alliance, do you really think that their animosity towards each other has stopped? No, their infighting has merely paused. As long as we find the right angle, we may be able to persuade a pirate faction to hinder the efforts of the other pirates. The Alidus Alliance may have grown powerful over the decades, but Lord Hyvex has also made his fair share of enemies. The key is to approach some of these enemies and find ways to hinder their rival. Though Ves found this idea to be a bit promising, he knew better than to get his hopes up. Even if some other pirate alliances wanted the Alidus Alliance to lose its warships, the Nixian pirate community would never tolerate any instances of colluding with civilized folk in order to harm their fellow pirates. Though such dirty deals doubtlessly took place, they were all secret and never exposed to the public. Pirates were pirates and civilized folk were civilized folk. That was how the galaxy should be run. Calabas wouldn't give up on the idea, though. We don't have to waste any resources or expend much money to explore our options. I will continue to try and see if we can approach powerful factions such as the Krella Alliance for aid. It's unlikely to work. Ves shook his head. First, there are more powers backing this revenge action. The Hallowed Abyss Temple is very influential and wants us dead really bad. Second, even if you can persuade the other pirate alliances to help us somehow, there is no way they can help us in the inevitable battle. They are too far away from Wreckage Paradise. They can use the space lanes. There aren't that many of them, and the Alidus Alliance may be blocking them. Whatever the case, I doubt Lord Hyvex is blind to this possibility. While it didn't hurt for Calabas to try and find some locals to collude with, Ves wasn't getting his hopes up. No matter what kind of rewards they offered to any potential, nothing was more valuable than retaining their lives. They discussed some other options. Commander Orphan raised the most ridiculous suggestion of the entire session. Hey! Don't get so glum. We haven't lost yet, she admonished everyone. Didn't Venerable Janzi beat up that giant whale with tentacles at the end of the last battle? As far as I'm concerned, as long as me, Dice, Tusa and Lil Joshua all break through at once, there's no way the Gravata Narlax will survive against our collective might. Everyone, including Commander Dice, did not exhibit any confidence in her suggestion at all. Major Vrol slammed his palm against the surface of the conference table. Don't joke around, Commander Orphan. This isn't an action drama where the heroes all magically break through at once at the nick of time. During the previous battle, only 1 out of 5 of our expert candidates underwent apotheosis. The odds are better for us this time, Orphan defended herself. While none of us has managed to get over the threshold, we've come a lot closer than before. Each of us just needs a tiny push to make it past our bottlenecks. What then? Vril asked. Isn't that obvious? We take advantage of the boost of power we gain from breaking through and channel it all against the Gravata Narlax. Even if we can't tear the big warships apart, we can at least cripple her so that she won't be able to threaten us further. A heavy silence fell over the conference room. Commander Magdalena sighed. There are more warships than just the Gravata Narlax. Taking out the flagship is a powerful gesture, but it doesn't address the remaining threats. Besides, the only reason why Venerable Janzi exhibited such might was because she achieved the legendary state of unity of man and machine. The odds of breaking through are already so low. The odds that one of your breakthroughs can also attain this state is even lower. Ves nodded in agreement. What happened with Janzi can't easily be replicated. She possessed a special bond with her mech. The same can't be said for the rest of you. I think only Joshua has a small chance to follow in Janzi's footsteps, but it's not enough. Major Ves spoke. Without any instance of perfect resonance, the chances of any one of you expert candidates being able to threaten the Gravada Narlax and the other pirate warships is minimal. A normal breakthrough simply doesn't produce enough power. Can't you do something, Ves? Orphan pleaded. You're the miracle man. You made the machine that caused Janzi to turn from a regular Larkinson mech pilot into a brand new expert pilot. Can't you perform your magic again and give us all a power-up when we most need it? I won't disappoint your expectations. Everyone thought her suggestion was ridiculous. The odds were too low. The discussion moved on after everyone decided to ignore Commander Orphan's ill-thought proposal. Only Ves kept thinking about her suggestion. Maybe to the other Larkinsons, her suggestion sounded too stupid to take seriously. Yet Ves fell silent for a time. His thoughts still lingered on the suggestion. Perhaps other people might not be able to do anything with it, but Ves was different. Was it really impossible to induce the remaining expert candidates of his clan to break through at once? Was it truly unthinkable to enable one or more of those breakthroughs to be accompanied by perfect resonance? What if Ves could make that happen? That would be a true miracle, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 2344 Bold Ideas. The various commanders filed out of the room. None of them held any smiles. Though they swapped numerous ideas during the meeting, none of them sounded good enough to save them from their current predicament. Any external help, even from the MTA, would come way too late. The Nixian Gap's remarkable properties also made it insanely difficult to get anywhere quickly unless someone had access to the so-called secret space lanes. These shortcuts were very obscure. The Peacekeeper Association, which knew the most about the Nixian Gap, had absolutely no clue where any of them were and how to access them. Not even the Big Two's war fleets with their sophisticated detection technologies managed to sniff out these unusual spatial channels. Whatever the case, the Larkinson fleet was in too deep, and the Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet was already heading to the border between Wreckage Paradise and Maynard Fields. Perhaps the one useful suggestion offered by the various officers was one given by Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin. There is no reason why we should accelerate towards the enemy. Confronting the enemy warships one day sooner is worse than one day later. At the very least, delaying for time will give us more opportunities to turn the situation around. Maybe the pirate factions break off from each other. Maybe a spatial anomaly has swallowed the Gravada Narlax. Though the odds of these events taking place are low, who knows what will actually happen? Her suggestion was a good one. We should stop moving to the border of the Nixian Gap. Instead, we should be traveling deeper. Orphan's suggestion. No. Ves shook his head. This is still enemy turf. The deeper we go, the greater the chance we'll encounter interference from the established pirate groups. Don't forget that the stronger pirates are all located closer to the center of the gap. The Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet won't be the only enemy we need to be worried about. We can slow our pace, but we should not stop, Ophelia said. Parking at the same coordinates will make it much easier for the pirates to surround us. Instead, we should make steady progress while varying our course. We have to prevent the enemy pirates from predicting our route. Otherwise, we'll encounter a lot of traps hidden in the asteroids. There were a lot of complex considerations behind these decisions. Since Ves did not specialize in navigation or fleet maneuvers, he left it up to the experts to decide their route. Aside from this, no other meaningful topic had been raised during the meeting. When everyone except Major Ves left, he turned to Ves. We will do our best to bring the odds in our favor, but it is likely not enough. Even if the rumors are exaggerated, there's little doubt the opposition possesses overwhelming power. Do you have any suggestions? Ves asked with a hint of hope. Activate your signal jammer first. Okay. Ves instantly pressed the button. He was so practiced with doing so that he didn't even need to look down at his tool belt. The Major spoke after the familiar field enveloped them both. Desperate times call for desperate measures, sir. I am aware of some of your proclivities. The way you run through the bodies of the captives makes that clear. Ves instantly put up his guard. What about it? They're pirates. They have forfeited their human rights. The senior mech officer coughed. I pass no judgment on what is taking place on this ship. All I know is that I have witnessed a fair amount of strangeness ever since my fellow Vandals and I have joined your side. Although some of the implications are disturbing, I have little doubt of the effectiveness of your applications. You approve? I am a Vandal, Ves. Don't you remember? Major Vo grinned. I also used to be a part of the Firestarters division of Flashlight. Even though I have long renounced my brighter ties, I still possess the background. I have taken part in operations that I'm not proud of. Yet I did so without complaint because everything I did was necessary to keep the Bright Republic going. Every light casts a shadow. Ah, that was right. Major Verl and the rest of the flagrant Vandals weren't a part of the squeaky clean portion of the Bright Republic. Whereas most of the Larkinsons served honorably, the Vandals mucked about in the dirt. Their morals were considerably looser, which was very useful. Ves thought for a moment. I have some controversial ideas. The experiments that I perform are meant to test these ideas and see whether they can be implemented safely. Are they useful ideas? Oh, certainly. If they work the way I think they do, then the effective battle performance of any of our mechs will jump. Still, Ves looked a bit glum. Even if I go all out, I don't think the results will be sufficient to change the outcome of the decisive battle. Don't tell anyone about this, but I think I have a way of helping our expert candidates break through. The problem is that warships don't care about expert pilots. A few direct cannon impacts can make short work of a mech regardless of whether there's a resonance field or not. Pure power can overwhelm any trick. Many humans in the galaxy still believe that warships were the apex of human civilization's might. Ves happened to agree with them. Even if high-ranking mech pilots were capable of making reality their plaything, there were only so many of them, and their capacity was finite. Warships may be expensive to build and difficult to crew, but once they got up and running, their combat capabilities vastly exceeded that of an expert pilot depending on their ship class and quality. Do you have any interesting ideas you want to implement? Don't hold back, sir. Major Verl spoke in a soothing and encouraging tone. We'll be dead if we don't do enough to get ourselves out of this predicament. Would you rather keep your honor and die, or would you rather keep your life and live in disgrace? The latter, of course. This is a no-brainer. Then go loose. No matter how dangerous or ridiculous your proposals sound, just voice them to me. I won't judge you no matter how extreme you sound. Ves believed him. No matter what, Verl was part of the Larkinson clan. With the Golden Cat watching over every Larkinson, any intent to betray him would never stay hidden. This was something that he expressly added to the design of the ancestral spirit. A few minutes passed as Ves calmly ran through his ideas, both recent and old. There were several controversial measures buried in the back of his mind that he never dared to entertain because of the immense risks involved. Now that Task Force Predator was slowly being driven to a corner, Ves no longer cared that much. The desperation of the moment was already getting to him in a very bad way. Ever since he entered the Nixian Gap, Ves felt a lot more unconstrained in his actions. The lawlessness and degeneracy of the region made him feel both liberated and under constant threat. For a long time, this was tolerable to Ves. With the strength of his task force and the protection of the penitent sisters, there were hardly any pirates who could withstand their might. That feeling of superiority didn't last. Ves felt as if he had gone back to the days where he was serving alongside the flagrant vandals while traveling deep into unfriendly territories. Ves let out a deep breath. He suddenly felt liberated after receiving Major Vol's encouragement. Keeping all of his controversial ideas to himself was stifling. He really needed a confidant who understood his difficulties. Sometimes, a helping hand and a second opinion could go a long way in helping him shape his solutions. The method that I have just alluded to might help our expert candidates out, but it isn't primarily targeted towards them. It's actually a way to empower our weaker mech pilots. By charging up their mechs with an exotic form of energy, their mechs will become more alive. It's difficult to describe the exact effects because I haven't really applied it to anything except for the desolate soldier mech I've tinkered with recently. Some of the mech pilots that I've stuck into its cockpit have died. That should give you an understanding how dangerous it can be to play around with this idea. I believe you, sir. You are not the sort of person who tortures people out of enjoyment. Have you made any progress? Ves shook his head. Not quite. Experimenting with pirates only gets me so far. If I want to take the next step, I need to apply the method I'm developing to our own mechs and mech pilots. So far, I have secretly applied my method to just one of our clansmen, but it remains to be seen whether it works. I didn't dare to go too far, so I'm afraid the effect might not be strong enough and that it will take too long to see the results. Will it help if you apply your experiments to more mech pilots? Definitely. The concept should be sound, but I don't know how certain variables can affect the outcome. Performing actual experiments is the key to determining whether my method is safe and effective. It's just, if I have miscalculated, our fellow Larkinsons may actually die. Perform the experiment on the vandals. What? My vandal soldiers, Vril said. We are trained to take risks that no one else is willing to take. We have gone through hell and back several times. This is no different. If you aren't willing to perform this experiment on any other Larkinsons, then just use us. You can trust us to do our duty. Ves felt touched by his offer, though he doubted whether the Major actually spoke for the entirety of the Vandals. That sounds great, but the Vandals aren't suitable. Right now, they are mostly piloting their old mech core machines. I can't apply the method that I'm developing to mechs that I haven't worked on. I can only empower mechs that are alive. Oh, the Major frowned. I did not know that. In that case, I suggest you turn to the living Sentinels. While they are badly battered, there are still more than 200 mech pilots at your disposal. The Sentinels have performed the worst during this excursion, and their battle strength is too low to play a meaningful role in the decisive battle. It's better to make a bet and find some way to strengthen the Sentinels no matter the cost. That's a reasonable argument. Ves nodded. It would be even better if I apply my trick to the avatars as well. The bright warrior mechs that are issued to a couple of mech companies are very suitable for empowerment. It also happens to tie into my second possible idea. And that is? There may be another way to enhance the battle strength of our mech pilots. It's inspired by the invisible network that ties our minds together. I'm sure you have noticed how some kind of invisible influence is affecting your perception and predisposition towards fellow clansmen. Right now, this network doesn't do much other than watch out for treacherous thoughts. I've noticed. It can do more? Ves reluctantly nodded. The network I made was inspired by the neural network developed Master Huron. There are several parallels between them both, but they are being utilized for different purposes. My proposal is to replicate another feature of the neural network. I want to be able to connect the minds of every Larkinson mech pilot with each other in order to enable greater cooperation. There might even be other effects due to the nature of the network I want to create. If I combine this idea with the previous one we've discussed, the combination might even produce unexpectedly powerful results. What do you think? You sure are bold. Major Vole responded mildly. I understand why you have been reluctant to share them with someone. Chapter 2345 Third Idea. The ideas that Ves shared with Major Vole sounded deceptively simple, but could easily produce a cascade of unintended consequences. The truth was that Ves didn't know what would happen if he did anything related to the two ideas. His unwillingness to cross a line by experimenting on his fellow Larkinsons had long constrained some of his wilder impulses. While Ves was pretty confident that both of his ideas could make a difference in the upcoming battle, he could not guarantee the safety of his test subjects. Both of them were crazy. As all of the exploded heads that Ves had witnessed could attest, messing with spirituality was anything but safe. Human minds could only handle so much spiritual input. Messing with people in this fashion was a very good way to kill or harm them. How could Ves do that to his own clansmen? It was too bad that his excursion had become a lot more dangerous. The looming crisis cast a very large shadow on the fleet, and Ves immediately understood that his Larkinsons were not up to par against one of the most powerful pirate forces in the Nixian Gap. He couldn't hold back anymore. The more he spoke to Major Vole, the more he became certain of what he had to do. Dangerous or not, time was short and enemies were closing in. Resorting to other measures such as fabricating some weapons of mass destruction was not good enough. Warships were built to take a beating. This was especially so for the Gravata Narlax, which boasted thick and heavy hull plating that had been constantly upgraded over the years. Even if the pirate heavy cruiser didn't show up, the remainder of the Alidus Alliance's punitive fleet was more than what the Larkinson clan could handle. Several smaller warships supported by a swarm of pirate mechs were already capable of running over Task Force Predator. If only we had warships of our own, Ves sighed. The galaxy would be a very different place if that were so, Major Vole responded. Combat would revolve around ships for the most part. The common people will have to live their lives in fear due to the constant threat of mass destruction. Even if the various war fleets agree to restrain their firepower around planets, it's inevitable for collateral damage to increase. Just the broken pieces of warships falling from orbit are enough to wipe out entire cities. There were good reasons why the Big Two took away the right to field warships from the majority of humans. They simply couldn't be trusted with the immense potential of destruction that they enabled. Of course, the pirates didn't care. Death? Destruction? They thrived in chaos. They played by different rules. If Ves failed to adapt to them, his entire fleet would surely get overrun by the tide of warships that were moving closer with each passing day. After receiving some surprisingly helpful support from Major Vole, they ended their little meeting. Ves still needed to explore and flesh out his ideas while Vole had many other duties to attend to. With so much at stake, either of them could afford to take any breaks. As Ves left the conference room and returned to his stateroom, he thought over what he said and what he didn't say. What Major Vole didn't know was that Ves had come up with a third proposal. He didn't mention it to his confidant because it sounded incredibly dangerous. He also lacked a way to make his idea happen. The premise was simple. Ves wanted to borrow the huge and swirling forces that were constantly at work in the imaginary realm. Ves had witnessed the power and might of the huge spiritual vortex spinning around in the higher dimensions. If the vortex wasn't constrained in a different realm, the Nixian Gap would have looked completely differently. No one would be able to live in a spinning disk where asteroids constantly slammed against each other. Sure, causing the imaginary realm to overlap with the material realm was dangerous. The Nova Krakau's sudden disappearance was proof that this dangerous event could easily engulf his fleet as well. However, doing something was better than doing nothing at all. Ever since the Battle of Yulamos Citadel took place, Ves discovered that there were people in the Nixian Gap who were capable of summoning artificial anomalies. If some cultists could do it, why shouldn't Ves be able to do the same? As long as Ves could turn the environment hostile against his enemies, then it didn't matter how many cannons the Gravata Narlax possessed or how many nuclear explosions her hull was able to withstand. Against the huge forces that affected an entire region of space, not a single human creation could withstand such might. Although it sounds great to subject my enemies to a natural disaster, how can I open up a breach and cause the two realms to overlap? How can I create an anomaly that won't subsequently devour my entire fleet? Ves had never done anything like this in his life. I'm a mech designer, not a deranged priest. However, he was also a dabbler in spiritual engineering. He had visited the shrine where Grey Watcher Zarnus presided over the ritual that called down the dark sphere and sustained it. Though the sight he had seen was disturbing, Ves still observed some useful clues. If I break it down into chunks, then maybe I can tackle the problems one by one. He composed a new document in his Archimedes Verbal implant. He began to record his theories and guesses about how to invoke an artificial disaster. I already know it's possible to merge the two realms. I have lived through two separate incidents where this took place. The naturally occurring temporal anomaly came about because turbulence in the imaginary realm caused it to spill over to the material realm to an extent. This meant that if Ves could replicate some of the conditions, he might be able to spark a similar disaster. As long as this disaster is just a fraction as strong as the temporal anomaly, I can really turn the tables around. However, Ves immediately recognized that evoking such a calamity was a double-edged sword. How could he possibly protect himself and his fellow Larkinsons against his own actions? This was a very problematic issue and one that Ves couldn't answer right now. His understanding of spirituality and how it related to the imaginary realm was too deficient. That hasn't stopped me before, he muttered with a ruthless expression. Even if my own people are affected as well, at least it's better than the alternative. Disrupting the battlefield and suffering the consequences at least gave Task Force Predator an opportunity to survive. If the battlefield remained completely normal, then his mechs and ships would never be able to avoid getting battered by the formidable primary and secondary weapons of the pirate warships. Even so, it's important to limit the damage inflicted on my own forces. How would he be able to do so? Back at the shrine, the Grey Watcher conducted a ritual with a ritual circle and everything. Ves was rather skeptical the latter meant anything. Perhaps it was merely a way to communicate with the ancient entity known as the Unending One. Ves was very reluctant to draw someone's blood in order to paint a weird circle and meaningless alien symbols on the floor. He disdained the superstition and preferred to skip all of the useless steps. The ritual was either a way to control the anomaly or a set of instructions that told the Unending One how to channel his powers. Either way, I doubt I can replicate this step. Oh well. I'll just go without and protect my forces some other way. He couldn't help but recall the fact that the dark sphere wasn't as dangerous inside Yulamos Citadel. While the Larkinson mechs trapped outside had to fight against ghostly mechs, the people inside the pirates' stronghold only had to fend off weaker ghosts on foot. That something like this took place hinted to Ves that the Watchers of the Hallowed Abyss Temple may be capable of mitigating, or even eliminating any anomaly that affected them. This might even be the reason why many large pirate bases almost never became engulfed by any anomalies. The Grey Watchers secretly guarded their locations against anomalies. Considering that the Larkinson clan had dealt a severe blow to the Hallowed Abyss Temple, VS was sure that several of its watchers to the Gravata Narlax and possibly other ships. Those guys will definitely try to stop my efforts. How was he supposed to beat people who might possibly be decades ahead in developing their spiritual prowess? Power! I need power! If a small spiritual storm failed to engulf the pirate fleet, then VS had to call up an even bigger storm. He did not believe the cultists that would surely be traveling on the Gravata Narlax could fight against the massive vortex. How can I channel all of that power? Where will I be able to get all of the energy required to sustain such a disaster? These were questions that VS wasn't able to answer right now. He had some ideas, but he was very far away from developing a complete method. He would have to perform a lot more experiments in the coming days. The earlier two ideas he shared with Major Verl sounded nice, but the power of humans was limited. VS would much rather borrow from the power of anomalous hazards to equal the odds. I'm not really sure how to protect my entire fleet from such a calamity, but maybe Venerable Janzi might come useful. None of the rumors about the pirates stated that they had their own expert pilot. VS thought it was unlikely that they had someone like that in reserve. The conditions for a mech pilot to advance to expert pilot were strict, and most pirates lacked the qualities needed to advance. That said, even if the Alidus Alliance produced a freak, it should only be one at most, and the expert mech probably won't be on par with those built in civilized space. If VS could induce multiple clansmen to break through at once, then the Larkinsons would definitely gain an advantage in this aspect. VS did not believe that evoking an artificial anomaly would wipe out the pirates. It was just a means to avoid imminent defeat as far as he was concerned. What he truly counted on was the might of his current and future expert pilots. Their strong will were very suited to resist strange phenomena. Their strong domains were centered around their willpower. VS already learned that expert pilots were easily capable of resisting harmful effects that entered their domain. How else did Janzi manage to shield so many friendly mechs at the time? Protecting his own fleet against spiritual shenanigans was an important priority to VS. Even if VS didn't do anything, the enemy might do so. Now that he was aware of the existence of the Hallowed Abyss Temple and the unusual powers of their cultists, VS had to develop some defense mechanisms. Maybe I can make use of all of the B-stone I've accumulated. The unending alloy that VS obtained might be too difficult for him to work with, but the same didn't apply to B-stone. The material wasn't very strong, which meant that VS could manipulate it in any way he liked. Perhaps he could use it for something that would help facilitate his goals. He recalled that B-stones seemed to work well with Lufa, and perhaps the ancient imprisoned entities that were locked inside the vortex. Several ideas flowed in his mind. Ordinarily, he would have pushed them away for being too crazy, but this time he was fully unrestrained in his thinking. No matter what, getting out alive is my greatest priority. Chapter 2346, Agents of Order. This design, what have you been doing with them? VS wondered. I asked Sharput to help me, Kedis answered. He's been really helpful, though I feel a bit drained whenever he does something to my design. Whatever it is, I think it's useful. Whenever I think about it, I feel as if I'm more in tune with it. It's a swordsman mech designed by a sword woman. It doesn't get any more genuine than this. Don't you agree, VS? VS didn't necessarily subscribe to that theory, but he nodded because he didn't want to pop her bubble. Your personal experiences are invaluable to your work. It's just that I still don't entirely think this mech concept can actually work. Using two broad-bladed swords as shields is still an awful idea no matter how you look at it. A proper shield is much thicker and covers a significantly larger surface area. Certain models of shields even come with sharp edges if you still want to add some cutting power. I already told you that I am not interested in designing something as boring as a night mech. Even if this idea isn't practical, I still want to design it to completion, just to see how well it can defend against ranged attacks. Well, if you're sure. I like your commitment at least. Fail or succeed, at least you'll get something out of it. Just don't try to push faulty products down the throats of your target audience. I know, VS. I think this mech could be very interesting to the sword maidens. Defending in this manner is something that every sword maiden mech pilot has trained in. My sisters don't like to pilot traditional night mechs because they heavily constrain their ability to attack. Offering an alternative that suits their fighting style can go a long way into improving their tactical flexibility. VS continued to study her updated design. Compared to the original, it was a bit more developed. It also gained a lot of technical refinements based on his feedback. Her strength as a mech designer had become a lot more impressive to him. Due to all of the candies he stuffed in her, the amount of knowledge she possessed was already sufficient. The challenge she faced was utilizing what she learned. VS suffered from the same problems sometimes, and that was an unavoidable consequence of absorbing too much theory and know-how from the system at once. He didn't expect much improvement in this aspect. He was wrong. Not just this defensive swordsman mech design, but all of her other personal mech designs exhibited the same degree of maturity as well. It was as if she had transformed from an awkward, inexperienced apprentice into a more seasoned mech designer who knew her craft well. He saw the hint of an apprentice that was ready to advance to journeyman at any time. What she did to the mech design might become her main direction. He pointed at the sword wielded by the dual-wielding swordsman mech projected in front. Although I'm not sure what Sharpe has done, my best guess is that it has imparted some of his strength to the mech design. Any mech derived from this design will probably be able to channel some of that into its swords. And therefore make it sharper, right? VS reluctantly nodded. That's my guess, but I'm not certain whether it will work. Though Sharpe is a part of you, it is not a good habit of using powers you don't understand. You need to know what you are doing in order to make true progress. I'll take that into account. Kedis grimaced. I don't know whether I'll even be able to do so, though. From what I heard, we're facing some very powerful enemies soon. Without anyone to help us, will we be able to escape? It's hard to say. We're not going down without a fight, though. We've plundered a lot of resources from Yulamos Citadel, and we're already starting to make good use of them. In addition to that, I have some other surprises in store that may be able to level the playing field. Warships may be the ultimate weapon in the galaxy, but the ones built and operated by pirates are probably ramshackle and deficient in many ways. There is no way the shipbuilding infrastructure in this unstable region can sustain the production of better quality ships. It took a lot of people and some very expensive machinery to build a starship, and that only applied to the simplest ones such as transports and cargo haulers. The bigger and more sophisticated a ship, the greater demand on expertise and infrastructure. Since the Nixian Gap was not known to be an intellectual or industrial powerhouse, the Alidus Alliance must have wasted far more resources on building the Gravata Narlax than the pirates should have. It didn't really make sense to VS at first. Then he began to recall the bottleneck on mech pilots. Though there were always outcasts and criminals fleeing into the Nixian Gap every day, the supply of mech pilots still remained limited. In comparison, the amount of norms that entered this region was a lot higher. Even if non-mech pilots weren't treated as well, those with useful skills could still find a place in the pirate community. Being able to crew a warship with norms was the biggest advantage to fielding them. Though truly skilled and knowledgeable people such as naval engineers and command officers were still in short supply, they didn't catch as much attention as mech pilots. It was therefore easier for any pirate faction to prioritize employing them. The Alidus Alliance only had to spend a couple of years to gather and train a full crew. Ves continued to evaluate Keddy's recent design work. She even showed him an updated draft design of her so-called Monster Slayer mech. Different from the rest, the Monster Slayer was a second-class mech design. Even though her draft was anything but complete, Ves spotted many more points that might have worked in lesser mech designs but would surely become a problem if Keddy's wanted to design a higher-spec mech. You haven't designed any mechs yet, Keddy's. While I understand your haste, it's better for you to take your time and focus on studying what makes a second-class mech different from a third-class one. What I'm seeing right now is that your depth of knowledge in this area is too shallow. The woman looked glum. It's still an early version. I'll keep working on it. I don't want to downgrade my design. My goal is to deliver something useful to the Sword Maidens, and I don't want to wait several years to do so. If we survive the coming crisis, then becoming a second-class mech designer is my second highest priority after trying to advance to journeyman. How close are you to breaking through? Keddy shrugged. Beats me. Did you know beforehand whether you would advance? I did so right after I completed the design of the Aurora Titan and presented it to the market. You haven't designed or published a single complete mech design of your own making yet, so you don't know what you're missing out. Once you start serving customers, any customers, you will experience a degree of satisfaction that is unique to creators. He stretched his hand and placed it on top of her own hand. It is easier to destroy than to create. Just look back at the Age of Conquest. It takes centuries to turn a barren planet into a thriving population center. It takes a single battleship to bombard it all to oblivion. Aren't the products we make supposed to be used to destroy? You're not wrong, but that's not the complete picture. Humanity is a race that thrives on order. Ever since our civilization has started, we have constantly expanded our territory and exploited more resources in order to make greater tie-ins. Weapons, farming implements, houses, vehicles, and more can't be made without people like us who develop the knowledge to create all of these essential products. Keddy's raised her hand to adjust her poofy beret. What does that have to do with what I said? Weapons are tools. Mechs are tools. Their immediate use may be related to violence, but they are actually the means which people use to impose order. Warfare is nothing but a struggle to gain supremacy. The galaxy may look a little bad with all of the petty wars taking place between states, but conflicts like these can't be prevented. Our place in this society is to supply the war machines that our customers need to further their own interests. And that leads to order? Yes. Ves sincerely nodded. As long as our mechs are the strongest, our customers will reign supreme in their respective domains. What if our customers consist of both sides of a conflict? Then they have both made a good choice. Regardless of who wins or loses, the battle will solely play out by the rules that we have set. This is a different form of order. Keddy's narrowed her eyes at her. I don't know. It all sounds like crap to me. Mechs are big, powerful machines that can kill thousands of people in a minute. Every battle fought by mechs has led to a lot of destruction. Just look at the pirate bases that we have overrun. They're pirates. Ves dismissively snorted. Setting them back is a great way to increase the order in civilized space. Keddy's crossed her arms. She looked increasingly skeptical at him. It all sounds like excuses to me. Why can't you just admit you just want to channel your urge to destroy something with your mechs? Isn't that why we have entered the Nixian Gap? That's different. We didn't enter the Nixian Gap to satisfy this non-existent craving. We set out to earn a lot of MTA merits in the fastest way possible. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. Really? What was Keddy's talking about? Did she think of Ves as a savage or something? That couldn't be further from the truth. He coughed. We've strayed from the original topic. Let's head back to my original point. Right now, you have become better at designing mechs, But that doesn't necessarily mean you are a good mech designer. His student looked confused. Isn't that the same? Ves shook his head. Designing mechs is just one aspect of being a mech designer. There are steps preceding this act and steps following this act. Before you design a mech, you need to understand your target audience. What do they need? What do they prefer to use? What are they lacking? I already did that with the Sword Maidens. None of my mech designs are irrelevant to them, even my dual-wielding design. You possess a unique advantage in that area, I'll give you that, he conceded. It's what happens afterwards that you need to work on. Right now, you have little experience in this. While you have participated in several successful design projects, those works belong to Gloriana and I. As an assistant, your contribution is marginal, so you don't feel the same sense of pride and accomplishment that we do. Every creator craves validation. It is the reward that your inner mech designer sorely needs to lift you to greater heights. She didn't understand him. How could she? Her uneven development had left her very stunted in this area. The reason why Ves placed so much importance in this aspect was because he predicted that she would definitely be able to step up once addressing this shortcoming. Ves truly hoped to see her turn into journeyman soon. Still, it was hard for him to feel optimistic about her chances when his fleet was under an enormous crisis. What could Kedis possibly do if she ever manages to advance to journeyman? Unlike expert pilots, mech designers did not exhibit any flashy powers when they formed their design seeds. All of the excitement happened in their minds. He sighed. Just work at your own pace. You don't need to hurry. You're still young. Chapter 2347, Pessimistic Sentiment. Half of the Woden warriors sent to the Hisneck system are being dispatched to the Nixian Gap. Gloriana's physical projection told him. Her shape pressed against his own and her perfume intoxicated his nose. We care about you, so we have sent the most we are able to afford. It's just that they won't be able to get to you fast enough. I'm aware. Regardless, your dynasty's gesture is helpful nonetheless. If some major change takes place that alters our strategic situation, our fleet might be able to evade the Alidus alliance. Don't forget that while those warships are powerful, they're also slow. I know, but my sister Kalendra told me that your options are limited. She's not very optimistic about being able to catch up. She also can't go too deep into the Nixian Gap. It would be a tragedy to lose her along with thousands of loyal, rigorously trained Hexer mech pilots. Don't worry. Your dynasty's commitment is enough. I don't want to drag them all down with me if the worst comes to pass. If anything, maybe some of us might be able to evade the pirates by splitting up. As long as I'm on one of the few ships that manages to rendezvous with your Woden warriors, I'll probably be in the clear. That's what we're hoping for as well. She looked up at him with an adoring expression. Regardless of the fate of your forces in the Nixian Gap, you are by far the most important person in your fleet. It doesn't matter if Venerable Janzi, your relatives, your experienced mech pilots or anyone else will die. It doesn't matter if you lose all of your ships and possessions. Your life is the only thing that matters to me. Don't let yourself be dragged down by your counterproductive sentiments. Ves frowned at that. Our clan is all about family, Gloriana. I won't leave my people behind while there is still a chance. Don't throw away your life, Ves. I still need you. She slapped her palm against his chest. Look, if all hope is lost, and it appears to be that way, then just do everything you can to make it out. We can always start anew as long as you return, especially with the level of success we currently enjoy. You're a mech designer. Playing clan leader is all well and good, but if it becomes a hindrance to your career, then don't continue with it any longer. You can always rely on the Woden dynasty to manage your business and protect you from danger. There was no way Ves was going to accept this solution. He would rather let the pirates kill him and the entire task force than to become a Hexer puppet. I appreciate the offer, but I don't think the outcome is set in stone. Let's just see how the situation develops. Gloriana wasn't the only person who encouraged him to bail out of the task force. Doing so would definitely leave most of the members of the task force at the mercy of the pirates, but that didn't seem to bother a couple of other people. In a later meeting with Calabast, she expressed a similar sentiment. I know that you and some of the people in the fleet are cooking up some drastic measures to resist the enemy punitive fleet. We are. Ves nodded. Do you have something in mind as well? I'm still working on it. It will take some time for me to get back to you on that. Still, we can't assume that all of our harebrained schemes will work out. We need to plan for failure as well. What are you talking about? If worse comes to worse, we need to get out, preferably without getting chased by too many pirates, Calabast stated. I have already developed some contingency plans on how to do so before or during a losing battle. Utilizing our stealth shuttle is key. While there is a possibility that the Gravada Narlex possesses anti-stealth capabilities that are potent enough to power through our shuttle's means of stealth, such measures aren't effective past a certain range. You're suggesting that we abandon the Scarlet Rose and scurry away with the help of our stealth shuttle? She nodded. You and I are some of the most high-value targets in our fleet. Capturing or killing us is very important to our opponents. We can't run away on the Scarlet Rose because our ship is too high-profile. Even if she is fast enough to outrun any pirate target, don't forget that we'll still be surrounded by many other pirate groups. There is little chance our smaller vessel can resist every hostile pirate outfit that attempts to bar our way. He agreed with her on that. The Scarlet Rose was one of the best ships in the Larkinson clan to this date, but she only held enough hangar room capacity for 4 mechs, maybe 5 if he tossed away the statue of the unending one from the mech workshop. How could an escort of 5 mechs possibly fend off all of the pirates who would come running as if they were sharks smelling blood? The plan, therefore, is to remain fluid. Depending on how the route unfolds, we'll have to make a judgment call and decide on following the ship that has the best chance of getting away from the main pirate force. Ideally, we should be following a combat carrier of the Penitent Sisters. Their ships are faster and far more resistant to damage. If the carrier is able to retain a full mech company, then our chances of escaping enemy pursuit and fending off opportunistic pirate outfits are the highest. I've already contacted some of their officers in order to prepare for an eventual emergency withdrawal. Though Ves was not seriously willing to consider bailing out, he had to admit that Calabast's arrangements sounded workable. Making it off with 40 second-class mechs sounded like a decent prospect. Still, he knew that Calabast hadn't cooked up this plan solely because she was worried for his life. This is your escape plan, isn't it? Ves guessed. If I refuse to go along with you, will this be how you get away? She smiled at him. She didn't hide her intentions. You can't win every fight, Ves. Victory and defeat are part of life. The true test is not how often you can achieve a win, but how well you are able to pick yourself up after suffering a loss. Don't be stupid and die with the rest. Focus on preserving your life. I don't think I'll be able to live with myself if I take your option. Disgrace, guilt, and shame are immaterial. Calabast lectured to him while crossing her arms. So what if you disgrace yourself? So what if you are branded as a coward? You're a mech designer. No one expects you to put up a good fight, or any fight for that matter. What little guilt and shame you acquire will easily fade after a couple of decades of running a normal life. When you look back on this incident, you'll probably whack yourself on the head for entering the Nixian Gap in the first place. That last part sounded true, but most of what she said did not sit well in him. Certainly, disgrace, guilt, and shame were not a big deal to some people. They were social or psychological concepts that largely existed in everyone's minds. From a logical perspective, As long as Ves decided to ignore these emotions, he could go on about his life without too many repercussions. Yet Ves instinctively resisted such thoughts. The battle isn't lost yet. It hasn't even begun. As Larkinsons, we should be giving it all. No enemy is infallible nor invincible. There are always ways to beat them. I believe that our task force still possesses the means to defeat the pirate fleet. We just need to utilize our assets to the greatest degree. The spymaster began to look annoyed at his stubborn mindset. She tapped him on the forehead. Preserving your life in a hopeless situation isn't a sin, Ves. The remainder of the Larkinson clan is better served with you returning alive and well rather than dying for a hopeless cause. Ves shoved away her finger. Enough! I understand your argument, and ordinarily you may be right, but our case isn't hopeless just yet. Let's all work on our own solutions and see where that will take us a month from now. If we truly haven't been able to come up with anything that helps, then I'll consider your suggestion more seriously. She ended the meeting and left shortly after he made his stance clear. Though he understood her logic, he didn't like her overall mindset. What was it with all of these people telling him the battle was already lost? Sure, Task Force Predator was horribly outgunned and outmatched by the pirate war fleet, but the enemy wasn't the only one who possessed trump cards. Since these Nixian pirates like to go crazy, I'll do the same. Ves spoke with an intense expression. One of the measures he had chosen was to begin with empowering some of his mechs. He couldn't wait for his little experiment with Vincent's Adonis Colossus to yield some measurable results. Even if he lacked way too much data to conclude this measure was safe, Ves had no choice but to set aside all of his safety concerns and trust in his unproven and unconfirmed theories. For this reason, he moved to the Red Feather's hangar bay and addressed every mech pilot who piloted a bright warrior on the Avatar flagship. Avatars, bright companions, I am glad to see you today. The Avatars, as well as Joshua and his personal squad, stood straight in their dashing bright uniforms. Despite the pessimistic sentiment that had spread throughout the fleet, the Avatars remained fully confident in their ability to make it through. Their ability to keep up their morale was a testament to their elite training. While we are facing some formidable enemies, we aren't pushovers. Our clan is strong. We have faced many crises. We will make it through this time as well, but it won't be easy. I have developed a potential upgrade that might supercharge your ability to pilot your mech. The Avatars all looked interested. That was good. Ves hesitated a bit. I can't exactly describe what I will do to your bright warrior mechs, but know that piloting them will become a lot more serious from now on. When you next pilot your mech, you will doubtlessly realize that it is more responsive to you. This is not an illusion. If my changes are successful, your mech will become more alive, in a way. He looked sternly in every mech pilot's eyes. However, the reason why I've withheld this measure from everyone is because it's very experimental. Death is a very real possibility. However, if you follow my instructions and sincerely respect the mech, nothing will go wrong. All I ask from you is to abide by your code of honor and to maintain your confidence. Are there any volunteers for this experimental procedure? It didn't take long before Joshua stepped forward. I wish to volunteer, sir. I want to volunteer as well, sir. Please improve our mech, sir. Not a single Avatar mech pilot refused this call. As far as they were concerned, it was their duty to do so. Their trust in Ves was very high. Anything that could improve their mechs and make them feel less useless was very welcome in their eyes. The Avatars of Myth did not wish to be relegated to cannon fodder in the next battle. Warmth spread through his veins as Ves received the response he wished. Very well then. Let's begin. I will be tinkering with each of your mechs for the remainder of the day. Due to experimental reasons, the changes will vary in intensity, But don't take any of the mechs lightly. Ves was about to experiment on his own clansmen, and some of his best mech pilots at that. If this experiment proceeded horribly, then the avatars of myth would surely suffer a massive blow. Chapter 2348 Cat and Lizard. Ves quite enjoyed spending time with the avatars on the Red Feather. Unlike mopers like Calabast, the avatars possessed a great sense of confidence and battle spirit. While the avatars certainly suffered several blows throughout the excursion into the Nixian Gap, they remained ready for battle even after losing almost 180 comrades in arms. It was too bad that the mechs they piloted tended to be mixed. Not many of them actually piloted a mech produced by the LMC. This couldn't be helped, as Ves hadn't designed a full range of suitable mechs for any mech force. If not for the fact that the Bright Warrior actually covered 4 different mech types, the Avatar's mech roster would have looked even drearier. The lack of LMC mechs fielded by the Avatars meant that Ves wouldn't be able to boost all of their mechs. In some way, that could be seen as a detriment, but it could also be regarded as a benefit. For now, Ves was only able to upgrade the Bright Warriors, Aurora Titans, Doom Guards and Deliverers that were being actively used by his mech forces. Each of these space-borne models covered a decent spread of mech types. If not for the fact that fabricating the Bright Warrior was very troublesome, the Avatars should have been able to field an LMC mech to more. As it was, Ves wanted to start off with upgrading the Bright Warrior mechs utilized by both the first and second space-borne mech companies. The unflinching loyalty and battle spirit shown by the Avatars turned them into the ideal mech pilots to test whether empowering mechs would work as he hoped. Ves originally designed the Bright Warrior as a mech to train and uplift the Larkinson clan. Every mech pilot assigned to the machines would be able to experience what it was like to gain some second-class mech capabilities. In addition, the Bright Warrior design was also supposed to represent the Larkinson clan at its best at the time. Even though Bridge Mech sat in an awkward place between third-class mechs and second-class mechs, the Bright Warrior was still far more powerful than any mech the Larkinson clan fielded at the time. Though the power of the Bright Warrior had been eclipsed by the presence of the Penitent Sisters, Ves still considered his design to be a great success. He was definitely going to design a second-class revision that incorporated all of his latest innovations when he survived this crisis. Perhaps he might start work on them immediately after completing his current round of active projects. After the brave Avatar mech pilots all agreed to take part in a dangerous experimental procedure they knew nothing about, they all boarded shuttles that brought them to one of the combat carriers of the Penitent Sisters. In order to obtain more data and be sure that every mech pilot was capable of enduring substantial stress, Ves wanted them all to undergo extensive health checks. When he had brought this demand to Rania, she suggested conducting the health inspections aboard the surly cockatrice. The Penitent Sister flagship may be a bit aged, but she possessed a large infirmary that was suitable to perform fast but very detailed inspections in a short amount of time. With the pilots departing from the ship and the mech technicians ordered to move out, Ves was left alone other than some bodyguards. After deactivating the monitoring system and deploying some jammers, he finally felt secure enough to perform his routine. In fact, he didn't need to do anything. It was the Golden Cat doing all of the work. "Come on, Goldie!" He held out the Larkinson mandate. "Pump some of your juice into these shiny Bright Warriors. Each of these mechs can be more than what they are right now if you contribute to their growth." Goldie's glowing, intangible head poked out from the book. She looked at the Bright Warriors with a familiar but also curious expression. Her tail flicked back and forth, moving through both the book and his hand. "Naya? I know you don't have as much energy as the other spirits, but this will be a worthwhile sacrifice. I won't ask you to pump everything you have into the mechs. Just a portion is enough for most of them. Can you do it, or do you need help?" "Yeah, Compared to his other design spirits, the golden cat truly didn't have enough energy to spare. Being connected to just tens of thousands of Larkinsons was different from being connected to millions of mech pilots. The ancestral spirit suddenly perked up for some reason. Naya! Nya nya! Ha! Kalankso is willing to help you. Can she do that? Naya Naya Naya! Ves recalled that when he created the golden cat, he made use of Kalankso's spiritual fragment as one of her ingredients. Ves wasn't sure whether that was enough for Goldie to make use of Kalankso's donated spiritual energy, but evidently their relations were good enough to make such a course of action viable. The presence of Kalankso soon approached both of them. Ves sensed great concern from the design spirit. As an entity that had been watching over Ves, the Larkinson clan and her three chosen, the predicament facing Task Force Predator was of great concern to the sacred god. A wave of willingness exuded from her spirit. Kalankso conveyed a willingness to supply Goldie with energy in order to make this measure possible. Thank you, Kalankso. This will make everything easier. Ves trusted the former exhibice because it was in her best interest to help out the Larkinson clan. Venerable Janzi had just broken through to expert pilot, and would likely be able to supply her with the higher quality spiritual feedback she sorely needed to evolve. Commander Orphan and Commander Dice were close to breaking through as well. Keeping Ves alive was also in her best interest because he was the only one who was able to connect her to more mech pilots, and thereby possibly keep sustaining her existence. It was due to these mutual intertwined interests that Ves appreciated her. As Kalankso and Goldie began to do something together, he noticed that the latter began to grow visibly more energetic. Just like how Ves channeled his excess spiritual energy into Lufa during the previous battle, now Kalankso was doing the same to Goldie. The process was fairly delicate. Despite their mutual ties and close friendship, it was difficult for Goldie to properly absorb and internalize Kalankso's higher quality spiritual energy. It was like dropping cold water in a hot pan. Goldie initially experienced a substantial amount of pain and discomfort. Naya! Ves couldn't do anything but watch as Goldie slowly tried to break down the donated energy into a form more suitable for her to work with. Fortunately, Kalankso actively helped her gain control over what she gained. With their continued cooperation, they finally managed to develop a rudimentary method where Kalankso was able to drip feed Goldie with a small amount of her high-quality spiritual energy ever so often. Though the rate of transfer was fairly low, it was stable. The biggest advantage to this process was that Kalankso possessed an abundant amount of spiritual energy. She had plenty to spare for Goldie. This little development inadvertently solved a significant future problem for Ves. Some spiritual entities weren't suited to become design spirits for mass market mechs. The Golden Cat was the guardian of the Larkinson clan. She worked best when she watched over the Larkinsons. Why would Ves ever assign her to a mech used by strangers? Doing so would only decrease her fit to the clan. Nya! Once Goldie was stuffed with energy, she eagerly passed some of it on the mech in front of Ves. He could see the rich flow of spiritual energy entering seamlessly into the mech. No compatibility issues emerged despite most of it belonging to a different spirit just some time ago. The Bright Warrior mech, which was very familiar with the Golden Cat, openly embraced the injection of energy. Its spiritual foundation ballooned and soon reached saturation without any hindrance. Amazing! Ves uttered. This was a rather fantastic development. As long as Kalankso could keep passing some of her excess spiritual energy to Goldie, the Larkinson clan's ancestral spirit could effectively do much more than what she was capable of doing alone. His next experiment would go much smoother if this was the case. Okay, that's enough. This mech is completely filled up. Let's move on to the next one. Several hours went by as Ves directed Goldie to enhance the bright warriors by varying degrees. Only a couple reached 100% saturation. These mechs absorbed the maximum possible amount of spiritual energy their foundations could bear. That said, they were also the most dangerous mechs to pilot. If anything went wrong, the mech pilot in question would definitely die. The only uncertainty was whether the mech pilot would die by way of head explosion or merely heavy brain damage. One special mech that made Ves pause was the Quint. The sole masterwork mech model was Joshua's partner in battle in the Nixian Gap. Of all of the mech pilots who utilized his products, Joshua was the only one who understood his design philosophy the deepest. That meant that the talented mech pilot should be able to adjust to the changes the best. Considering Joshua's genuine love and respect for LMC mechs, Ves thought it was extremely unlikely for the Quint to turn against its current mech pilot. Pump it up to the brim, Goldie. Naya? Goldie looked hesitant. She was aware of the importance of the Quint through her connection with Joshua. She knew enough about this current experiment that playing around with so much spiritual energy could be very dangerous to people. Still, Ves was undeterred. He had made his choice after weighing all of the risks and benefits. Please do it. The Quint can be so much more if you give it a boost. She did what he wanted. The Golden Cat took her time and tried to make the Quint's spiritual foundation to grow as smoothly as possible. The Masterwork mech seemed to gain much more life compared to the other mechs. Ves sensed the difference. Its Masterwork qualities seemed to become more vivid and the mech's personality began to be more pronounced. What surprised Ves even more was that the Quint's spiritual foundation possessed a higher ceiling than other mechs. It was stuffed with so much spiritual energy that Ves could scarcely predict what would happen if the mech fully harmonized with Joshua. Whatever the result, it was sure to be impressive. Well done, Goldie! Nya! After finishing up with the mechs at the Red Feather, he moved over to the Green Feather to empower the mechs of the second spaceborne mech company of the Avatars of Myth. He roughly applied the same even distribution he used on the previous carrier. The mechs were either fully saturated, 75% saturated, 50% saturated, and 25% saturated. With so many different degrees of enhancement, Ves wanted to keep a close eye on how these mech pilots behaved and whether they performed better in training. Since only a quarter of the mechs fit into every category, Ves hoped to prevent every mech pilot of the Bright Warriors from dying at the same time due to some overlooked mistake or something. Once Ves was finished with the round of experiments, he left the Green Feather and returned to the Scarlet Rose. Meanwhile, some of the Avatar mech pilots assigned to the empowered mechs had returned from their health inspections. When they returned to their ships and approached their assigned machines, each of them felt the difference. The mech does seem more alive somehow. Are you sure? I don't feel anything. The mech seems a little different though. Every mech pilot who returned to their machines expressed a lot of eagerness in taking them out on a spin. Chapter 2349 Careful Tests. The Avatar mech pilots who had just returned from their health inspections weren't allowed to hop into their mechs immediately. Due to all of the risks involved with this unprecedented experiment, Ves ordered the Avatars to stand by and wait their turns. In the meantime, Ves gathered a bunch of his braves and assigned them to watch over the telemetry of the mechs that he permitted to deploy. Ves knew exactly how much saturation every individual Bright Warrior had reached. Obviously, he was not going to begin with ordering the mechs that had reached full saturation to deploy. If there was something fundamentally wrong with his theories, then he at least wanted his Avatar mech pilots to come away with a bad headache instead of chunks of their brains splattered all over the interior of their cockpits. Joshua raised an immediate complaint, but VS swiped his message away after taking a brief glance at it. There was no way that VS would risk the mech pilot with the greatest value to him due to impatience. "Alright, let's start," he told the braves in the design lab. Much more people were monitoring the mechs that were about to deploy. Various chief technicians and techs aboard the Red Feather and the Green Feather were keeping a very close eye on the performance of the newly empowered mechs. No one knew what VS had actually done with them. It didn't really take that much time, and nothing about the mechs seemed different aside from performing some minor technical tweaks. Yet somehow, the same mechs felt different when their mech pilots reunited with their machines. Each of the avatars had been taught to view their mechs as partners rather than tools. As VS intended them to be the elites who utilized his mechs the best, how could they be ignorant of the life that existed in their machines? As the avatar mech pilots each recognized that their paired machines had become greater in some way, they hardly couldn't wait. VS viewed this enthusiasm as a good thing. Their love for their mechs and their eagerness to pilot them meant that the chances of rejection should be minimal. So long as all of the mech pilots in question did not hate their own mechs, they would likely be able to forge a greater and more intimate bond with them. He hoped that none of their enthusiasm faded as they waited their turns. Since the avatar mech pilots assigned to mechs with full saturation would be going last, it was very critical for them to remain positive and eager. VS had already passed instructions to Commander Melker to monitor this group closely and pull them out of the queue if there was anything wrong about their moods. Keddy stepped to his side and peered at the projections that VS had pulled up. The main one currently displayed a feed of the mech hangar of the Red Feather. The first spiritually enhanced mech was about to be deployed. Though its foundation had only been boosted up to 25% saturation, that was still substantially greater than before. A female mech pilot hopped inside the cockpit. As she sat down on the piloting chair and prepped for deployment, a sense of anticipation swept through the design lab. Even if the assistants didn't know what VS had done, they all looked forward to a show. "Do you think what you have done will really strengthen us?" Keddy softly asked. VS tapped the side of his smooth-shaven chin. "I do, but don't expect immediate results. Right now, I just want to make sure that the changes I've made don't pose an imminent threat to the mech pilots. For this reason, I made sure to install a quick kill switch into every mech." "You what?" "This is a dangerous experiment, Keddies. Do you think what I've done is something I was ready to roll out to our mech pilots straight away? Hell no! Originally, I planned to research this option further when we returned to civilized space. Now that the pirates are trying to lead us into a dead end, I have no choice but to throw caution to the wind. That said, the least I can do is to prepare as many precautions as possible." He would rather want his pilots alive but disoriented than dead by gruesome means. When the female avatar finally completed her routine check, she activated the mech. The bright warrior slowly began to light up as various systems came online. The gleaming gold-coated mech seemed to glow richer and more vividly as the life that was dormant inside began to connect with its familiar mech pilot. VS stared very closely. He studied the avatar mech pilot's appearance very closely for any signs of pain, panic, or discomfort. At the same time, he also paid attention to her life signs. Once any of the parameters reached a dangerous level, VS was ready to press the button that immediately shut the mech down regardless of what it was doing. "It looks good so far," Keddies remarked. "The mech pilot seems happy. Just look at her smile. It's as if she has found her own Sharpie." Her analogy, though weird, seemed apt. While VS was too far away from the Red Feather to extend his spiritual senses so far away, right now the expression of the mech pilot said it all. Pure bliss seemed to emanate from the mech pilot as she merged her mind with a reciprocating machine. The bright warrior mech completed its boot-up process without any issue. Ves even suspected that this was the smoothest starting procedure the mech had ever been through. Ves and many other people watched the complicated telemetry projected in front of their eyes. Every important parameter appeared normal, but this was just the start. It still remained to be seen whether the mech posed a threat to its own pilot. It might be possible for the machine to inflict harm on its mech pilot even if the machine did not mean to do so. That was why the mech had to go through further testing. Please proceed to launch into space and initiate the routine that we have specified. The mech in question slowly walked across the mech hangar until it reached the exit. Once the machine smoothly engaged its flight system and emerged into space, the machine began to perform some basic movements. The bright warrior that Ves had chosen to deploy first was in its swordsman mech configuration. This gave the mech the greatest range of motion. As the mech performed more and more complex maneuvers in space, Ves continued to observe the condition of the mech pilot while keeping at least some of his attention on the performance of the mech. Despite the mech pilot's brilliant smile, her machine did not appear to be any stronger. Its movements seemed more fluent perhaps, but the differences were very subtle. To be honest, the bright warrior looked like any other of its kind. Some of the assistant mech designers tasked to pay attention to the performance of the mech grew disappointed. What was all of this fuss about life-threatening danger and whatnot? Wasn't this just a regular mech deployment? Others believed that the changes purely affected the glow, or some other intangible elements that they were in the dark about. The rest of the test proceeded without any noticeable differences. The mech pilot obediently followed the prescribed routine. The mech swung its swords against empty space for a time before an Aurora Titan appeared. The two mechs began to hit each other with slow and controlled attacks. The power and frequency of the attacks slowly rose as the bright warrior showed no notable deviations. Once both mechs went at each other with serious attacks, Ves finally became sure that not even the rush of battle would lead to severe deviations. All right. Pull her back. I've seen enough. Send out the next mech on the list. This process went on for more than an hour as Bright Warrior after Bright Warrior exhibited no meaningful differences in their performance. Certainly, their mech pilots had become a lot more comfortable with interfacing with their mechs, but it was hard to see how this change would transform their battle strength. Though Ves also began to feel bored now that he confirmed his guess, he still stuck to the original order. He wanted confirmation that every affected mech was still safe to pilot. When every mech that had gained 25% saturation had their turn, the first mech with 50% saturation quietly deployed into space. Compared to the previous mech pilots, the joy and happiness of the mech pilot was a bit more evident this time. Ves sensed some elevated life signs, but nothing had reached alarming levels. This fellow looks more excited than the previous ones, Kedis astutely remarks. If I have to describe the difference, I would say that the ones who came before behaved as if they reunited with their childhood friends. This one looks like he's meeting his lover. Though Ves wouldn't describe the differences in such a way, they roughly fit the circumstances. Obviously, the first Avatar mech pilot to deploy in a mech with 50% saturation had formed a stronger bond with his machine. As the bright warrior in a rifleman mech configuration began to fire potshots at distant asteroids, Ves compared the mech pilot's current scores to his previous results. The difference was small, but there was a definite difference. The mech pilot exhibited greater reaction speed and accuracy than before, and the improvement was just good enough to be statistically significant. Unfortunately, hardly anyone else noticed the differences. The bright warrior still performed like a bright warrior. Even if its overall performance had grown by 3%, outwardly it was still the same mech. Alright. That's enough for this test. Send out the next on the list. Ves did not underestimate this modest boost. He constantly reminded himself that this was just the start. The best was still to come. As bright warriors continued to deploy from the red feather and the green feather, VS observed that the pattern was roughly consistent. Even if VS had done nothing to improve the technical performance of the mechs with 50% saturation, their mech pilots were always able to make better use of their machines. When it was time for the mechs with 75% saturation to show what they were capable of, an immediate deviation took place. The heart rate of the mech pilot spiked along with other life signs. VS immediately hovered his finger right over the button. If the boot-up process had truly gone awry, he wouldn't hesitate to shut off the mech. My mech! The mech pilot eventually exulted. I never imagined my mech could be so fantastic. I feel so great! VS and many others let out a relieved breath. The reaction of the Avatar mech pilot almost frightened them. By now, many braves noticed that the reactions of the mech pilots had grown successively more dramatic. It stood to reason that the ones who were about to go last would definitely exhibit the most dramatic reaction. As more and more mech pilots interfaced with their mechs, the same spectacle repeated over and over. Joy overflowed the lucky mech pilots as they fully embraced their newly empowered mechs. Finally, the final batch of mechs was about to go up. The bright warriors that had been stuffed with Goldie's spiritual energy until they reached saturation were the most special and dangerous of them all. Each of them possessed the capability to kill their mech pilots if anything went amiss. VS paid special attention to Ayman Ingvar. He deliberately added 100% saturation to his assigned mech. As one of the few avatars with spiritual potential, Ayman's reaction would likely be more extreme than normal. As for Joshua, he would go last. The Quint was far more special than the other bright warriors. Come! Show me your power, VS whispered. Chapter 2350 Fully Saturated Mechs. The spiritual foundation of a mech represented the machine's intrinsic life. The greater the foundation, the greater its strength in certain aspects. VS believed that strengthening the foundation in this way was a convenient way to quickly infuse a mech with more life. Obviously, it was unrealistic to apply it to every copy of his mech designs, especially his mass-produced models. It took a decent amount of spiritual energy to empower a design to full saturation. The amount was far more than what a typical mech pilot could ever provide through spiritual feedback under normal conditions. Although it sounded nice to empower an individual mech to the limit of what it could take at the beginning of its life cycle, the risks were very evident as well. Imparting tools with life was not always a good idea. How did a nutrient pack feel when it lay in some dusty crate for a couple of centuries? What would a handgun think if its owner never bothered to perform maintenance on the weapon? Not everyone treated their tools with care and reverence. Those who used them as disposable items, and those who picked up bad habits never thought about changing their behavior. Why should they? Tools were lifeless objects. It may be different if they were pets, but mechs were far from that. There was no particular reason to treat them any better. To be sure, VS did not want to usher forth a future where every single object, from nutrient packs to his shaving bot, gained sentience. In the context of his current experiment, VS believed that mechs were worthy to gain more life. They were much more expensive and much more impactful than something as trivial as nutrient packs. They were meant to last for years or possibly decades, and their performance in battle directly affected the lives of millions or billions of people. It was worth it to empower them. VS loved anything that could increase the cooperation between his mechs and mech pilots. However, his enthusiasm tempered a bit when he reminded himself that not every method was safe. As the first mech with 100% saturation was about to go online, VS began to grow a little worried. He vividly recalled the instance where a pirate mech pilot's head exploded due to his inability to take in so much spiritual input. The mech back then was too strong. If the mech ever exerted any pressure, then the huge disparity in power gave no chance for any ordinary mech pilot to resist. As Ves observed the projection of the mech pilot entering the cockpit, Ves quickly recalled the fellow's name. He had already inspected each and every avatar mech pilot assigned to the Bright Warriors and noted down their spiritual strength. The first one to come up possessed no spiritual potential. That paradoxically meant that this particular avatar had a higher chance of surviving any accidents due to the difficulty of affecting his tiny, but elusive spirit. In contrast, someone with vivid spiritual potential such as Ayman Ingvar had to endure greater risks. This was because his greater spiritual potential had to expose itself, and thereby open itself up to external attacks. All of this sounded rather strange and counterintuitive to Ves, but this was the way the rules were set. He had no choice but to work around these conditions. "This mech is different from the others," Kitty stated as she continued to observe the same projections that he was watching. "Your posture has grown a lot tenser than usual when this machine has come up. You look as if a fight is about to start." Ves did not hide the reason for his tension. The last batch of Bright Warrior mechs are the most special ones of them all. If you imagine the previous ones as partially filled bottles, these ones are filled to the brim. The pressure within these mechs are the greatest, and if any of it spills to the mech pilot, then I need to be ready to shut the mech down. She gazed at him with concern. "How can that be? You always make sure that your mechs are as comfortable to your mech pilots as possible." "Well, your Doom Guard is an exception, but these are Bright Warriors. They are some of the best mechs for our Larkinson mech pilots. Let me explain this in a way you can understand. Take your big CFA great sword." Ves gestured towards the giant sword sheathed in a floating scabbard following Ketty's from behind. "When a Sor maiden wields this weapon, will she ever cut herself?" "Absolutely not," Ketty shouted back. She looked insulted that someone would even entertain this thought. "Learning how to control our blade is one of the first lessons we learn. We are never allowed to hold a real blade until we can prove with our practice weapons that we never let our blades get the better of us. The sword maiden must wield the sword, not the other way around." "That's a good lesson and outlook. The same applies to this situation. I fear what is about to take place is much like handing someone such as Michael your sword. It's far too powerful for him. Even holding it is risky." "Then, if it's so dangerous, why go through with this test?" "Because we have no choice." Ves ruefully smiled as the mech pilot was about to activate his mech. "The danger of wielding your sword is great, but so is the power you can exert. In an emergency, we need to put as many swords in people's hands as possible. All I want to see now is whether our avatars are strong enough to harness their empowered mechs." The moment that Ves had been waiting for had come. The mech pilot booted up the mech. It was as if a hibernating monster woke up. The mech pilot quickly sensed something profound through the man-machine connection that was just starting to go active. "What is this?" Ves and Ketty's both looked at the projection of the interior of the cockpit and the mech pilot's life signs. The latter already began to fluctuate wilder. Evidently, the mech pilot was experiencing increased activity and stress right away. Roughly a minute passed as more of the mech became active. With each additional system that came online, the man-machine connection became more intense. Suddenly, just as the mech was ready to move, the mech pilot suddenly convulsed in his seat. "Aya! It's too much! My mech is too strong!" The avatar contorted against his seat in an ugly fashion, so much so that the sight shocked everyone who witnessed the sudden turn of events. Not only that, but the avatar mech pilot's life signs also began to enter dangerous territory. The moment some of the indicators such as heart rate and brain activity spiked into the red zones, Ves immediately pressed the shutdown button. "Abort the current test!" medics, enter the cockpit and stabilize his condition. A prepared crew of medics and doctors led by Rania Woden immediately moved into action once they received the command. Though the boot-up process had gone wrong, the Avatar mech pilot only suffered for less than 10 seconds. Though his brain had come under enormous stress, it shouldn't have incurred too much damage. Hopefully none of it was permanent. Keddies and the assistant mech designers in the design lab all looked horrified at what happened. How could this session go so awry so quickly? Before, the Avatar's mech pilots that had come before all experienced varying degrees of euphoria. They achieved significantly better scores when they piloted their newly enhanced mechs. It was only now that the bystanders realized that this change wasn't as positive as everyone thought. While the medics took the injured Avatar mech pilot away, nobody knew what to do at the moment. Resume the test. Ves spoke with a heavy voice. I need more data. A single doesn't necessarily point to anything. I need at least a few more observations. Is that a good idea? Keddies frowned. I don't know. This could have been a fluke. If I want to rule it out, I need to run this test multiple times. Out of consideration of the danger to our mech pilots, I'll lower my demands, but I need at least 3 more tries. Ves contacted the mech pilot who was supposed to go next. I need you to be brave. You may refuse to participate in this test. I won't blame you if you turn away. However, if you think you have what it takes to control your mech, then I won't say no if you wish to proceed. What is your answer? The man looked a bit discomfited, but he put on a brave face. I am an Avatar. I will do what is necessary. Good man. Then head inside the cockpit of your mech and mentally ready yourself. Ves briefly smirked as he closed the private channel. There was hardly any chance his avatars would refuse his demand. As long as he phrased his request as an expectation, any avatar would feel compelled to meet it. As the golden boys of the Larkinson clan, how could they ever disappoint the clan patriarch's expectations? As the second test with a different mech at full saturation commenced, Ves became extra alert. Initially, the boot-up process looked similar to the last one. The second Avatar mech pilot experienced the same profundity from his newly empowered machine. Yet just a minute later, the man's life signs immediately spiked into the red zone straight away. I can't handle it. It's too strong. Ves had already slapped the shutdown button the instant the life signs went crazy. Due to his faster reaction, the mech shut down 5 seconds faster than the previous one. The mech pilot even managed to stay conscious this time. That said, there wasn't much to celebrate about with this test. 2 successive mech pilots evidently experienced much more spiritual input than they could handle. Ves hadn't seen any signs the bright warrior mechs had turned against their own mech pilots. The beginning stages of the formation of the man-machine connection went smoothly in both cases. The bright warrior mechs obviously liked their familiar mech pilots, yet something went wrong anyway. The most likely explanation for this detrimental outcome was the analogy he had just shared with Keddies. Maybe the fully saturated mechs were too powerful for their own good. Their mech pilots simply weren't capable enough to harness the most radically altered mechs. Hardly anyone thought the experiment should still proceed, but Ves wasn't satisfied yet. Currently, he only had 2 instances of mech pilots failing to endure the strain exerted by their fully saturated mechs. Both of the injured Avatar mech pilots just happened to possess no spiritual potential. What if the mech pilot was stronger this time? What if he put someone Ayman Ingvar up next? Ves hesitated. Those with greater spiritual strength also became exposed to more damage whenever something went awry. Perhaps Ayman's head would be the latest test subject to feel what it was like to have his head blown apart. That isn't supposed to happen. Ves bent his head and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. If my theories are right, then a stronger mech pilot should have better chances of harnessing a powerful mech. Despite the bad outcomes that had just occurred, they concurred with his theoretical framework. My predictions should still be accurate. Ves commanded Ayman Ingvar to go next. The mech champion was different from the last two avatar mech pilots. The former noble possesses a more robust piloting foundation, and his spiritual potential might be able to provide him with enough strength to keep up with his empowered mech. Mr. Ingvar, I expect more from you. Will you go next? I will, Ayman said with fiery eyes. I don't know what you have done to our mechs, but I think they're all stronger. I don't want my mech to be weak. Please let me proceed. Then go, Mr. Ingvar. Your mech is ready to receive you. When you are ready to interface with your mech, keep our motto in mind. Per Angusta ad Augusta. For the clan!